It's a beautiful morning in Surf City, El Salvador. Good morning and welcome to ISA World Surf Games. We're ready for action here this morning. Ocean looking delightful already. Checking out some big names from the surf world. Michael Rodriguez, such an electrifying performer. He's getting ready to go. We're ready to go here in the studio. Joining myself, Paul Evans, one of the brightest minds and best vibes in surfing. Bart Lynch, how you doing, mate?
Good to be working alongside you today. How are we, peoples? It's a beautiful day here.
Yesterday, we saw some big performances go down, some big waves as well. And obviously, the energy here is something that we expect to get every day. And we're hoping for much more of the same.
Yeah, it was incredible yesterday. Fantastic opening day after the opening ceremony the day before, which was fantastic. Last night, there was an incredible storm that hit. The wind was cyclonic. And at about 10:30, I thought I couldn't get to sleep because the lightning was flashing, the thunder was going. And I thought the surf was going to be beat today. There was going to be residual wind chop across the ocean, a bump from the storm last night. There's no sign of a storm last night. It's absolutely perfect, super clean, a little bit smaller, but fantastic out there.
Early morning, delightful in this part of the world. Out there ripping. This looks like Garoj McDade of Team Islands. And he's been surfing big waves at Mullaghmore this summer. And then down here this morning, warming up, you see the free surf opportunities. But everyone's out there, they want to get their waves. Maybe some elbows going out in the paddling as well. You've got to find yourself a bit of room and try and lock in.
Well, that's the great thing about this venue is there's a lot of room and there's a lot of space. And the right-handers that we're seeing here being surfed this morning were underutilised yesterday. So there's definitely opportunity on those rights. The lefts were fantastic, a perfect peak, and lots of waves for everyone to warm up.
It's really high performance, doesn't it, this morning on this lower tide. And you can just see the way these waves are lining up. Surfers able to hit it hard. And we've been talking about the numbers that we've got here in terms of the nations. 61 of those and 297 competitors. Unbelievable.
Yeah, super cool. 61 nations. The first time ever for Angola and Vanuatu, as you see there. Again, 61 nations coming together to celebrate surfing. It's a beautiful thing.
Everyone convening at, well, our two podiums this morning. La Bacana is where we are. That's what we've had vision on this morning. Also, another podium will run just down the coast here. It is a super surf-blessed coastline. You can join us on Instagram and follow along. Check out some of the stuff that's going on in and around, aside from the heat. Such a good vibe down on the shoreline here. I mean, it really is just the perfect place for a surf trip.
And it's not everywhere that you go that they even want you there. You know, some places there's different vibes and different energy, but here in El Salvador,
I thought that was just me.
No, it's nothing personal, mate. But you know, here they recognise the value of what surfing brings to their nation. They recognise the asset that this ocean is. And there is podium 2 there down to El Sunzal.
You can also find that on ISAsurf.org. Just click the button. We'll have vision of that as well. So our second podium is that long right point. And what we've got from down there, we're showing our full broadcast here at La Bacana. Down there's the judge's camera. So you can watch the waves, but obviously the main show up here at La Bacana.
Yeah, and you get to hear the beach commentary, the information they're providing to the surfers so that the show can run itself. And that's enough information really to be able to follow along and understand exactly what's going on.
Our principal peak here at La Bacana, as you mentioned, Bart. Yeah, we didn't see quite as many rights go down yesterday, but already this morning, whether that's the angle, whether it's just the lower tide, it does look like there are a few more rights, and generally that's probably the preferred wave here.
Or the crowd in the morning, as you suggested. Either way, those rights were underutilised yesterday. Personally, I feel like they're better. If you pick the right one, they stand up particularly tall. Here's heat 1.
Having a look at Michael Rodriguez, a veteran of the CT, also out of American Samoa, Toa Aipu, and from Korea, Kanoa Hije. So that's our threesome heading out into the water this morning. Be interesting to see Michael Rodriguez and his campaign for that strong Brazilian team defending here as the team champs. And he's such an experienced and polished performer, always will bring his own energy, but just think in these kind of conditions, he won't need asking twice, expecting a big performance from Michael.
One of the fastest surfers in the world, a part of that Brazilian momentum that's dominating the world of men's surfing in particular. Looks like he's heading to the inside in the red jersey. And then Kanoa Hijau for Korea has also had some great success of recent times. Fantastic young surfer. It's going to be great to watch he against the experience of Michael Rodriguez as well. So he's a very young kid up against someone with a lot of experience there.
Just 20 minutes on the clock for our surfers, so that proverbial fast start that we talk about, even more important in these 20-minute heats. Getting the rotation early, get a couple of waves. I mean, you're unlikely to be catching 10 waves or more. It's probably going to be around about half that in a good 20-minute heat. So it's about making those right decisions and making it count. I suppose that is a lot easier when things are ruler edged. You know, things are looking clean. You've got really good vision on exactly what a good wave looks like this morning.
Yeah, and you've had a whole round of yesterday to watch. These guys didn't surf yesterday, so they've watched all day. They've got information from the judges and the scoring that went on all day yesterday, watching the wave selection, understanding the ones that they want to catch. But then there's that element of needing to stay flexible. Rodriguez up and riding.
Emrod on a bomb, a little wiggle off the bottom and arrives a bit late up to that lip, so a little bit of a misstep from him. You can see some scoring potential on that wave as it will rattle off down the point here. Meanwhile, here goes Kanoa. Strong snap in the pocket, douses Emrod. And still swinging. He'll just be patient here. The timing was key yesterday to getting good scores, for really making the most of this wave. Looks nice and lively, that board, looking really loose for him and just fitting well in the pocket. The Goofies have been able to really keep their surfing nice and tight, keep their options open in terms of turns. A little skid on the white water to finish, and definitely the better the opening exchange will go the way of Kanoa.
Yeah, definitely, without question. Obviously, Michael Rodriguez, an unusual fall. Looked like a perfect wave, as you said in the live call. He was a little late to that section, but at the same time, could have expected him with his speed and the way he extends out of turns to just lift up on top of that white water. But this, as we see Emrod just drove, get out of the way. Kanoa drove up into the lip and snapped right on top of him, and then just keeps working all the way down the inside here. Another nice snap there. Great opening ride. You know, your first wave in the event. You're a young man. He's been in this event before, so he's had that experience. He understands what's required. And there's that layback, more or less right on top of Emrod. Little barrel at the same time.
Yeah, love that. You think, you know, you didn't get to surf yesterday, would have been watching and just kind of waiting for this morning. Your first heat, say you're what, maybe 4:30, 5 o'clock alarm. You're raring to get going. Couldn't really ask for a much better start than this.
No, you could not.
All right, meanwhile, let's check out Ipiu out of American Samoa. But unfortunately for him, it just gets rocked over his heels and he's down as well. So this early morning heat, challenging a couple of our surfers. Let's see if Emrod will make amends here. We suspect he will. Driving on the backhand, Rodriguez. And he'll swing high in the pocket. This wave will go a little slopey for him. It's just kind of run out of juice. So, just clean things up. A couple of quick maneuvers for Michael Rodriguez, but just the two waves that have come to him so far. Expecting quite a bit more than that from him, part of that all-conquering Brazil squad. Defending champs here at the World Surfing Games. What an incredible team they are. We'll have a look at some of the names and such a strength in depth that they've got. Some incredible surfers, some youth, and some really good experience as well in that squad, Barton.
Amazing to see. The sister of Gabrielle Medina, the multiple world champion. She's really found her own place in surfing and continued to grow every single time we see her, as does women's surfing in Brazil in general.
Yeah, probably one of the most improved surfers on the Challenger Series over the last couple of seasons. Laura Haupt as well has been incredible. Surfed really well in the juniors for the WSL over in the Philippines early in the year, Laura Haupt. And that Brazilian team, they'll only really be thinking about one place where they want to finish, which will be defending their gold. Let's see how they'll go about doing that, but there's some strong contenders in the mix. We saw yesterday. Teams like Australia getting involved. The Americans starting off strong. Some of the European nations like France and Portugal particularly as well. And then we saw the likes of Peru and teams like that that have enjoyed success here in the past. They'll be keen to get involved this year, get themselves in contention, just see how far and deep they can go as a team. That unique format where it is about the teamwork. Obviously, you're surfing individually yourself in the heat. But
yeah, it comes with a lot of pressure, the whole team format. It was something that, when you've grown up surfing as an individual, it's always been about you, and then it's about everybody and the whole team. It's a unique, different dynamic. And sometimes people fit into that team environment quite easily, others not so much.
IPU just cruising. A little slopey wave for him. And he'll kick out. So will be an improvement for sure on his previous effort. I'll need probably a little bit more where that came from. Michael Rodrigues. Bit of spice to that first hit. Just takes it all in his stride. Clips the lip nice and vert for his first turn. And then it's some more lateral work. So some of these steeper peaks will just kind of taper off and slope a bit.
It was a smaller wave. It was interesting wave selection, really. It spoke of someone desperate to get a score on the board and take the pressure off, rather than being selective, going, I'm going to put myself on the very best waves. That was more like, actually, I'm going to bank on my surfing. My surfing's good enough to beat these guys. I'm going to put it on any wave quickly and get some scores on the board and put pressure on my opponents, because they expect Michael Rodrigues to come out firing.
See if he'll go about building a bit of momentum in this heat. Had that fall right at the beginning, but surfer of his experience, the various campaigns that he's had, he'll know how to deal with just kind of mixing things up in a heat, maybe making that little adjustment, maybe to sticking to exactly your game plan before you came in, or gaining some intel while you're out there in the lineup. Good looking energy unloading on the apex of the peak here. Priority is with our Korean surfer who's leading it. Does have that high score of the 4.5. Just absolutely dreamy. Like you said, hard to think we had a big storm come through last night. You'd expect things to be cut up and some lumps out there. I mean, this looks like it's been blowing offshore for days.
It's absolutely astonishing to me, whether, living in Hawaii, and a little bit of weather has a big impact over there because the ocean is so open and exposed. And here we face direct south, and literally there was moments on my veranda I couldn't sleep because it was just so much fun. I love a storm, nothing like a great storm, and the lightning was going, the thunder, consistent rumbling, and the rain was teeming down, and the wind was howling like a cyclone. And here's a Brazilian storm of our own. Oh, hold on, this is the form we expected, Paulie.
Yeah, brilliant combo of 3 turns from him. He likes it as well. We've been waiting for that wave to come for a while. It wasn't a question of if, it was more like when, and there it is.
Yeah, 100%. You can see the energy in the paddle there. Toa having a look at this one, but Korea with the priority.
Here goes Kanoa. Hee-Jae. Little brisk opening snap for him. And a nice spring in his step as he gets to the lip and then just doesn't quite get the connection there.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. This young guy spent a lot of time surfing in wave pools, and it's kind of bread and butter for them. Korea, here's the replay of those beautiful backhand turns. So sharp, crisp. 3 in a row. The judges are going to eat that up. It's going to be a big score. A little celebration from Rodrigues on the end of it.
Yeah, interesting. That wave as well. It's not one that's tapered off to a channel, wasn't it? It was kind of had a right coming at it, so he knew exactly what was going to happen. He really got a good read on the pace of the wave, and then from there, I mean, this is just muscle memory for him, but beautiful surfing.
Drops down. Let's have a look at this. Look at the arm. Rotates the upper body, drives and throws that front arm to get the lift up the face, accelerate up the face. Throws the tail for an extra added bit of spice in there. And the bottom turn's coming from the perfect place too, and then that vertical. whack of the lip as the wave closes out, and then there's a little celebration here. He felt it, and there's nothing better than when you kind of get that flow in your surfing and you feel like you're on, and he looked right on spot there.
Yeah, not only building momentum in the heat, but just on the wave itself as well, with a really strong finish. It can be a bit sticky on that inside, and Rod deals with it well. This is live action here from Opiu, the Samoan, and he's rallying. He is getting slightly better connections with this left. And he'll keep trying to do that in the remaining 9 minutes. Good number in from our panel for Michael Rodriguez, close to excellent. 7.5 for Emrod. So he'll be feeling a lot better, really, about the way this heat's going. Took him about half of the heat to really get a hold of it. Well, that's much more the form we expect from him and the kind of numbers, and you wouldn't bet against him finding another wave of that magnitude. He's still got, what, nearly 9 minutes out there.
Yeah, and that was regular. That was regular transmission. It wasn't, you know, boosted anywhere. It did have some desperation in it because it had a bit of a slow start.
Kanoa, once again, nice clean carving style. And that pocket will keep providing for him just a touch of repetition, just from the shape of the wave.
Yeah, you talked about Michael Rodriguez's wave for Brazil, how it stood up all the way. The judges tend to not like a taper. You know, as the wave tapers and the energy of the wave subsides, and your surfing consequently sort of follows that trajectory downwards in terms of excitement, the scores tend to do the exact same thing. Where Michael Rodriguez's was a great example of the type of surfing that the judges want, where they're all big turns. And the big turns, you get the big scores. Look at that perfect peak, Paulie. Rights and lefts. And again, we talked about the left is more, I suppose, predictable, reliable, and easy to line up. You end up having to take a little bit of risk heading to the other side of the break.
Here we go. Rodriguez. Beautiful pocket carve from him, and he's covering a lot of ground here. Real speedy surfing, bit of venom in that hit, and he'll set himself up for almost for a finish. The wave will stretch away. Love to see him going on the attack, just identifying sections where to push, where to run. 4.2 his low number, 7.5 is high, and he'll look to not only get the result here in terms of expect himself to get a heat win, I think he's looking to get a bit of a performance as well and build some form. What do we think of this wave? It was a bigger wave.
Well, it is a bigger set wave, and the interesting thing, I suppose, is that today was one of the smaller days in the window. Today and tomorrow, they kind of said it was settling down a little, still well overhead. And Surf City, El Salvador, living up to its name. Cars back, and the whitewater gets real frothy and bumpy on the face on this one. So that's, you know, consequently, there's not that opportunity to get crazy with it. But again, it's a fair chance that could improve on the 4.2.
Yeah, just squeezing all the energy here. Good amplitude to the surfing, driving from deep at the bottom of the wave, and then identifying a section with a lip for him. Just a tee off, and I would love to get a finish just because you could just see him. He just always wants more, always wants another section.
Took the words right out of my mind. I was sitting there going, yeah, if with the last turn there, you were going 2 solid scores, 5.5. So he does improve. And really, he's done all he needs to do at this point in time. American Samoa, Toa from Laie on the island of Oahu. A lot of the team for American Samoa based there in Hawaii. Having a look on the inside. Beautiful, consistent waves again. I cannot believe the ocean is as clean as it is after the storm that came through and beat it up last night. That's some kind of miracle, really, that the ocean can be as smooth and clean and beautiful as it was, given the strength of the side onshore wind that was blowing last night around 10:30.
Under 5 minutes on the clock here. in terms of the form book, no real surprises to see Michael Rodriguez leading this one. Got a bit of a margin as well. And surfers chasing him down. 2 surfers will stay in the main part of the draw. 3rd place in this heat will head to repechage. And at the moment, Rodriguez with 13 points out of 20. You'd probably back him in the remaining 4.5 as well. Maybe add a little on that as well. But so far, so good for him. We talked about that Brazil team and how they're going to go about defending. Saw the personnel in their team. Strength in depth, not a problem for them. They're going to need to bring their best, though. Let's check out Korea Kanoa Hije. Another snap in the pocket on a little bit of a wobbly wave, and maybe just arrived a touch early, but did well actually there. Had to kind of think on his feet. Well, got the finish done.
Added an element of drama to things. A couple of nice big turns. Could see that being better than the 3.5. As you said, the previous rides were a little sort of tapered, and so as the wave went on, things got a little more pedestrian, I suppose you could say, where that one had 2 turns, but again, they were both in the pocket, and a lot of excitement and energy around him.
Let's check out Toa. Good looking wave for him. Driving off the bottom, real smooth on the face, and just gets a little catch.
The rail of the board slipped there. It's looked like that a couple of times. Perhaps surfing his regular board, and then there's that extra energy. It's sort of making it, loosen up underneath his feet to the point where it destabilizes the whole performance. And then because it destabilizes your confidence in your equipment, you start to question the board you're riding and where you're turning on the wave, and all of a sudden there's so many things to consider where, for Michael Rodriguez, for example, it just seems like kind of easy sailing, just doing your thing. So experience definitely on the side of Michael Rodriguez, showing in the scores with first priority now as time ticks down. So we imagine we see him staying first. And, you go first and second advance through, 3rd and 4th will go to a repechage round, so nobody loses in this opening round. Everybody gets the 2 chances, which is a great part of the developing concepts in the World Surfing Games, and for ISA assisting developing nations to get more practice, more exposure to competition. It's a very cool part of the event. But first in your heat means that in your next round you're going to have 1 other first place and 2 seconds. So if you're in second place, you're going to have 2 heat winners to come up against. So still important to try and get the win every time.
Checking out the vital statistics for the day. Crucial one there, that light wind. And it stayed light throughout the day yesterday. Let's see what it does today. The tide, pretty crucial here in terms of what it's going to do. We've got 6 feet of tide in terms of the swing, so still going out at the moment. Tide still ebbing towards 8:21 a.m. That'll be our low tide. So we're expecting quality waves with good shape on them for a few hours now.
Oh, guaranteed. Around the top of the tide yesterday was the only time during the entire day that things slowed down a little bit. So around that, 2:18, we see there for the high tide. You can imagine things, the consistency slowing down a little bit. Not as many waves showing on the lower tide on the reef. But it doesn't really impact the quality of the waves too much. Maybe the consistency of the sets a little bit, but that's marginal as well.
Right now, with just over a minute on the clock here, it is our Brazilian surfer, Michael Rodriguez, who we're expecting pretty big things from, and he's shown us some of his form. He's got plenty more in the tank, really, and that's all part of it as well, is peaking at the right time, bringing your best performances for the latter stages of the event. But with that 7.5 locked in, he'll be feeling pretty good about the way he surfed this morning. We could also probably, with his team, maybe have a little debrief as well, and they obviously hold very, very high standards for themselves.
Yes.
Reflect on maybe potentially in heats further in the competition, you might need to bring a little more. Here we go. Good wave here with a ton of speed for our Samoan surfer, Aupiu. It goes up nice and aggressive. He needed a push. I like the approach.
Yeah, I suppose, you've got 15 seconds left. It's a little kind of late for he, need a 6.83, so it's doable on one wave. But at the same time, you're against a surfer of Michael Rodriguez's quality, so you definitely need to be aware. Here's a right-hander. I like this idea. Backhand
attack from Hije. Love his style. Really easy on the eye as he'll go on the backhand. Quick hit in the pocket, the finish. It's been good value for his second place out here. Enjoyed his surfing with lots of flow. And he'll be stoked to be out there against Michael Rodriguez. A fun morning underway here at Surf City, El Salvador. We'll go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, the local hero, the Pink Panther, Brian Perez, he'll be hitting the water. Expect good energy from the crowd as we continue with live action right after this. "61 nations from across the surf world convene on the fair shores of Surf City, El Salvador. Rocky shores they are too. And you just want to take your time as you make your way in, even if you're a big name from the surf world like Michael Rodriguez, gently does it.
Yeah, it's a delicate walk, and last thing you need to do is slip on those rocks. They do have a slippery edge to them.
Let's have a look at the Pink Panther. Representing El Salvador, a strong squad they're bringing this year. And definitely the star of that team, Brian Perez, who is an ambassador for Stoke and for very high performance elite surfing in this part of the world. Multiple wildcard performances and the Championship Tour event here, just down the coast at Punta Roca. And Brian Perez, also an Olympian. Last time out in French Polynesia. He'll be taking on Nacho Henderson of Argentina, Cody Young from Canada. 3 surfers in the water, 2 will stay in this part of the draw. 1 to repechage. If you advance from your heat this morning, we'll be surfing again at El Sunzal later on today. So, bit of energy invested into performances. Staying into this main round this morning. Great shape to that wave from Cody Young.
You got him, didn't you?
Sorry.
You were going to go great edge. Oh, it was a beautiful wave, well selected. Just pushed it a little bit too hard, overcooked it. From the island of Maui, he and his brother Levi. Parents, obviously, they've got the connection to Canada. Canada have recruited incredibly well and really created an opportunity for that country to forge its way into the top 10 in the world. Don Domick, the manager, is committed, mate. He's heartfelt and committed to the team and to surfing in Canada, and the results show at these ISA games.
Yeah, definitely one of many stories that's emerged over the last 5 to 10 years or so is the quality that Canada has. I mean, any nation that you don't necessarily assume to be kind of one of the big ones in surfing, they can always have a talent, have someone. But to actually have that team and to have the squad and to have so much strength and depth is something that's really, really impressive to see. And like you said, that goes down to not only the surf talent, but everyone working behind the scenes, the coaches, all the staff.
Absolutely. I did some work with Team Canada myself. Mike Stewart and I combined and did some work with the team a couple of years ago, which was fantastic and showed their desire to take information from wherever they can to build the nation's surfing base. And that's exactly what they've done here with Brian Perez and El Salvador.
Ooh, nearly gets to finish there. Pushing hard on an inside, really close to some dry rocks. Now, local knowledge, you'll know the morphology better than anyone in the water right now. Brian Perez, stoked to be out there representing his home nation of El Salvador. Here's the Canadian, Cody Young. And he'll just stand on the tail and be patient. He'll want this thing to wall up. It'll do that, and he'll belt it. Gives it a good flick off the top with speed. And that gives him a nice loose and lively look to proceedings as he'll get that turn complete. And that'll feel much better for Cody.
Yeah, it sure will. 5.33 on the opening ride of the local Brian Perez. Good score. Nice surfing. On the backhand. 2.5 for that right-hander. Unfortunately incomplete. Big impacts from the final turn, isn't there? You know, the incompletions are almost like a moment where the judges go, don't throw away. And the scores always come in really quick, and the impact is obvious. There's that stall you were talking about, waiting for it to stand up in front of him. Cody Young posted yesterday on Instagram a fantastic, well, let's watch this replay of the local. Snaps it there. Big, strong man representing and flying the flag for his nation. An unfortunate incompletion because that was going to be a solid second score as well. And another. The opening ride showing us that backhand. So comfortable out here. A little kind of 2 or 3 stagey in that turn there. Perhaps a little more back foot would have drove the board cleanly on the rail. But again, you know, you still have 5.33 for that one. So obviously room for improvement in the wave selection, also in the performance. But a solid start. 3.5 for that last of Cody Young.
Yeah, no one among our 297 competitors will have a better read on this lineup, better understanding of conditions. And I think what we can already see from what he's done is that busy approach, right? He's covering everything. He's gone left, he's gone right. He's busy in the lineup on the wave itself as well. You see he's board alive the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. Great energy. Nacho.
Oh, great looking left here for Nacho. Ton of speed. And we're watching a really high-quality hit at the moment. All 3 of these surfers, just from their opening ride as we see that first wave for the Argentinian, pretty evenly matched in terms of quality, in terms of skills. It's not like, you know, there's a heavy favourite, particularly in terms of who we think might run away from this. An important way for him to get involved.
And sort of, it made us aware of the fact that he was in the heat and he was of a quality that would match his opponents, because it sort of felt there was a sleepy start. There was 7 minutes of really not much going on for the Argentinian. But they bring the energy, they bring the stoke, and as we can hear the team support on the beach, and that's one of the great things about the event is, and as a surfer too, when you finish a ride and you hear the crowd, and there, look, the highest score of the heat so far, only 2 turns, but there was a speed and a precision and excitement to what he did on that wave, even though it was a short one. The judges felt that too. This is a super competitive heat. Here it is, drives off the bottom, first turn. Nice, good sized wave, Paul. Comes around this section, gets that closeout turn. The old less is more theory coming to fruition there. You can see the energy that he brings in that pumping and driving, compressing into the board, extending out to build speed. When you compress in, it's like pushing down to the accelerator, and the byproduct is that speed that we saw through that wave. And the judges, they liked it a lot. You know, it was only a 2-turn wave, and you imagine the 5.33. We think back to that for Brian Perez, maybe 6 turns on that. So again, the old less is more coming to the fore there. Speed, power, and flow from the Argentinian.
11.5 on the clock here. A really entertaining heat. Gunderson with that 6, driving, going fast, getting creative as well with the finish, kind of in between tagging the lip or going the layback, kind of sort of a confluence of the two. It looked impressive. Judges enjoyed it. We're enjoying this action. El Salvador will be in full voice. Brian Perez, backhand attack. He'll give it a clip with some drift, which looks smooth, but then the wave will just run away. But you can see the focus from him, how dialed in he is. He's bang up for this.
Yeah, it was a little bit smaller wave, perhaps. you know, again, the wave selection is so important. If you look down at that wall and you can tell what it's going to do, you've got to be able to read it and anticipate. That one went flat in the face, had to cut out.
Time to get fresh insights from the lineup. Winner of the first heat, Michael Rodriguez, is with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, guys. Congratulations, Michael, on a heat win. You know, you're no stranger to surfing in high-level events, and you're no stranger to making it to finals day, but we're only in opening round at the moment. Talk me through what your mindset looks like and sounds like as you're preparing for an opening round heat.
You know, I have to find my mojo out there very fast because usually we compete with 30-minute heat. So when it's 20-minute heat, it's just everything is just super fast. So the first wave, I made a wrong call and I fell, and then, you know, I think my mind right now is just about to find my mojo very, very quickly and be ready for the next waves and be in the right waves. Here, everything is just super fast, so you have to be very focused on the goal and don't make mistakes.
Well, you guys had a really successful day yesterday as a team as well, with all of your teammates advancing through their heats. How does that camaraderie feel at the end of the night and then leading you into the first heat of the morning today?
For me, it's amazing. I really love to wake up early morning and surfing, so it was very, very easy. I really love to be in the first heat. It's a different way to think, but I love to be in the first heat. It's very different. And it's been an amazing trip with all my friends from Brazil. Different energy, you know, and in the other events, the competition vibes is kind of strong. So right now it's super easy, super light. Everybody cheering for all those guys, though. So it's just super fun event. I love to be here. First time in El Salvador, so everything looks perfect.
Oh, well, way to kick off your first time in El Salvador and first heat in El Salvador, getting a 7.5 in your scoreline. We're going to have you talk us through this one and what you were feeling.
Oh, I was expect that.
So what were you feeling as you were surfing this wave? What were you reading in this moment?
I'm feeling pretty much at home. We have a lot of waves like that. Yeah, surfing with board shorts, you know, wetsuits is just amazing feeling. Warm place, finally.
Yeah, absolutely. It would feel really good, especially in these early morning heats are not so hot and it's very comfortable to surf out there. Thank you so much, Michael. Is there anything you would like to say back to your friends and family who are supporting you at home?
Yeah, can I say em português?
Absolutely.
Oh, awesome. Obrigado a todo mundo que está na torcida. Beijão pra minha mãe, pra minha mulher, pra minha filha. Tô com muita saudade de vocês e continue na torcida aí. Time Brasil tá indo pra cima. Hoje tem bastante bateria e vamos com tudo, galera. Tamo junto.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. I'll tell you what, Emrod with Mojo, what a scary proposition that is. He looks stoked, just vibing with his squad. Really interesting to sort of find about those roles as well that everyone plays and that dynamic in the team. Crucial to a strong showing here, as is heavy-duty ripping like this. We're watching the local hero, Brian Perez, and he is tearing into a right-hander here. And you can just see his eyes always focused on that section that he wants to detonate. He'll get a little swing for a finish as well. But he's up for this morning. And he's been busy in terms of his energy. He's covering ground in the lineup. A well surf right there, BL.
Yeah, from third place, Nacho Goodison got a 4.9 as well. Took himself up into the lead. And perhaps we saw that sort of urgency in Brian Perez's performance there. Beautiful line. He chose to sort of wait back into the pocket and allow the face to stand up so he could hit it powerfully. It was a really well-surfed wave. Little mistake right at the end, but I don't feel like that was too impactful because the wave was had done its thing by then, and he'd done his thing as well. Definitely going to improve on the 2.87. Cody Young, slow start. Unfortunately, fell on the first, and then those next couple haven't been that great either, so he's found himself in a a difficult position. As you said, some of the heats, and given the differences in the standard of surfing across the globe, certain nations and certain heats have got different standards of surfers in them. This one of the more competitive heats in the whole opening first round.
Yeah, love how evenly poised this is. It does feel like one of those heats where, you know, early morning, if there are mistakes being made, they could well prove pretty costly, because you're not going to get that many opportunities out here to make mistakes and then make amends from them. It's about grasping those opportunities and momentum as well. And you think Gunderson, he just waited a little while. His competitors, multiple waves, and then his reply, pretty emphatic. 6 points to open up. And it doesn't hang around too long to get the 4-9 locked in. So he's got a couple of points, 2.5 points on everyone else at the moment. In terms of that third place, you just saw a quick in and out for him there. So not exactly the way he was identifying, but a bit of scoreboard news. The scoring for the long right for Perez. And he goes to first place, the 6-2-3, the high score.
Great answer. Exactly at the time he needed to do that. He was in the second place, and obviously Cody's, you know, that significantly that behind, hasn't really had a single score of consequence yet compared to his two opponents. So while it feels like third place is a long way away, it's still only a 7.4 that he's looking with now that he has dropped that 6.23. So it was a really well-timed wave. Here's the replay of Nacho. Beautiful carve out of the top, that pumping driving. That's the 6 that we saw early. The speed exciting our judges. Beautiful carve out of the top, and so much energy in the performance. The way he's pumping and driving his board just looks hungry and determined, and connects with the judges with that energy. Perez flares the tail, and that was that quick in and out for he. And this was the score he was looking for. First carve, quite calm and relaxed. This one, powerful. See the spray on that one and the fade back to the pocket to allow that wall to stand up enough to get a big second turn in. The power he applied here, the judge is really appreciating that. This is how the wave sort of comes down. He cuts back into the white water, catches the nose of the board, falls off. But at that time, the damage was done and the score was in. Takes him into the lead.
Yeah, power with control and style, wasn't it? There's nothing sort of chattery between just holding his rail. This is a really important wave here. Cody Young, hit from him on the backhand. There's another, gives that a good crack. What's he got on an inside? He'll need a finish. He'll float a section, still going once again. He'll combo that up, impressive. The two-turn combo on the inside on a speedy section. 7-4 is the requirement. That's a pretty big number. 3 on the clock. Perez, good looking wave. What a heat we got here. Check the speed from him. Motoring down the line. The wave will actually run away. And there's that balance between getting the ones that run and then getting ones that pocket.
Yeah, Cody Young's won't be the 7.4 you would imagine. It's definitely his best wave of the heat, and a wave that'll match the similar scores to the surfers in first and second. Put some pressure on, 2 minutes 30, enough time really to get back out the back just and get a, he's going to need another wave for sure. This set, breaking at this point in time, pushing him further in, burning time off the clock is exactly what he doesn't want to have happen.
Yeah, bring his requirement down, won't he? Improve your high score, you'll bring the number down. It'll be something much more gettable for him, but as you mentioned, time, well, that's taken away in these sets. I'll just hold him on the inside. He'll pop back into the lineup maybe with around about a minute to go. A really entertaining heat this one. We're watching quality surfers go out and compete in the early morning here at La Bocana. And surfers that advance in terms of staying in the main part of the draw. Once again, they'll be surfing this afternoon at El Sunzal, so making a major adjustment.
Judges having a serious long think. Score still hasn't dropped for Cody Young. They recognise how important that score is. But the important thing for Cody is to get it locked in and understand what it is and know what he needs next. There it is. 4.47 brings the arse down a little bit. But again, perhaps the size of the wave impacting the score. It was definitely a smaller wave. It stayed tall and kept standing up. It never tapered off and lost, you know, excitement or energy for the judges. But at the same time, just didn't have enough face to allow that score to go higher.
Yeah, he's going to need a bit more in the final minute or so here. He might not get a whole lot of elbow room from his adversaries as well. You can see Gunderson. He's got first prio, Perez with seconds. And they're watching exactly where. They're like, where are you going, mate?
You ain't going anywhere without me. And the use of the priority, which means, you know, whatever. When you're in priority 1, any wave that comes through, you can catch unimpeded. And he uses his priority here. If he doesn't improve, great work from Cody Young to open up the opportunity.
Nacho Gunderson not only goes the block, but also gets a dynamic finish. So he took a scoring opportunity away from Cody Young. But what he also did was flare up for a finish, and you can hear the support squad from Argentina. They love that.
Very similar to the 6, a 2-turn combination. Cody Young.
All right, here we go. What's he got? He's loading up with something big here. He'll find a ramp, and he'll go.
Had to. Time's done. Heat's over. That won't be enough. What an exciting heat.
Really, really entertaining stuff. A battle all the way to the final seconds as well. That exchange, very impressive, Nacho. Love the way he competed. Looks like he's got a cool head. A couple of moments in that heat where, you know, things can go a couple of ways. That he didn't look ruffled at all in terms of the early pressure put on him. He responded well. A solid performance. And talking about the local squad here, they don't come any better than this guy, the Pink Panther, Brian Perez. Impressive performance from him. Pretty much textbook on the rail. Looking forward to see him surf again. More live action coming from La Bacana, El Salvador, right after the break. Welcome back to the World Surfing Games. El Salvador playing host once again, and we just witnessed some great surfing go down in the previous heat. Expect that to continue. We've got some familiar names and some slightly less familiar ones. Having a look at Heat 27, our third of the morning. Karaiti Fougere of New Zealand, Brian Toth from Puerto Rico, Manuel Paulich from Austria. And also having a look at Jude Gomez from Trinidad and Tobago. 2 surfers will stay in the main part of the draw. 2 will head to repechage. Here goes Fougere, the Kiwi. And he'll wrap one in a pocket with smooth style. Let's see what the inside section has for him. Almost slips. And he'll bring it through to an inside. And he travelled a long way to get that turn. Important to get it done. Doesn't want to hang around too long in that white water because the rocks come at you quick, BL.
I was thinking exactly the same thing. Don't stay there too long. Low tide at 8:20. So right, yeah, heading to the low tide in the morning. Then it starts to push in all through the afternoon. That'll keep the swell coming, keep the consistency of the sets alive and create opportunities. Brian Toth also got a score on the board, and one of the legends out of Puerto Rico. Tothy's a great surfer, a passionate young man, been around for a long time and just keeps flaring.
Yeah, such a character. I caught up with him quickly yesterday. It's great to see him back here competing. in good form, and the energy from him, you know, such a character. There's a lot going on in terms of sort of roundabout on the beach and stuff, and out in the water as well. It's such a quality surfer. You think about some of the moments he's had in his career, and out here in a more of an elder statesman role with the Puerto Rico team. His nephew surfing in the team. It's amazing. You bring all of that experience from your career and you bring it back to the next gen.
Yeah, and you know, you're still inspiring through your surfing performance as well, which is a lot to say. He was a big star of the Puerto Rican World Surfing Games when we headed down there. Was right there with a chance of qualifying for the Olympics. A goofy footer. Look at this sets, just continue to roll in. As I said, this is one of the smaller days, apparently. So we're in good shape.
All right, here goes Team Austria with Manuel Paulich. Good looking wave for Manuel. Just doesn't quite get the read. He can't get the drive on the bottom turn to get around the section.
Yeah, I was thinking that board perhaps looked a little bit short and wasn't sort of driving anywhere, was it? It had him sort of stuck at the bottom of the wave and almost looked like his weight and volume was almost overbearing the board, and it wasn't able to pop up and squirt and build speed for him. But it may have been just the wave and the positioning on it.
Here goes Gomez. And these lefts right now with this stage of the tide as we'll head down towards that low. Pretty close to the low tide, but it is draining out there. And these lefts are really running nice. If you connect with one well, big points on offer. Can get caught behind. Seen that just a couple of times in the opening exchanges. Priority is with Brian Toth, who's got that 4.33 in, locked in early on, the goofy. You won't mind the look of these running lefts at all.
So important that as that, you know, you can see the surfers sitting in the line up there. As these waves are approaching them, their job is to read it and identify it and look at it and see the opportunity and the potential in it. You more or less need to know what the scoring potential of that wave is before you even stand up. And the best surfers in the world are able to dial that in and know exactly which waves to catch, which waves not to catch. And that becomes the basis of how you play the game.
More of a straighter wave, just illustrating that point. Everyone realizing immediately, no real corner on there, so no interest shown.
When you think in a 20-minute heat, Paulie, you're going to get priority perhaps 4 times at the most. You make a couple of mistakes with that priority, then you know you're really putting yourself up against it. Priority is such a valuable asset. When it's used correctly, it can be the most important part of it. Tothy there, he's got his hands up, wants to hear his score. Again, that helps you with your strategy.
All right, here goes Manuel Paulich, the Austrian. Soft away from him, so a contrast to his opening wave, but allows him to get out and get manoeuvring and just build up his campaign. Even if that doesn't remain in his top 2 as a significant number, momentum is a bit more with him now.
Yeah, and you could see the board, he didn't push down on the board. He wasn't forcing the board and struggling against the board so much. It was a little bit calmer and allowed the board to run, and we saw the board start to accelerate and build speed. So good signs there.
Austria, just one of our 61 nations competing at the World Surfing Games. And that incredible story continues to grow. It really is cool to see the teams from all over the world and just united by surf culture, but all unique and individual in the way they go about preparing themselves. I mean, we talk about ourselves about surfing being an individual sport as well, and the personality coming across, expressing yourself on the wave, but also some of those national characteristics as well in terms of that energy, how noisy they are. But it does seem to be something that everyone shares between them, is that noise, that energy, that support on the beach, coming out of the water, whether you finish 4th or 1st, the rest of the team meeting you at the water's edge, being really vocal.
Yeah. Uplifting.
Someone that's known to be quite vocal in the best of ways. Brian Toth, such a cool character in surfing. And there's that fast twitch reaction. See him adjust his feet. And a much smaller wave. He doesn't really like it. I don't think he was particularly pleased with himself for waiting that long and then getting that wave.
It wasn't a priority wave. You know, that's you know, if you were in 3rd or 4th priority and you caught that, worth a try. But from 1st priority, or high in that priority rotation, you really got to make it count, because like we just said, you might only get it 4 times. You might only have that control 3 or 4 times in the heat, and every time you have to have it, you have to make it count.
Here goes Jude Gomez, Trinidad and Tobago. Decent looking inside left for him. Snap out with plenty of spray, but he'll just maybe push a little too hard and he'll go down. It'll be an incomplete ride for Jude. 11 minutes 40 to go in this heat. Brian Toth's number. It's just a smaller score for him, but it's consolidating his position. He's in first place. Bit of a right-hander here for our Austrian, Polic. And he'll bury that rail and recover that turn to get another snap done. And then once again, joining up the dots real well.
Yeah, you can see the progression, can't you? Every wave he has surfed, it's looked better, looked calmer, more controlled. That on the backhand, plenty of opportunities, and that last turn was a great way to finish. Always, you know, in the judges' minds, the first turn is going to be ordinarily on the biggest section of the wave. That's where the biggest points will come. If you can manage that inside, keep the energy and the enthusiasm and the attention of the judges into a big last turn down the inside, that's when the big points will come.
Much better way for the Kiwi here. And he'll try and just overcook it for a finishing turn. You see all of that energy was heading towards that section. It's about make it quite a snap decision and exactly how you're going to go about attacking it. And he pushed pretty hard, but it will be an incomplete ride for him. Sitting in second. Prior to that number coming in, we'll get down towards the halfway point of the heat, our third heat of the morning. Key takeaways, BL, from this morning, and we're going to keep talking about it, but just the quality and the consistency of the surf on offer here.
Yeah, it is the ideal competitive venue with the 2 breaks that you have so in such close proximity to each other, then the consistency of this ocean. The last few days, and in previous trips, I've never heard anyone come here and see it flat. No one's ever seen it flat. Whether it gets flat, nobody in our group of hundreds of surfers, hundreds and hundreds of surfers, and employees and commentators and judges, no one's ever seen it flat, which is an astonishing point. And the small days are head high. And so we're seeing that continue here in 2025, and it's one of those elements that makes it the perfect place for an event like this. You're running 20-minute heats with 4 guys in the water. You need a lot of waves. You can't be doing that every day. There's a lot of places you just could not run an event like this. Here, it's absolutely made to measure.
El Salvador, once again, an incredible host for the World Surfing Games. We're absolutely delighted to be back here. Witness what's going to go down early on in competition, really only day 2, so plenty yet to unfold, but already not really surprised to see kind of statement performances from some of our more established performers. Also mixed in with that, we're seeing new chapters being written. We're seeing some emerging talents, maybe surfers that we've seen in the juniors, really try and step up to do it on this stage. To be able to do it with the support of your team, maybe makes them a little more comfortable and able to achieve their best. Here goes Brian Toth from above. We'll watch him on the right. Backhand on the other side of the pig, Jude Gomez.
I'd be disappointed again in a first priority situation and a wave that wasn't worth catching, essentially. So you can see the pressure even for Brian Toth, someone who has competed so many of these events, across the QS, Challenger, all of those different tiers of professional surfing. He's had exposure to them all over the decades, and it's still a scary situation having to pick the right waves, because the quality of the wave largely determines the quality of the performance and the score that you're going to get for that performance.
This one relatively tight in terms of requirements of the chasing surfers in 3rd or 4th. They don't need big numbers at all, do they? They're in the 3s at the moment, but just maybe slightly more lully And that is a little bit more time going off the clock as you're waiting for a score, but it's also a little bit more time for maybe some of those mental issues to come into play as well. And maybe if you have made a little mistake, or your map that you had in your mind of the way the heat was going to go, it hasn't gone that way, that can start to become involved.
Oh, 100%. I mean, as you become experienced in the game, you recognise that you can win all sorts of different ways, and there's no one way to do it. And you can find some confidence and comfort in the fact that it's okay. You know, you can keep your faith because you understand that, you know, it only takes a few minutes to take yourself into the lead.
Let's get down and hear from the Pink Panther, winner of the last heat with Rachel.
Thank you so much, you guys. Brian, congratulations. A hometown hero here representing El Salvador. Talk to me about how it feels to have the ISA World Surfing Games back in your country after it being out of the country for a few years.
Yeah, it's been, for me, always like, we are so grateful to have this event here, and especially we have a lot of countries from different parts of the world. Like, we are so blessed to have you guys here and share our wave. We have so many good waves around this country, little country, but we have so many good spots. Like, every day we have waves. That's the good thing about El Salvador. Like, you know, if you come to El Salvador, you 100% going to have waves, like 100%. So we are pleased to have you guys here, and yeah, it's pumping right now. It's been pumping like last 5 days. So and I think the next couple of days are gonna get good too. So we have a lot of waves to come.
Yeah, absolutely. We're very excited for it. We've been calling this the wave machine. You know, being here in your country and watching you come up, having everyone come around you, take photos, cheering for you from the beach. How does that feel to have your country so proud of you already to be here representing?
Yeah, for me it's a pleasure to represent my country. It's a pleasure, like, just to see two other kids right now looking at me like I want to be like Brian Perez in the next few years. So for me that's a blessing that God gives to me, and then I just enjoying every time that I can be at home, especially like with my whole family, with my whole people that see me grow up here in this country. And yeah, super stoked to be here. Grateful again, grateful with God, and grateful with my team too. Super stoked to have this thing. It's a beautiful thing. We've been pushing each other like every day to get better and better. Like, we have Marcelo, my coach Castellano, and then we've been training, trying board, surfing like every condition, and yeah, it's just grateful to be here again.
Yeah, well, we're so happy to see you out in the water representing the country. You know, okay, so we're competing here at Labocon and El Sunzal. If you were to recommend as a local anywhere else that you would say to go surf, or any other thing to visit while you're here?
The good thing about El Salvador is a small country. You can go, if you want to go to the volcano, you go to the volcano and get back and get a session. So like, you can do a lot of different stuff in El Salvador. You can go to the waterfalls and get back to surf. It's super close, you know. Like, maybe you can surf early, and then you can go to the volcanoes or see something different on the city. It's beautiful, the city now, super safe, and then the wave always good. So like, you have a lot of spots to surf. We have Sonte, K59, 61, Misata, Bocana, Sunsal, Pocal, Punta Ro, so many good waves. We have La Flores and Punta Mango too, one of the best waves we have here. So if you come to El Salvador, you 100% going to have fun. And if you wanna see something different or do something different, you can go to the city or go to the volcano, go to the waterfall. But the wave's always gonna be good.
Perfect, thanks, guys. Back in the booth, I think we have our new things to put on our list to go visit. So thank you so much, Brian.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And I'll throw it back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. Yeah, Brian, how good.
It felt good. And we know what this means to the people of El Salvador and the commitment made to them, to President Bukele by ISA, to help them with the rebuilding of a nation and using surfing to do that. It's a beautiful story, and you can see the stoke that he shares, and the fact that, you know, he says 100% you're going to get waves. It's kind of true. You know, you hear that a lot. You can go to the North Shore of Oahu to Hawaii and get skunked. Maybe. But, you know, here there's a consistency that is unlike anywhere else in the world.
Brian Perez Delighted with his performance and to represent his nation. A strong squad from them this year. They're just one of many stories unfolding at the ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Out in the water right now, surfing out of Puerto Rico. Brian Toth, he's leading the heat, but not in huge numbers. Here's live action. Karaiti Fougere, the Kiwi. Good looking left. He's picked really good waves.
Yeah, the incompletions are really hurting, and he's in a difficult position. He's in that second place, but a 3 and a 3.8 for the surfers in third and fourth. Precarious situation. He needed to complete that one and build on the 2.33 with such little time left.
Unable to get the connection for the finishing turn once again, and he's leaving points out there at the moment. It's not costing him in terms of where he is in his position just because of the numbers from third and fourth, but you could definitely envision someone making a move for a 3. I mean, it really is just 3s are the requirements. Manuel capable of that. Jude as well.
Could be one turn, a big enough turn. You can get that in one turn on one wave, and so you're in second place. You've used your priority. The surfers in green, you see there, for Austria's got priority 1. Time ticking by. There's the Trinidad and Tobago team.
So there's surfer Jude Gomez. Doesn't need a crazy number. 3.8, the requirement for him. Just want to get something locked in with a little bit more quality on it. He has been the busier of our quartet in the water, 5 waves ridden, but he hasn't been able to bust out of those low numbers so far. Meanwhile, priority move for Manuel. Crucial wave. He needs a 3, and he'll carve hard all the way back. A little whip off the whitewash section. So a 3.01, that requirement. He used that priority, so good heat smarts in terms of where he was and essentially whose turn it was on the wave. Is he going to be able to turn in terms of move up to an advancing position? 3.01, that requirement.
Yeah, 10 seconds on the clock. He's definitely not getting another wave. It's going to come down to that particular ride. I feel like there wasn't enough in it. It was a little bit short. If he'd taken off right at the very peak of the wave, perhaps there was going to be enough in it, but he was just that little bit wide. Kind of looked like it was a defensive move as much as it was an attacking move to block the other surfer, and then the cutback was nice, but perhaps not enough. Judges agree, 1.93.
It'll come in under. We're out of time here. It will be Brian Toth will get the win, and it will be Karaiti Fougere, the Kiwi, will advance with him. Not a classic in terms of performances in that particular heat. You're going to get them, but it's all about staying alive in the main part of the draw. Tothi will get the win. Looking forward to a chat with him. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back from that break, we'll bring in Chris Cote and True Starling for the call. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, surf fans. It's the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with True Starling. We're very excited to bring you the action, and action is exactly what we've been seeing all morning, True. It's pumping. I mean, we've been saying that all day yesterday, and I'm sure we're going to be saying it all week.
Yeah, this place just, it never fails to produce, for sure. We've seen so many good waves surfed yesterday. There was a massive storm overnight. We heard Barton talking about it earlier, and we woke up this morning to, once again, beautiful conditions.
No doubt. It's on. It's safe to say.
Oh, yeah.
Here at the ISA World Surfing Games, Surf City El Salvador always provides. We've got a fun heat in the lineup right now. Colombia, South Africa, Team USA, Romeo Chavez, Thomas Lindhorst, and Luke Guinaldo. So this is really an illustration of what you're going to see all week long here at the ISA World Surfing Games. International heat, 61 nations represented here. And True, so far it's been so good. Day one was absolutely packed with incredible performances. We saw that on the ISA social media pages. Some amazing photography, every angle covered. And
Yeah.
it's like every day you just start this train back up, and it's rolling in a big way this morning.
Oh, it really is. I mean, yesterday was huge. There was 8s, 7s plus dropped in, if not every heat, like 90% of the heats yesterday. There was just so much going on. The waves were just producing all day. There was still a little bit of swell. We woke up this morning to, still a bit of a bump in that too, which is so nice. And you can see just a beautiful canvas for the surfers to really just, show their personality on. And I think yesterday, one of the highlight heats for me was Keiji Onishi getting an 867 and a 717, but this one right now, Romeo, he's already opened up pretty strong.
Yeah, Romeo is an amazing surfer. We've seen him, of course, here at ISA competition, but also on the QS level. This kid from Colombia will fly if given the proper section. And they're just a nice, clean finish, riding out of a section that has really wreaked havoc on nearly every one of the hundreds of competitors that have approach that inside section. Not an easy place to ride out because that's where the power really converges, but Romeo did a great job here, a completed ride.
Yeah, beautiful wave, really opening up through that first arc as well and getting a nice second one. You can kind of see it slopes down a little bit, but he did well to kind of pace himself through to the inside and just absolutely belting it there. I mean, he's already locked in that 4.83 to start off, so that's a really good backup. And we saw some moments yesterday where it was kind of difficult to get that second wave, but this is that first turn, really smooth, lots of power, and that push off the back foot, just really good pivot. And the read through the inside, he did so well to come through here and just bide his time. Bang, that was his, I think that was his first wave, the 4.83. I mean, pretty carbon copies to start, and then Luke, wow, dropping a huge score to start off for Team United States.
Geez, an 817. That's exactly how you want to start your campaign here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Luke getting the call up for Team USA, who have fielded a bi-coastal team. Some surfers from California, some surfers from the East Coast as well. Luke, I mean, this kid's already a superstar in the social media landscape. Looking at his TikTok, he has 2.3 million subscribers.
Wow.
So definitely a presence on social media, and he's backing it up with how good he surfs. I mean, there are certain social media influencers you're watching and you're like, okay, well, but can he or she surf?
Yeah.
Well, in the case of Luke, absolutely shreds. That's one of the highest single wave scores we've seen of this entire event so far.
Yeah, wow, and you can just see exactly why it was rewarded that. I mean, power surfing from Luke on this wave, the slow-mo just highlighting the technicalities of his surfing, and yeah, as you said, Chris, just really letting his surfing do the talking in this one. Gets that finish. I mean, there would have been big whistles, big cheers down on the beach because that was pretty dramatic to finish that one off, and he'd be feeling good as well to start this one off really strong. Gets this nice backup as well. He finds one of those mystic rights. We didn't see too many yesterday, and I felt like there was a couple that were really good that were left unridden. Just eyes off this section and absolutely belts it to get a finish. Wow. He is showing up and blowing up.
I mean, he's answering a lot of questions with every single turn he does. You see how powerful he is. You see how precise he is and where he puts his turns. And I got to give a lot of credit to Luke and to Romeo. Just the finishing maneuvers on their waves show us that they are in control of what's happening in the lineup. Now we see Thomas Lindhorst. So this heat's stacked. I mean, any one of these surfers could eventually go very deep in this contest. You see, this is kind of like, you have these 3 surfers in the water, each one of them rising to the occasion, each one of them fully aware of the importance of surfing your best here at the ISA World Surfing Games, because not only are you doing it for yourself, name recognition out there, of course, big scores, that gold medal for the individuals at the end of the week, but also just the pride of doing it for your team. You know, you look to the beach, you see your flags flying, your coaches, your teammates are all looking right at you. It's definitely added pressure, but can also mean added performance when you rise to the occasion of what the team's goals are set for you.
Oh, for sure. You know, as soon as you get those uniforms and you're like, oh, I'm wearing the Team Australia uniform or the Team United States uniform, and you're just going, okay, I've got it on and it's here and I'm ready, and then the nerves kick in and you're like, well, okay, I'm really here and I'm really doing this. And then you start going, it's not just about me, it's about, you know, showing up for my team and watching all of those heats and being down at the beach and, you know, sacrificing that time that maybe you're used to doing just for yourself, and being a full team player in these moments. And I think it really it brings out the best in a lot of the competitors as well, and it's really doing that for Luke. An 817 and a 627. I mean, he may as well come in on those first 2 waves.
I mean, safe to say that is one of, if not the highest heat total of the event so far. So Team USA feeling good about their pick. Saw Owen Moss yesterday from North Carolina come through swinging. He had a really solid heat win. I believe you did the post-heat interview with Owen. Feeling like this team is, it's weird to say they're a team of underdogs because they're all such good surfers and they're all coming here with a lot of wins already behind them. But they're not, you know, the superstars that we're used to seeing from Team USA, but definitely a team to watch out for in the overall team standing. So with 11 minutes to go, let's go down to the boardwalk. We got Rachel Tilley standing by.
Thank you so much, you guys. Brian, congratulations. A heat win, round 1. We're getting going. We were just chatting about your performance last year in Puerto Rico at the ISA World Surfing Games, your home country. Now we're in El Salvador. We're back on kind of the start of another Olympic
journey.
Yeah. Talk to me about how you're feeling here.
I'm feeling great. It's good to be back. I wasn't going to come, and my nephew was just egging me on. He's like, come on, you got to do it. We got to be on the same team just before you really quit from surfing. And I'm glad to be back. I've had other interviews and stuff. I think I came back a little over 15, 20 years ago with a couple buddies at Punta Roca, and I've seen such a great evolution happening here and stuff, and it's always great to come back.
Well, it's a quick round for you guys here, going from round 1. You've just won your heat here, obviously. You're going to be competing shortly over at El Sunzal, a very different wave. Talk to me about what's going through your mind right now in that quick turnaround and preparing, readjusting for competing at El Sunzal.
For me, I kind of like it because I'm already heated up. I got the first round out of the way, and we've been practicing both areas, so it's not like a shock to get out there and not know the lineup. So I kind of came already prepared with that, and I like it because then I'm already warmed up. I already got my feet in the wax, and I'm ready for the next one. Like the anticipation, waiting till the next day. Then you get the nerves coming in and stuff like that, but here you're just like the nerves are already gone and get back straight into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you have so much more going for you at home as well. You're a dad, you're a firefighter, you have so much going back home at Puerto Rico. Is there anything you'd like to say back to everyone supporting you?
Mis amores en Puerto Rico, Boricua, lo quiero un montón, gracias por el apoyo siempre. Vamos para la próxima, todo el equipo pasó ayer y vamos de nuevo hoy. Lo quiero.
Thank you so much, Brian, and back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, team. So, True, are you familiar with Onk Energy?
No, enlighten me.
So Onk Energy, uncle energy,
uncle.
like the uncle that comes through and provides that energy.
Yes.
Tati is literally living that Onk Energy dream. His nephew's on the team, and he's doing it for the unks out there. And I kind of put myself in that category.
Yeah.
40-somethings, still surfing, still trying to be positive inspirations for the people around them, not just the younger generation, but the other 40-somethings.
Yeah. I love this. I love the Unk energy. Can we get like an Aunt energy as well? Something
Definitely.
like that.
I think Aunties came
power.
first, you know?
Yeah, it's full power.
Well, this is a different type of power. This is Luke power. I mean, this kid right here has really shown us something. The poise, the consistency. He hasn't fallen yet in this heat, and he just had another big finish there. So Luke Winaldo is making Team USA proud right now. Right behind him, 17-year-old Romeo Chavez. I mean, I feel like these three surfers in the lineup are feeding off each other in a way we haven't seen yet in this iteration of the World Surfing Games. It's every wave is improving. Now it's up to Thomas Lindhorst to keep that trend going.
Yeah, I love when you get heats like this and everyone's like, wait, there's an 817 or I've got a 617. I can push for that. And I love when you see that, that energy feeding and everyone's just like, hey, I need to, really push for that first place, or I want to push for that excellent score. I feel like it makes for such a great rivalry, and it's really good surf watching as well. But even like going back to what Brian was saying too, he's got another heat to surf at Elson's Up, and it's a completely different wave. He's going to be surfing pretty soon. It's a quick turnaround. I think from heats now up until 32, they'll be heading over there and surfing another heat this afternoon. That's a big day. 2 heats, having to adjust, adapt to the conditions and change from going left to right. There's so much that goes into it. But he's like, yeah, it's all good. I'm not even worried about it.
Yeah, I mean, other than the water temps and the air temps, these are 2 polar opposite waves.
Yeah.
You go over to El Sunzal, which you can click the link and check out what's happening up there with scores and with our technical beach announcers as audio. Hey, there's SK. Way down the beach, our camera crew has been on it.
Yep.
There's not a drop of spray that has been missed. These guys and gals on the production crew are top notch. We've been watching all the action, and again, check out ISA Surf on all social media applications because there's amazing photos up already today. The highlights from yesterday are super sick. So just get caught up. It's like a preview before you dive into that new Netflix series that you want to watch. That's what our social media is for. It gives you the rundown of what happened yesterday and previews what happened today. Well, I think a lot of eyeballs were on this heat because Luke Winaldo, I mean, this kid's a social media superstar. But right now, he's a surf star.
Yeah.
Absolutely dominating. 16.17 total. Pair of 8s there. But watch out, Romeo Chavez. Lip sliding. So that's the first, that's really like the first fall we've seen in this entire heat. Are you kidding me? Here goes Luke again. True.
Oh my goodness. He is just backing every wave up. That first turn, huge. I mean, he can't really put a foot wrong in this heat, Chris. It is insane. Wow, that power behind that last turn. The confidence is just oozing from him.
Yeah, with 5 minutes to go, I mean, Luke Winaldo is dominating this heat. Romeo Chavez is keeping him honest for sure. Thomas Lindhorst with a 417.80 as his backup, not quite keeping the pace, the blistering pace, I could say, being set right now by Luke Winaldo. And what a way to arrive. When I saw Luke's name on the draw, I go, oh, well, I know this kid surfs good, but I was more familiar with what I'd seen on social media. But again, I mean, he is proving that he is 100% a surfer to be respected in the lineup because he's going off right now.
Oh, absolutely. This is his last wave. I mean, seriously, he is just so in tune with this wave and the pace of it as well. He's not putting a foot wrong. Wow, I love that turn there. He's just... Yesterday, even we found people like kind of surfing outside the pace of the wave, but he's just so in tune with what's going on. This is the 8-point ride that we saw him drop not too long ago as well. This 2-turn combination, big turns, big scores. You don't have to do too much, and he got so well rewarded for it.
I'd love to know if he's surfed here before because it looks like he was born here. I mean, he's reading this wave perfect. I've probably surfed out here 20 times, and I'll tell you, it takes about 50 times to really feel comfortable at La Bocana because this wave, on screen, it looks super fun, rippable, and it is. But in the context and the span of a 20-minute heat, not an easy way to figure out. We saw elite level surfers yesterday literally paddling in circles out here, not able to find waves till 12, 15 minutes has passed. But Luke went out there and he's already dropping a pair of 7s or pair of 8s. And he still has 3 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Sometimes you just have those heats where you're just the wave magnet, you know? And I've even remember, like, in so many moments, Macy Callahan actually really stands out for me. In every event, she just couldn't do anything wrong. Wherever she would go, she'd paddle and where there would be no waves, and waves would just pop up and start just really pulsing towards her, and you're just like, what is going on? And it feels like Luke is that right now. No matter where he goes, no matter what he does, he is so in rhythm and in tune with these waves, and it's just, I mean, look at those scores, an 8.17 and an 8. That is huge combinations, probably the best that we've seen in the event so far.
Yeah, and I just love the confidence that he's surfing with right now. You know, I think being a social media celebrity is you actually kind of add extra pressure on yourself.
For
of
sure.
course, I mean, this kid's getting the last laugh, right? He's making probably a really nice living
Yeah.
through social media and, you know, global superstar for sure. With that, of course, comes the negative stuff every once in a while. But for him, it's like this is a performance that is going to prove to a lot of people that, yeah, he has that on your phone, but in the water, I mean, he's an elite level professional surfer. And I would not be surprised to see him with a medal draped around his neck at the end of this week. There's a lot of surfing to come for sure. It's only day 2, but just the way he's surfing, I mean, don't call him an underdog anymore because Luke Ronaldo is here, and he's here to win. Yeah,
he's talking loud right now, and that's, yeah, I mean, I'm blown away. I wasn't expecting this kind of surfing, and I think, yeah, it's just huge.
It's only day 2.
I know. It's crazy. We have so much to go through. And day 1 was just, had so many fireworks. And now today it's just like completely blowing me away. And we're in heat 4 of the day already.
Luke again.
Calling it a day.
Yeah, now he's just having fun.
Yeah.
I mean, he's won the heat in the first 5 minutes.
He can go and have as many pupusas as he likes.
This is his expression session. But Romeo Chavez, I mean, this is a kid that's come up through the ISA Juniors as well as the WSL Pro Junior Series. 17 years old. I mean, he is surfing like a grown man here. He's throwing the tail. He's activating his rails. And Team Colombia, they've been, I would say, one of the most improved teams just in the past few years here at the ISA WSG level. This year, they brought Angelina De Cesare, Margarita Conde, Francesca Arevalo, Romeo, who's out in the water right now, and kind of a flip to the norm that we usually see with growing teams. They have 3 women that rip and only 1 man on the team.
Wow.
So Colombia needs to do some scouting at some of those home breaks and field 2 more men to get that full 6-surfer team. But if you're going to have 1 surfer representing, make it Romeo Chavez because this kid rips.
Yeah, and he's really been pushing back against Luke as well. Luke's just found himself on the better waves, but yeah, Romeo's been pushing back for sure.
Well, after a dominant performance from Luke Ronaldo, it's Team USA who gets the win there. Colombia comes through in 2nd place with Romeo Chavez. Thomas Lindhorst, a little bit lost at sea, but he'll have another opportunity in the repechage round, which we may see later on today, if not tomorrow morning. But a lot more surfing to come. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We will be right back. welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with True Starling. Bocana is pumping. This is podium 1. We still have men's round 1 to get through. A couple more heats here. If you want to see what's happening up at El Sunzal, our podium 2. We have the women's main event still running strong. But check this one out. Callie Vast, Olympic gold medalist, going up against Robin Keating and Jefferson Lopez. Unique to ISA competition. Those 3 nations surfing in the water. That's pretty much only going to happen here at the World Surfing Games. You got Nicaragua, Ireland, and France. And this is where you see absolute superstars of surfing going up against up-and-comers, trying to make a name for themselves.
What a heat to pull.
Yes.
To come up against the gold medalist. I mean, on this journey of going back into that Olympic qualification as well. For Cowley, you know, he's here representing France, and we're expecting big things from him in this heat, in this whole event, for sure.
He's one of the, I would say right now, of this modern era, one of the best surfers from 2 to 20 feet. And when I say 20 feet, that can be 20 feet thick, the waves that he surfs at Chopo. And, you know, he is one of the few humans on planet Earth that actually feels comfortable surfing Chopo's switch stance.
Yeah.
You know, to be that comfortable
totally
at a wave
normal.
that gnarly is a different type of thing. And he does huge airs. He's got every turn in the book. I think he is built for potentially another medal in the upcoming Olympics, but also a huge berth here at the ISA World Surfing Games. And he started off the 517, but now we're watching Jefferson Lopez, ripping surfer out of Nicaragua. Seen some big performances from Jefferson in past events here at Central and South America region. And just a victim of a weird bump. And that is something that has, again, wreaked havoc on the entire field, that inside section. Whether it's running away from you, whether it's bump coming up the face, or the convergence of those 2 big white waters, not an easy place to ride out clean. So no harm, no foul there for Jefferson Lopez. He's going to start off with a 2.53 and a 2.50. Cowley with a 5.17, and Keating from Ireland comes through at a 0.90.
Yeah, slow starts for Keating, but he's got the time. There's still 16 minutes, so it's plenty of time. There's some really, really good quality waves coming through as well. And I feel like, you know, yesterday we saw some really good waves coming through. Everyone seemed to be in position, but it was just those completions that were really catching a lot of people off guard. So hopefully we can tidy that up throughout day 2.
Well, we got 15:40 to go. Surfers resetting themselves in the lineup. That's going to give us the chance to go down to the boardwalk and catch up with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, guys. Luke, congratulations. What a phenomenal performance. You just got the highest heat total of the event so far, an 8.0 and an 8.17. Talk to me about how you're feeling right now.
I feel really good. I'm super nervous. This is my first ISA. I was super nervous before the heat, but yeah.
Well, your first ISA, you know, it's a big deal. It's a world championship event. You know, you're going not only for an individual gold medal, but you're here representing Team USA and trying to bring back a team medal for the country. How does it feel to be a part of that camaraderie?
Oh my gosh, it's magical. It's literally been my dream since I was a little kid. I never got to go on the juniors, but yeah, just it's such an honor to represent my country. Like, it's probably one of the greatest honors, like, to do the sport that I love and represent the country that I'm from.
Yeah, well, coming from Huntington Beach, you know, this wave is very different to your local spots at home. How did you prepare for this? How did you get comfortable for this?
Oh my gosh. Well, we have like the best team ever over at USA Surfing. We got Coach Simo, Coach Morgan, and then we have like a bunch of other just great people, Tracy, Becky, and just the whole team is like has such good vibes, and so it just comes super naturally. Like we're just being who we are, and that's good enough, I guess, to prepare. We've done all the work our whole lives, really. So.
Well, the work is paying off. In 8.17, I'm going to have you look at the screen and talk me through when they play your wave.
I can't see it.
It's
okay.
coming up. It's coming up. There we go.
Okay.
Can you see?
Big wrap. Brad Gerlach taught me that with WaveKey. I've been coaching with him, so that's how I know how to do that. And bottom turn, also WaveKey. But yeah, I mean, I was just in the flow, like, I'm just performing. I'm not really trying to compete. I just want to surf how I would want to surf normally in a free surf. And yeah, I just felt really good out there. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, and the waves are so fun too. Like, I just love surfing. So I was just surfing.
Yeah, well, beautiful power surfing there. You obviously surfed exactly to what the judges are looking for. You're looking really comfortable. Talk to me about having that confidence to do so. You know, as you're saying, you're trying to just surf like yourself, surf really comfortably out there, but that takes confidence. So talk to me about how you reach that mental game to prepare in that way.
Honestly, I was super scared before I went out. Like, of course, anyone would be like...
Well, how do you combat that?
Well, you just tell yourself the truth. Tell yourself, I know I've prepared. I know I've done everything that I needed to do. I know I'm a good surfer. I've done all the things to get me. Just to be here, I'm already a champion, you know? And and it doesn't matter, honestly, to me, it doesn't matter win or lose. It's just the experience, like good, bad, like that's just it's life.
Well, it's paying off. Highest heat total of the event so far. Congratulations, 2 excellent scores. Good luck for the next one. I know you're going to be heading over to El Sunzal to prepare for your next heat, so good luck for it.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Rachel. Yeah, congrats, Luke. Like that interview right there. I mean, pretty much just puts his cards all out on the table, just saying, look, I'm not trying to go out there and like surf a heat. I just want to surf. And that mentality paid off well for him. And I've seen him in real life. I mean, he's built. He's a strong kid. I think he's going to do damage throughout this entire event. You know, we saw a quick look at his backhand, which he's going to have to lean on over at El Sunzal. But watch out for Luke Winalo. He has arrived. And speaking of that, Kelly Vost. Talk about a lightning fast surfer. He was just on a left during that interview. Now he's on a quick right. So he's got a 5.17 and a 3.33. And he's just making it look easy right now, as usual for Kelly Vost.
Yeah, he's in flow out there. He's got such a great connection with the ocean wherever he goes. And that 3.33, it was just that one turn, but I really liked it. I thought it was lethal. And he had a little bit of extra just kick to it as well. And I mean, add an extra turn onto that and you're looking at a pretty big score. But going back to Luke in that last heat and the mindset that he was just talking about, that's a really, really deadly mindset to be in, and it's hard, you know. Coming up against other competitors, they'll be looking at that and being like, oh, he's surfing free, and someone doing exactly that. I mean, Cowley, his backside is so strong, and he's got some really good pivots as well. He can really find those great steep vertical sections. We'll see him potentially up again at El Sunzal later, depending on how he goes in this heat, but right now he's in that front spot, and I just feel like, you know, he's coming to make a statement in this event for Cowley.
No doubt, Francis fielded an incredible team this year. Here we go, Robin Keating. Team Ireland. Nicely done here. His forehand reading this wave really well, all the way through the inside. Couple big turns out the back, and just can't quite hang on for the finish. Team Ireland, I would say one of those teams you put on the list of most improved team over the past 3 or 4 years. Of course, right now being led by Garage McDade, who's coming off a big victory as your 2025 men's Irish champion, as well as European champion. They've also got Maya Monaghan, Robin Keating, who's out in the lineup right now, Odin Villarreal. So Ireland coming through with another stacked team. And you've just seen, you know, that flag going up the rankings throughout ISA competition. So I'm looking for some big things, big finishes from Team Ireland. And Robin Keating, he'll be on the board after that last one.
I don't actually know too much. Do you know much about the surf that's over in Ireland? Because I don't know a whole lot about it.
Well, from what I've seen on video, it's gnarly. I mean,
it looks scary.
Yeah, it's kind of like you've seen these images and glimpses of waves that look like Chopo. With full suit, hood, booties, and gloves.
Awesome.
Adding to the gnarliness of it. I've seen Garage in some huge barrels over there. They have a really just insanely talented, heavy water community there. You know, I've seen visiting surfers like Tom Lowe and Nathan Florence go over there and have a dig in some of those waves in Ireland, and I mean, it's a different world.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'd love to go there and visit. I'm not going to surf those waves. I don't know if there's any fun beach breaks in the area, which I like.
Maybe
to go
something
to.
a little bit nicer.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know about the booties, gloves, and a hood. I'm not a booties kind of girl, but you know what? If it's a fun, playful kind of day, maybe you get out there. But I mean, it would be a complete shock to the system to come over here and just be in boardies for Team Ireland. It's, you know, even that I feel like is an adjustment when you're so used to surfing and it's really cold, and then you come somewhere and it's really hot. Like, it's hot out here. You're literally getting your heart rate worked up just from paddling out, you know. They have to adjust to that. It's pretty hectic.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's the opposite environment. You know, Cali Voss, living in Tahiti, he knows about surfing in warm water. Jefferson Lopez from right around the corner in Nicaragua. I mean, this is basically the same ocean.
They're bread and butter.
Yeah, they're right there. But, you know, for Robin, and I remember my first time really seeing and hanging out and talking to the, you know, Team Ireland. I believe it was in a juniors event in Brazil. And they had the full squad there. And you could tell the first couple of days, I mean, they were acclimating. And I'm talking to them, I'm like, you guys brought enough sunblock? You brought rash guards? You brought hats? You brought everything? They're like, we're ready. And still, you know, I think 90% of the team got their a good taste of that central and South American sun.
Yeah.
There were some epic
It catches you
sunburns.
by surprise.
Yeah. But they, you know, you live and learn, and they're well coached. And Garage comes through with a lot of experience, so he's no doubt talking to the team. And, you know, Robin Keating, he's in the club I'm in. He's in that 40 and up club. Robin Keating coming through, 40 years old. Yeah, Unk. He's mostly a free surfer from the west coast of Ireland. Full-time self-employed cabinet maker and family man. And I love that story. You know, some of the surfers, the veteran surfers we'll call them, this is their vacation, right? You know, they work hard all year long. They get to call up to be on the team. They're like, yes, you know, put the tools down, grab your board, and put on a performance for your team. And he said, I like this quote. He says, I'm late to the competitive surfing party, but he found his feet qualifying for the Irish national team. He is supported by his wife, Lexi, his daughters, Sam, Lana, and of course his friends, family, and community. So well supported by the crew. And if you're watching out there, Sam, Lana, Dad's ripping. He's got a 247 right now, looking for a backup. But he's got plenty of time, 5 minutes, 40 seconds left. And he is working on his vacation.
Yeah.
Lexi, his wife.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
He's still working.
He's putting in the hard work.
Yeah. He's showing up. He's doing all the things, ticking the preparation boxes.
We are in a tropical paradise, but this is not easy.
Yep.
What Robin Keating is attempting to do. He's surfing against one of the best surfers in the world, Cali Voss, Olympic gold medalist, current Challenger Series competitor for WSL, and Jefferson Lopez from Nicaragua is a rising star of our sport. So Dad's job is not easy right now.
Yeah. And he's making it work. He's doing good. And I just feel like, you know, in this last, 5 minutes that we've just had gone in this last 10 minutes of the heat, I feel like it's the first moment of break that we've seen from the ocean.
Yeah.
The first little
mini lull.
You know, Cali, he's got that 5.17 and a 4.6, and from the standards of that last heat, it's just a complete change in what the oceans was producing from before that to now. And sometimes you just see that happen, but I just feel like, you know, Cali he's probably happy to be in the lead right now quite comfortably, but I think he's hoping to push into that excellent range.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, you know Cali Voss. You know he strives for excellence on every wave he surfs. Well, Jefferson Lopez is part of the star-studded team from Nicaragua, and if you ever wanted to surf Popoyo, this week's a good week to do it, because all the Popoyo Groms are here competing. You've got Candelaria Rosano, who I know you've seen surf. You probably surfed against her in the past. She's an absolute ripper. Jefferson Lopez is in the water right now. We got Steven Castillo, Oscar Guzman. So 3 men for Team Nicaragua. Only one female surfer, but when your one female surfer is Candelaria Rosano, you are in good hands because she's already proven many times that she is a threat in any type of wave. She is your Hawaiian regional champion for the under 13, so a couple years back. But I think the first time I saw Candelario compete in an ISA event, she was 8 years old.
Wow.
So she's literally grown up through the ISA series. And she is just, I mean, every event she comes back just better and better. So can't wait to see what she does in this contest. 3 minutes left, Callie Voss in the lead. Here comes a set rolling through. And when I say rolling through, I mean steamrolling through. All surfers got caught by that one.
It's easy to get caught off guard out there as well. Some of those just clean-up sets roll through and it just catches everyone out. And yeah, unfortunately, no one was really in position. There was some beautiful lines on that one too. 8 years old though, wow, that is, I don't even think I was surfing at 8. That's absolutely amazing. And to be now, like coming to this event, she's probably feeling so comfortable here. And then to be supporting the rest of the team for Nicaragua, yeah, that's really incredible.
2 minutes, 29 seconds to go. So the first mini lull of the week lasted about a minute. And now we're back to our usually scheduled program of waves pulsing through here at La Bocana. The rights are open for business. We've only seen a handful of rights ridden this morning. But as that tide pushes, there's that sweet spot for the rights with the tide that's low pushing up. Right now, the right's very shallow, and it's deceptively shallow. On that inside, you literally could be doing your finishing turn over dry rocks.
Yeah.
So you want a little bit of water, a little bit more tide for those rights to really come alive. Same can be said for those lefts. You know, you get that finishing move, you better get out of that wave quick because as you can see on the bottom of your screen, those are just wet, slippery rocks about a centimeter deep of water. So watch your fins, watch your ankles. We've already seen some surfboards, leashes, and fins just blown apart by that inside section.
Oh, it's hectic. But when you're out there and you're surfing for yourself and for your team, you just go for it anyway. No, you don't leave anything out in the water. Yeah, but there's definitely some landmines in there for sure that is just going to wreak some havoc throughout the day. And it was actually interesting to note too, I don't think you can see too much of the distance on screen, but Callie is so far to the right of screen, and then both Jefferson and Robin are so far to the left, just hustling each other.
And here's Jefferson on kind of a tough wave to surf, at least at the beginning. So he gets around that section. Cool looking board beneath him. Big section.
Wow.
That's how you manage that bucking Bronco that's coming at you. Perfectly timed. And you saw him kind of just start to coil up and not only prepare to add pressure, but also to receive pressure with that big oncoming whitewater section. So great finish for Jefferson Lopez right there.
Yeah, wow. And that timing, that like little beat of patience off the bottom, and he's like, okay, full power. It was just, yeah, that was really well connected there for him. And what a moment as well, you know. We talk about like surfing as feelings and moments, and that was, yeah, definitely a highlight for me in that heat. I mean, this one turn, you can see he just identifies it really quickly, and he's like, oh, okay, cool. And he just waits his time. He gains that speed because he needs to go into it. That beat of patience there to just absolutely annihilate that last section. Wow.
I don't think he could have placed that layback anywhere better.
No.
It was perfectly placed right there. And so he'll get full credit for that. You know, kind of the little additional bail at the end. That's not going to hinder his scoreline. I think that's going to be a nice way to solidify his second place finish. Well, Callie Voss gets through at the win. We got Nicaragua at second and Ireland in third, heading to the repechage round. A lot more surfing to come. Don't go anywhere. More superstar heats coming up right around the corner. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025 edition. This is day 2 of competition, but we're still in round 1. That's because we have over 290 surfers competing. This one's going to be fun. Samuel Reedy from Costa Rica, Beric de Vries returns for Team Netherlands, Benjamin Stuller from Slovakia, and we've got Camaro coming through from Senegal. So a true international superheat here. Starting off with Beric de Vries. This guy is an absolute hammer, super powerful. And he's been around the world and back with his surfboard, achieved the highs and lows of a professional surfing career, and it looks to me like he's surfing as good as ever. So welcome back to ISA competition, Beric de Vries. You know, he was a coach for Team Netherlands last year or the year before, but I think he got his act together and thought, you know what? Why don't I just put this jersey on and show my team how it's done?
Seriously, coach is just, lighting the flame for Team Netherlands. I mean, wow, that was pretty aggressive surfing from Beric. I mean, you know, when you transition from competing to coaching, you start to really see all the different technicalities, and just so even those simple things, it makes such a big difference, the 1%ers. And for Beric, he's really putting that into practice for sure.
I want to say that this is the Netherlands' best team that I've seen yet in ISA competition. They got Beric de Vries, so they have that veteran knowledge and that powerhouse kind of, you know, leader.
Yep.
They got Zoe Zietz, absolute ripper, you know, lives in Kauai, surfing for Team Netherlands, along with her brother Oliver Zietz, who went off yesterday. They've got Oliver Heinz, 20 years old, surfer out of Avalon Beach, Australia, flying the Netherlands flag. Tiara Vanderhulst, who, again, I think has the best turn in the history of ISA competition done right here at La Bocana. And they've got Mirna Bolsma, so a solid team for the Netherlands. I think this is going to be their highest finish ever in ISA competition. And meanwhile, Samuel Reedy from the Putumayo Nation of Costa Rica, ripping on his backhand. It's our first look at Sidi Yoro Kamara, Team Senegal. Oh, just up and into that lip. Maybe just adding a little too much pressure. Sometimes the excitement can build up if you're sitting there for 4 minutes after the horn blows. You see that first section, you want to go all out. But plenty of time left with 16 minutes. And here's Benjamin Stuller, Team Slovakia. Did you ever think you'd see a surfer from Slovakia in an international competition?
No, if I'm going to be honest, I didn't, and I'm so excited to see them in the event. I mean, 61 different nations this year for the 2025 ISA World Surfing Games. It's pretty incredible. But as you mentioned, you know, that excitement to come in with the first 4 minutes, and then you kind of just, the nerves maybe get the better, as we saw from that last one of Kamara. And it's a lot. You wait for a day and then you only have 20 minutes. That's not a lot of time, but a lot of hype.
And some of these surfers have been waiting a whole lifetime for this.
Yeah.
So for Benjamin Stuller, who we just saw, representing Team Slovakia, came through with the 110. He's doing it for the Unks out there, 42 years old. And his favorite break is in Morocco. And his surfboard is a cheap one with no dings. So he'll pretty much ride whatever you got for him. Here goes Beric de Vries. Under the lip jam right there. Doesn't like the rest of that wave, so he pulls right out. So back to Benjamin. He says, I'm stoked to be here representing my country. Started surfing in 2008.
Wow.
So it looks amazing for starting in 2008. But he's been traveling a lot, chasing waves from Peniche to Portugal. He dreams of surfing Jaws one day. You take that.
Yeah.
I'm good.
You have
That's
that
awesome.
one, thanks.
Samuel Reedy now, deep bottom turn. Oh.
There's that hype.
Almost took the goat boat out. What happened right there, True?
Just that back foot looks like it slipped off a little bit. Maybe that hype. I know Team Costa Rica has a lot of energy behind it. They've got a Olympian in that team of Leilani McGonigal as well. She actually won her heat over at podium 2 at El Sunzao a little bit earlier this morning. So there's lots of energy for Team Pura Vida. But yeah, Sam, he's a great human being. He actually owns a bio farm with his granddad, where they've got, I think, 1,000 trees in that farm, which they raise to do superfoods or something.
That's awesome.
I think.
Yeah,
I know.
You're spot on. He says He is a carbon neutral athlete.
Yes.
So he offsets his carbon footprint through nonprofit based in Costa Rica, the Community Carbon Trees. 1,000 trees that grow superfoods. This is a kid I want to be friends with when I go to Costa Rica. I want to go to this farm.
And you know what's even better? Nicest guy ever.
And
so lovely.
You're going to get fruits and vegetables from his farm.
You'll be fed.
And if you're lucky, he's a trained lifeguard and a waterfall tour guide.
Wow.
So, yes, give him a follow if you want the best trip ever. Costa Rica. It's Sam Reedy _. Nice and simple.
Speak of Sam, he's found himself on another wave. Wow, getting busy. Ooh.
Oh.
Lethal first turn, and yeah, getting into a little bit more rhythm on this one.
Yeah, by the looks of this wave, he's just one of those people who's good at everything.
Wow.
That was an absolute hammer. 4 huge turns down the line. All of them expertly placed. The judges are going to love it. And I hear the beach right now just going absolute bananas.
Yeah, Team Costa Rica are loud, and they're proud to be loud as well. I mean, I was sitting quite close to them yesterday, and I felt like I needed to put earplugs in. It was crazy, and fair enough. I mean, big whistles, big cheers for this wave, because Sam put together a great combination of turns in that one. Just perfect placement, perfect timing, and spray for miles.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun score to see drop. So at the moment, we got Beric de Vries in the lead. Reedy waiting for that score to come through. We think it's going to be a big one. Stoller sitting in third for now. And we've got Kamara from Senegal in fourth. And I will say, Costa Rica's vying for the title of most spirited team, but Senegal is right there in that conversation as well. Here's Kamara, big float. Snap float combo, adding a little drama with the airdrop into the flats. The judges are going to like that one.
Finding a little bit more flow, a bit more rhythm. I feel like, you know, sometimes you can really see people who are momentum surfers in heats and others who like to drop and wait, I guess. And for Kamara, seems like he's a momentum surfer, just catching waves, getting better as he goes. Same as Sam as well, whereas Beric just starts off really strong. And good score for Sam, 6.83.
Yep, there you go. That's how you get yourself in the lead. Now he's just looking to improve on a 2.83, so he's put himself in a great position. Beric trying to get rid of a 1.80. He can do that on the strength of one big turn. We've seen how powerful Beric de Vries is.
I wonder if he's still coaching for Team Netherlands, if he's still, you know, inputting a little bit of that power, that flair.
He's kind of an all-around coach.
Yeah,
you know? He's taken us all on his journey into sobriety. Really just put everything out there, doing his best to help as many people as possible. Meanwhile, we see Benjamin Stoller on his backhand. Team Slovakia. Raise up. Stoller's flying down the line on this one. He pulls out nice and confident. It's going to be a decent number coming through for Team Slovakia. But yeah, for Beric, if you follow him on social media, Beric. You know, he is a professional surfer, a coach, and trying to help as many people as possible on a path to sobriety. So we see a quick look there for Kamara. But yeah, you know, back to the Beric story. We saw him rising up through the ranks on the QS, the Challenger Series. We saw him get some experience on the CT as well. And right now he's in that blue jersey trying to get his situation from our technical beach announcer. So basically, if you haven't been down to a live event before, we have beach announcers that tell these surfers exactly the scores they need, how much time is left, where they are in the priority situation. That's a high-level job because they have to get that information. For us, I mean, we get to banter, talk, and have fun. These surfers in the water, they don't hear what we're saying. So thank you to all of our technical beach announcers. They're also polyglots. You know, they're giving information in multiple languages throughout the span of these heats, so some of the best in the business. We got 9 minutes left. Sammy Reedy, Pura Vida Nation of Costa Rica in the lead, that's 6.83. And what's going on here, True? Everybody's hunting for that backup score.
I know. It just seems like those first scores have been there. They've been the highlights of the heat. But yeah, the ocean, again, just having a little minute. It needs a break too. And I think Yeah, those backup scores. Yesterday we saw it kind of be pretty difficult. We even saw people get their best 2 waves in the last 2 minutes of heats yesterday, which is crazy. One that sticks out in my mind was Morgan Siblet getting that 7.67 in the last 2 minutes. So you can see that next heat they're firing up as well, getting themselves ready. Wow, big heats coming up throughout the rest of the day.
Oh, yeah. Israel, Morocco, Chinese Taipei, and Hungary in the next one. That's only found here, the ISA World Surfing Games. Truly an international heat coming up next, and an international heat in the lineup. You know, I've been watching Team Senegal for the past 5 or 6 years. Not only are they improving as a team, but they're really, I think right now, the team to watch just in terms of the African region. If there was to be a big event, you know, an ISA event in Africa, of course you think of South Africa with all the great waves there, but
yeah,
I would love to see Senegal host a big international surfing competition. Not only are the waves great, but they have proven time and time again that they would be amazing hosts. So that's my vote for an event in the future. Let's do it in Senegal. 7 minutes left. Samuel Reedy in the lead. Surfers waiting for the next set to roll through. Let's go down to the boardwalk. We got Rachel Tilley and Callie Vost.
Thank you so much, you guys. Callie, congratulations.
Thank you.
We're back at an ISA World Surfing Games. Obviously, this is the pathway to Olympic qualification. The way you qualified for the Olympics last year and traveled all the way up to your Olympic gold medal. Talk to me about how you're feeling returning back to this with that achievement under your belt.
Yeah, I'm super happy to bringing a lot of emotion, a lot of good memories, and I love this wave. I love this kind of vibe with the French team. The ISA contest is something that I really like, and yeah, I'm super happy to be here again, and yeah, I want to do a good result for sure.
Yeah, well, talking about good results, you know, what are your expectations walking into this event, not only individually, but as a team?
As a team, this is the most important for me because I have my head into the Challenger Series this year. I really want to qualify. I'm going to try to put all I have to make it. I had a little holidays at home, just 1 month. It felt really, really quick, felt like a 1 week. And, you know, yeah, I really want to do as best as we can with the team. We have a strong team, French team. So, yeah, we're going to try to do as best as I can.
Well, fantastic. I'm happy to hear it. Is there anything you'd like to say back to your friends and family at home who are supporting you back in Tahiti and France?
Yeah, thanks for watching and bring the good vibes for the rest of the team. We got a lot of surfers going to surf today, so we all yeah, go big.
Yeah, well, you're about to head over to Zinzal now to prepare.
Yes.
So good luck for that one, and we look
Thank
forward
you.
to seeing you here again.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel. Yeah, congrats, Callie, starting his campaign here. Beric DeVries, meanwhile, going off on this right. Big turn out the back. It's over the hump. Now he's flying down the line. Here's that big inside section. Good, clean finish there for Beric DeVries. And you could tell with that dismount, he knows full well how shallow and treacherous it can be over there on that right. So one of the few surfers who is a nice, clean, completed right-hander. This is a great wave.
Yeah, well, there's that backup that he's been looking for the past 10 minutes or so. And wow, the power and the precision of this wave of Bay Rigs. I mean, yeah, as you said, you could kind of tell as he kicked out of this one, he's like, yeah, that's a keeper. And that last turn, just adding a little bit of extra flair, but just enough to kind of know that the completion is pretty solid. And then, wow, for this one, for Kamara, for Team Senegal, oh, good connection there. Gets the fins out the back and a really solid finish. And yeah, as Kylie was saying, a big day for Team France. His sister, Island, is also in the team. She won her heat a little bit earlier today over at El Sunzal. So I know that was probably a good start for the French team as well to just kind of get the momentum going, get the ball rolling for day 2. It's going to be a big day.
Absolutely. We got 4 minutes left. Wait for that score to come through for Beric DeVries. It's a 4-1-3. So solidifying his second place position for now. Samuel Reedy in the lead with a 6-8-3 and that 5-3-3. Kamara, though, is making it interesting. Just dropped a 4-5-0. And he's backed that up with a 2-7-7.
He's creeping back in.
Yeah, Stoller's still in the mix as well. He's got a 1.43 and a 1.10. He needs a 7.70. Waves are out there. It's just getting yourself in that spot that can be pretty tricky, even for people that surf out here every single day. I mean, this is not an easy lineup to read. You see Stoller. Oh, he was in first priority, but by paddling for that wave, that just dropped him down to third priority. A bit of a priority mistake there, but it looked like it was going to be a good right, and then it kind of shut down a little bit, so it happens. Here we see your current leader. His backhand has been stellar throughout this heat. Samuel Reedy. You just see the solid fundamentals here, and that's what you call a commentator curse. My bad, Sam. Here goes Benjamin Stoller now. Team Slovakia up and at it. True Starling.
Wow, that's a good looking right as well, and kicks out just before it looks like it's going to clamp on him and just absolutely eat him. But oh my goodness, wow, that could have been huge. That was really nudging for the 464.
I don't know why I just yelled your name through on that wave. I just got excited. I wanted you to break down the action from Benjamin Stoller. He had a nice turn and then kind of just pulled out the back. I wouldn't personally want to tussle with that big of a closeout section on that right, and he's kind of in the middle too, so not only is it that much shallower, but it's just that much more powerful because that's where all the water is converging. So this being a river mouth, you know, feeding out to this lineup, you see the water nice and blue today. The ocean has settled down and just cleaned everything up. Not a hint of wind from dawn till dusk yesterday, and I feel like that trend is going to continue today.
Yeah.
Hope I didn't just jinx it, but
touch wood.
Yeah, so far, I mean, you just look at the ocean, nice and clean, groomed lines coming through it, both here, La Bocana, as well as at our podium too, which you can see in the upper distance, El Sunzal, which if you can click a link, you'll be able to see all the action happening up there. There's Team Costa Rica fired up. Samuel Reedy is leading this heat right now with a 12.16 total. They're pumped. Put a vida, let's go.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a pretty comfortable lead and a minute and a half to go. Look how wide he's sitting as well. He's in priority 2, but he's like, maybe I don't really want to come and tussle with second, third and fourth and just kind of sit alone, do my own thing and not really put myself into a position where, you know, you could have a priority mistake or you paddle for a wave and put yourself in an uncomfortable position, because these last 5 minutes are so crucial. But I feel like, yeah, he's pretty comfortably out in front with that 6.83 and a 5.33. And looking at the start of his heat, he kind of had all the hype and it got to him a little bit early on. And then he's like, wait a minute, let's just reset.
And check out Beric de Vries. That's your surfer in blue right in the middle there. He's coming straight for Samuel Reedy. So Beric, I mean, he has been in every competitive situation, an absolute veteran in this sport. He's surfed with a lot of success at every level of competition. So he knows the game. He's in that top priority spot, so he's going to make his presence known for Samuel Reedy. Even though there's only 21 seconds left, there could be a chance for Beric to get rid of that 4.13. But so far, great surfing from Beric de Vries. Pretty much on his own peak. He only went right in that heat.
Found those mystic rights that just opened up for him. I mean, that 4.13, and he got those good moments out there. That was I really like the way he approached that wave.
Fully agreed. Well, that's going to be it for round 1, heat 30. Costa Rica represented well by Sam Reedy right there. Beric de Vries for Team Netherlands comes through in second. We're going to lose our surfer from Senegal and from Slovakia into the repechage, where they will have another chance to get back into this competition. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back with more. It's the ISA World Surfing Games. Let's bring in Paul Evans and Barton Lynch, why don't we? See you around the corner.
Onwards and upwards at the ISA World Surfing Games. Good morning. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the show. We're loving the action that we're witnessing as we'll get ready to send out another quartet in the water out of Israel. Eli Bushan, Teva Bushka of Morocco, John Chan from Chinese Taipei, and Miklos Pincez of Magyar of Hungary out in the water as well. I'm Paul Evans, joined by the 88 world champ Barton Lynch, mate.
Well, that's a long time ago, mate.
Oh, it feels like yesterday, no?
Not to me. Feels like another lifetime ago.
The eternal fountain of youth, mate. You found it somewhere. What's your secret?
Just keep surfing, mate. Keep paddling. That's the one. Just keep paddling.
Love it. So 20 minutes, 4 surfers in the water. Some quality waves coming through. Who's going to get the best of the opening exchange? Is Bushan out of Israel. Getting very dialed in on the boardwalk here before he padded out. Clear instructions for him. Go out and rip. Seems to be the tactic. And on a wave, it's maybe just a touch soft. He does really well to bring the juice through to the inside and belt it hard. Well surfed.
Really well surfed. That wave, you know, as you said, was a little bit softer, but the board looks perfect under his feet. Correct. You can tell when the volume's right for someone, and someone who's always on the volume that's a little bit on the upside is Gabriel Medina, but you see the squirt and the speed he gets. Looked very similar to that. Board looked great under his feet, and it was a good starter.
So Buchan kicking things off here. Surfers advancing in the early part of this round. So up till the next heat, they'll be surfing later today at Sunzao. A little bit of work to do for them. Good work done on this long winding left.
Driving off the bottom, gets a second wrap. Nothing too vertical or too critical, but that was the nature of that particular wave. It's a good starter, almost a perfect starter. You know, a little backhand hit right here. I think he had that in mind, but then kind of leant a little forward, caught the rail, kind of jumped off the back, but the good work was done, 4.5. Indicative of the fact that there was no real critical sections, but respect for the consistency. And that's a good start. You wouldn't want to keep it at the end of the heat, but the sooner you've got scores on the board and you can start to build on top of that, the better.
John Chan is in the slot. Had a look at the wave. It just kind of slipped under him a bit. He kind of was in two minds of touch. Then he was like, yeah, I'm going. Wave had other ideas.
Yeah.
And on the peak there, you see Teva Bushka, 7 from Morocco. His dad is coaching with that setup, seen him competing in the QS in Europe, and he's an absolute powerhouse as well. Looking forward to see him get hold of this lineup here at Buchanan. Here's John. Soft wave again from him, and I think just a little angsty to get going there, BL.
Yeah, and really unnecessary that both of the wave he looked for and paddled for, you could never have caught. That one just, you didn't want to catch really in the end. So handing his priority essentially away. While before all 4 surfers have had a ride, it's open slather, surfer on the inside, closest to the breaking part of the wave, has that priority situation. Once all the 4 surfers have ridden a wave, priority is then allocated from that point on as to who is next in line.
Peak will stand up. Kind of straight, no takers on the main part of the peak, just from wide there. Pincez, the Hungarian, just had a little look. Surfers at the moment being a little patient. That start from Eli just allowed him just to breathe and relax a little bit. Some of that tension that you carry into the heat. Just let go of that with your first ride. Here goes Teva Bushka on the backhand, and expect to see him try and hit a section hard if it stands up for him. Out the back, it's softer. Now it will get a little bit more steep, and it was neat and tidy. Don't think the judges are going to go crazy there, but a good entry into the heat.
The Moroccan goofy footers all have fantastic backhands. Obviously, Ramzi Boukhaim is the sort of leader of that country surfing push. But all the goofy footers that come out of there with the beautiful right-hand points they get to surf have just got beautiful backhand approaches, as we saw from Teva there.
All right, here goes Seba Pincez out of Hungary. Backhand approach for him. A little out on the face, he'll just fade that one back to the juice. And then through to an inside, still going. What about trying to get up into the lip? Turns out to be a kick out for him. He's got his entry into the heat. The judges will open the scorecard for him. Yeah, an interesting point about Teva as well. Like similar to Rams, they spent a lot of time in southwest France, so they got that classic scenario of they got that competitive atmosphere in the beach breaks and all that infrastructure going on, and then they got those dreamy, just absolute like draw it in your school book kind of point break waves down there in Morocco, which almost seems unfair. Got the best of both worlds.
Oh, well, you get what you deserve or what you create for yourself. And that is the beautiful thing about surfing. I know you, obviously, you live in the south of France. I was just getting in the mood of things there. But you obviously don't sound like you came from there.
No, could you tell?
Yeah, just a little. Here we go. Replay. Wraps it back into the pocket. It's a nice closeout turn as the section stands up in front of him. Whips it out of the top. The judge is still having a think about that one. Making sure they get the scale right. Every heat judged in its own merit. No comparisons or no need for comparisons from scores for any other particular heat. They just got to keep the scale that's in that particular heat. So it doesn't necessarily matter whether it's up or down that scale as long as it's consistent throughout that heat. Obviously the judges try to keep everything across the board uniformed, but it's a difficult thing to do, heat to heat, day to day.
Let's get down to winner of the last heat, standing by with Rachel.
Thank you so much, guys. Sam, congratulations on your heat win. Being here at the ISA World Surfing Games, surfing for Costa Rica. Talk to me about how you're feeling right now.
Wow. Honestly, I'm feeling super proud that I could pass that heat and represent my country to the best.
Well, you know, we were talking, I know something that is super passionate for you outside of surfing for your country and performing here is the fact that you're a carbon neutral athlete. Can you talk to me a bit about what that means?
Yeah, so me and Community Carbon Trees Costa Rica partner together and plant trees to offset my carbon footprint whenever I go. I'm a surfer, so I travel a lot, and I'm really stoked that I can offset my carbon footprint whenever I go.
Well, that's amazing. How is that something that became a passion to you?
Well, ever since I was a young kid, Tree Jenny has been like a mom to me and just really influencing the fact on how important trees are to our whole environment, and it's just beautiful to grow up and understand the beauty of the trees.
Well, that's fantastic. I mean, such an inspiration to so many people, especially in the surf world, as we are reliant on this beautiful ocean that we participate in. Now, talking about your performance here, you just had your heat win at La Bocana. We're going to be heading over to El Sunzal for your next heat, right? So talk to me about how you have to reset your mind now to go from a wave such as La Bocana to a right-hand point.
Well, I'll be honest, my favorite wave is Sunsal, which most people won't say that, but I love that right. It reminds me a lot of a wave that we have near home, and I just can't wait to compete. I'm going to reset, go drink lots of water, and rinse off this red tide. And for everyone that didn't know, red tide can be prevented by planting trees as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know that. So
Yeah.
I've learned something new, and I'm sure everyone just did too. So
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, and look forward to seeing you here again.
Thank you so much. Un gran saludo a todos los ticos que nos están apoyando. Ahí vamos, dejando la bandera en alto. And I just want to send a special shout out to my dad, who works his ass off. Oh, sorry. Works super hard for me, and I couldn't do it without him. He's been teaching me how to surf since I was a young kid, and I just want to send a special shout out to him. I couldn't be here without him. So I love you, Dad.
Back to you guys. Thank you so much.
How good.
How good, mate. Sending the love to Dad. That was beautiful. And then, the carbon neutral concept and his consciousness and awareness of the environment that he's spreading and bringing to the event's fantastic.
Trees are our friends. I believe Costa Rica, one of the most afforested countries in the world. Beautiful. Just not a whole long way away from here, actually. Central America. Beautiful part of the world for its surf riches and the natural beauty on land. Looking at smooth carving style from Teva Bushka, the Moroccan layback hammer in the pocket. Been really exploring different parts of the wave to find scoring potential, back foot pressure. It's a nice exclamation point to finish the wave. Big point of difference as well. And surfing with a bit of authority and the confidence.
Absolutely. Powerful, aggressive. We saw John Chan get a wave during the interview that was a super long ride, only came up with a 3.27 for all of that work. So again, there's some very obvious ways to score big points, and that's to have big sections, big moves. You don't need the length, you don't need the taper in the wave. As a free surfer, sometimes you're looking for the taper. Here's the replay of the second ride, a 4-pointer. Cuts it back into the white border there. Ilay representing Israel into the inside. Fights for the make, for the completion, all important. Show that control. Judges considering the second wave for Teva. And there it is, comes in at 4.83, takes him into the lead. First and second, very close. 4-point rides, generally speaking. John Chan. Yeah, we've got already 12 minutes gone, Paulie, so it's the time, as we say, has flown by, and it goes faster when you're in the water, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. It is absolutely racing by you. Think about Strat coming in and what you're aiming for. You know, I don't think it's go out and try and find 210s. And someone as well coached as Teva Bushka is going to be pragmatic about things out there in the lineup as well. He sees waves that offer mid-range potential. Absolutely take them now. Get them locked in. Get that energy and those points behind you already. Then look to open up in the last stage of the heat.
And I think the important part is to understand the minimums. You know, obviously everyone's going for the maximum score they can get, but there's certain scores that you're going to count and certain scores that you're never going to count, that you're going to throw away. On a day like today, you would imagine, you know, in the perfect world, you would score nothing under a 5. And you'd be aiming for everything that you catch, every wave you ride, to provide you potential to score above 5. That would be, to me, the minimum I would set for myself. Is like, hey, anything that's, if I look at it and it's above a 5, I'm going to go. If I look at it and it's anything under, I'm not. So this heat really, you know, low scoring affair, but some great consistent surfing. Unfortunate there though.
Here we go, Pincez on a right-hander.
Nice.
Audacious float move, up high into the lip line, and then out. Looking to build on his previous wave. That will count for him for sure, the Hungarian. Another nation without waves in terms of having a coastline. Surfers from that region able to get their traveling, come to places like where we are right now in Central America and enjoy the beautiful tropical climate, the warm water, and also get a team together and come and compete against 60 other countries from all around the wave. What a cool moment for Pincez of Hungary. And look at this speed run from Teva. Really lead him anywhere.
But like you said, the speed was there, the power, like the energy. I was excited for what was coming next, you know. And you create that out of your energy. The judges, you imagine you're a judge, you watch surfing all day. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of rides. And at a point, you don't want to just see something, you want to feel it. You want to be able to deliver energy in your performance, and through the intensity you create on that wave that makes the judges feel something, that's where the big scores come from.
Real late entry, John Chan, nice looking left. What's he got here? Bang, goes up just a touch late. Now, you'd like to see the risk being taken, but at this stage of the heat, maybe not exactly the decision or certainly the execution he was after.
And definitely not the start. It was a nervous start, wasn't it? We saw him take off on waves that didn't end up eventuating into scores. We saw him paddling for waves he didn't catch. So it feels like, for me, I've seen John surf in these events before, and I've seen better performances from him. So first round, you've waited all day yesterday, which even, you know, if you're in yesterday, you're in an early heat, you're in the event early, but having to wait a whole day and watch teammates surf and all those sorts of things, then your chance comes. The nerves can really damage your performance, your decision-making especially.
Yeah, later entry into the round. Also a late entry into that wave, and we've seen this in events in the past as well. A late takeoff here, it looks dramatic and it will feel good if you stick it, but it does hang you up a bit, and it's not the easiest place to drive out of that whitewater, BL.
No, it's a unique type of wave. It doesn't stand up so vertically. It has quite a slopey face, and then out on the flats, as you come out off the slope of the wave, if you go out onto those flats too much, you lose a lot of speed fast. And I think we saw quite a bit of that yesterday. People that have surfed and scored the best have almost three-quarter face bottom turn and got that bottom turn early and projected into the lip with the speed out of the bottom turn. Too far out onto the flats, you lose all that speed. You don't get enough punctuation into the top turn.
4 minutes to go in this at the moment. Our surfer out of Morocco, Teva Bushka in the lead. Not huge numbers from him thus far, but good enough. Alongside the Israeli Ile Bushan. Those two locking down positions to advance and remain in the main part of the draw.
Right from the very start of the heat, they've been in that position all the way from the start to this 3-minute mark. Only a 5.23 for John Chan.
Yeah, let's see what we can get from him. We know, we've seen already, he's got the surfing. If he can get the right connection with the right wave, I feel like he's really capable of that number.
100%. Great young surfer. Gets really low into his turns, projects out with a lot of speed. Just needs the right sections to match that performance that he's capable of.
Fourth priority for him at the moment. You can see quite close quarters to Eli with first prior, Teva with second. So sitting right underneath them, he wants multiple opportunities. As we go in towards the final 3 minutes of this 20-minute heat, just absolutely fly by, particularly when you're chasing a number at the end.
The only time they don't fly by is when you're in the lead. And you want them to fly by. It feels like it's going forever. I remember, looking at the watch and going, okay, 14 minutes left. You sit there for what felt like 5 minutes. You'd look at the watch, it'd be 13 and a half. You feel like, oh no, that's 30, longest 30 seconds of my life.
2.5 to go here. It's heat 31 of the men's first round. We do have the women's open round that's been running throughout yesterday. Our second podium, that is El Sunzal. It's about 1 kilometre west of here, just down the coast. You can find coverage of that. It's not the full broadcast, but we do have a camera on it, judge's camera. You can find that on our website. Tune into the action. What's going on down there at the moment? We're really enjoying this opening round for the men, and a real diverse field with a couple of surprises in terms of some performances early on. It's a bit of a cliche. You can't win the event in the opening few days. It's all about trying to build up that momentum and then see how things shape up as we'll start look at team standings and all those things as the event progresses. Right now, really, mainly just enjoying the surf.
And this is an example of the geographic spread of surfing. 4 nations essentially that you wouldn't, a couple of decades ago, even thought of in context of surfing. Morocco, Israel, Chinese Taipei, Hungary. But this heat speaks to the global expansion. Ooh. Third and fourth places in this particular heat with a minute to go, unfortunately in third and fourth priority as well. So it's going to make things even more difficult.
From deep, here goes Buchan driving down the line. He'll come around the section. If you can come from deep and do that, you're going to be on your way to a good number. Really nice critical carve. There's another one. Wraps that body around, and then the boards.
Oh,
and that was cool. Nice light touch with the feet. Right behind him, your heat leader, Teva Bushka, throwing up plenty of spray. And then onto the inside, a bit of variety, just mixing things. Another nice vicious snap.
Wow.
And well paced and well timed. And this thing will bring him all the way through to the inside. He'll give it a little squeeze, almost on dry rocks right there. And a pretty comprehensive performance, really, in terms of, you mentioned it, bookending, getting the best of the opening exchange, and then doing that all the way down to the very last minute, 30 seconds of the heat.
There it is. The heat is done, but what a fantastic heat from the 2 goofy footers from Morocco and Israel.
So all wrapped up in terms of time. Judges will deliberate on numbers. They'll give a good number to Buchan, a 6.33. High score from him. And he'll be absolutely delighted with his performance out there. The Goofies love these winding lefts. We're all wrapped up for this particular Heat 31. We'll keep it rolling. Heat 32 coming up soon. Time for a break. We're going to show you some highlights of our opening ceremony. It's always a great moment to kick off ISA events. When we come back from that, more live action from La Bocana.
Welcome to the ISA World Surfing Games opening ceremony. Woo!
Welcome everybody to Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games. It's my happiness to welcome all the 61 teams, 297 athletes, 450 participants. I wish all of you guys the best in the competition. A few of you are going home with medals, most not. But all of you are champions because you are here representing your country for the love of surfing, for the love of this competition. You're representing your countries, take that with you for the rest of your life. It's the highest honor in these World Surfing Games because we together are the United Nations of Surfing. Lovely moment in my life. Open officially the Surf City El Salvador ISA 2025 World Surfing Games! Yeah!
Of surfing, bringing global colors to the world stage here at Surf City El Salvador. La Bocana from above as we'll zoom in. Light breezes now out of the sea. You can see those flags, they're just puffing. Nothing particularly untoward in terms of the strength of that wind. A little breeze off the ocean in the tropics.
Sometimes good, gives you a bit of a lip to hit, you know, creates sections. It's very soft, as you said, and you can see there beautiful glassy conditions. I'm astounded after last night's storm, which was at points felt like cyclonic, that the ocean, when I woke up, I expected to see ruffles and bump and lump all over the ocean. Woke up, it was just sheet glass. I could not believe that an ocean could have that amount of weather on it, that type of condition, and then bounce back so beautifully in the morning.
El Salvador never really ceases to impress us. Trying to make the most of conditions out in the water right now. A trio, including Afonso Antunes of Portugal, Dong Xiao of China, Iroslav Dombrovski from Ukraine. Two surfers will remain in the draw. One will head to repechage. Afonso Antunes has had a good couple of seasons by in the last couple of years. Young surfer out of Portugal. And he has been on a bit of a journey in terms of his early career, incredible in the juniors, and then he actually took a little break and came back so strong.
Ooh.
And he's in the form of his life at the moment. There's a really late drop from Dombrovski right there. Doesn't quite get a hold of the bottom turn, but important for him, just trying to get involved early on, not sit around and watch the surfing go on around you. The Ukraine team, they've been full of energy out here. They're really enjoying being here to participate. And then we'll also see China involved right now. Impressive performance from their team already in this opening round for the men. This is Zihao, who will carve back with style and panache, then just get a little tangled in that whitewash.
Just the simple things can become difficult under the pressure of competition, international competition, representing your nation. A lot of weight on the shoulders sometimes for a young person. But that's where the growth comes from the experience. Putting yourself out there, failing, succeeding, failing and succeeding over and over until you've got the information and the experience you need to succeed at this highest of levels. And as we heard Fernando Aguirre say in that piece with the opening ceremony, which was a fantastic event, always is, love the individual celebrations of all the different nations as they take to the stage, and then that fish tank of sand is truly a piece of art. It's an incredible idea, and every time you see it and you see all of the sands of the surfing world coming together, uniting inside of that fish tank, it really touches me every time. I love it. It's a beautiful thing.
Out on a left-hander, here goes Zihao. Gets himself in a good position to stay in the pocket and stay really lively. The board doing loads as he'll swing, stand over that tail, which gives him a full range of motion. And real textbook style from him, just to open up that body and let the board do the work. The final turn is just on a soft section, a little bit of an afterthought, but I thought he did some crisp stuff before that.
Yeah, and it's interesting to look at the boards underneath the surfer. His board looks quite long underneath him, but as the wave reduced in size, his performance still kept going, and he kept whipping those turns even though the board looked a little longer. And I was like, oh, a longer board can look, most often, does look better than a too shorter board.
Dong Zihao busier in the opening exchanges, improved on his early number. It was a high 1-1-8-3, gets to 3-1-7. So his total in 5 points ain't hanging around at all. Going out there making things happen. I don't mind the tactic. I think that's pretty smart, and he'll definitely look just to continue to build and improve. We're still looking for an entry into this heat from Afonso Antunes. He won't be panicking. A young man, already quite a bit of experience under his belt. High-level competition, part of that really strong Portuguese squad. It is absolutely stacked with talent, the men's and women's side, and they'll be definitely one to watch here throughout the event, throughout the week. Antunes is kind of scratching deep to try and get towards a position to go on a left. Looks like he'll get there. So here he goes, right on cue. Afonso Antunes clips the first section. This one will slope off for him. And after waiting around for a while, he blinked first.
Yeah.
Not a great wave, but just getting involved in the heat.
Yeah, not a great wave. So definitely not what he waited that amount of time for.
$14 minutes and 40 seconds to go in heat 32. Let's go and hear from the winner of the previous heat, standing by for a chat with Rachel Tilley.
Well, thank you so much, guys. Congratulations, a 6.33 at the very end to get that buzzer beater, jump into the lead. Talk to me about how that feels to get a buzzer beater like that.
Whew, actually, I'm really happy for that I did a buzzer beater. My plan was like to start really strong, but I didn't find a wave like to do that. And then I was like in second position, and I needed to sit on a third position because I didn't want like to let him go for a good one. And then, yeah, my plan was like to sit on him and to wait for the good one because I was like with priority. And yeah, I just wait for the good one, and I know when the good one gonna come, I'm gonna do the score. And I'm happy for that God gave me the wave.
Well, that's great confidence in your surfing to be able to perform like that at the very end. You've surfed in ISA World Junior Championships before, but this is your first Opens. Does it feel different walking into the Open division here at the ISA?
Actually, yeah, it's very different. The level, it's more difficult, and there's like more, like all the best surfer in the world here. So I'm really excited to be here and to show them that I know how to surf too. And yeah, and I'm really, really happy.
Well, it's a great start. You definitely are showing them you know how to surf. Buzzer beaters, strong heat. What a great start to your campaign here. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. Eli Buchan getting the win there. He's absolutely delighted with that performance, that little extra energy kick. You squeak through, you're stoked. But if you get the high score, final minute of the heat, gives you that nice little extra confidence.
Yeah, and in that next round, you're going to have one surfer who won a heat and 2 second places. So there's an advantage to be garnered there from that win with that buzzer beater right at the end. It always feels good to pull one out late. And great energy, nice vibe from that young man.
Meanwhile, out on the peak, just over 12 to go. Still really looking for a legit entry into this heat from Afonso Antunes of Portugal.
We just saw him bail under that set as well. And the thing that we noticed, when you leave the booth and you go and look at it in real time with real eyes on it, rather than watching the screen, it is considerably bigger than it looks on the screen. And I suppose it's always like that, whether it's the Eddie Aikau Waimea Bay, the Pipeline, it's always bigger than it looks on the screen.
Yeah, you know, if pro surfers are sort of climbing on their board to jump off when they're caught inside, that
Something serious is happening.
There's some serious water out there.
Big set too, caught everybody inside.
All right, here goes Antunes right now with some speed on her left, and I'll just wrap this one back. Now we'll get a steep section. Here he goes. Gives it a great crack. It will just be that one turn, but better from him. Maybe not quite the start he envisioned, but that'll be heading certainly in a better direction. And that'll get him on the scoreboard or something more legit. Judges straight away lock in. It's a 3.93 really. They got the wrap prior to that, just that one turn. It is the high score of the heats, and a bit of momentum now with him.
Yeah, that'll be a comforter. All of a sudden you'll be like, well, I know I haven't had the best heat, I haven't caught the best waves, there's lots of areas for improvement, but I'm in the lead. So that'll build the confidence for sure.
9 minutes of this already gone, just over that. We'll see more lines continue to wrap in here. And as we're saying, we look at the forecast here, maybe with a sort of slightly different way. It's so much of are we going to have waves on this day? It's like, okay, how are the waves that we're definitely going to get going to differ from day to day?
Yes.
And you were saying maybe one of the smaller days we got in the next few days at least.
Yeah, next couple of days are kind of two of the smaller days, so still overhead and not that small, so perfect conditions. The forecast looks fantastic. Final weekend we get another boost in swell as well, so the whole event's window's just stacked with great waves. We had glassy conditions all day yesterday, which was really strange. Obviously, as things heat up, you get the sea breeze like you do in most parts of the world. Yesterday, it definitely heated up, but here it seems to eventuate into those evening storms. Watch them come from the interior of the country and they make their way out to the coast, and the fireworks start, lightning and thunder and rain and wind, and then you wake up and it's perfect again.
Here we go. Bit of smooth water in front of Afonso Antunes of Portugal. Down to work. Clean carve in. Little flick off the top. And then a big hit from him. Very nicely done. Doesn't need to try and do too much in terms of the body movement. It's very clean and composed. And then that board just arriving at the perfect time to emphasize the turn with a big spray into the lip.
Best wave of the heat so far, most probably, you would think. Oh, there it is, 5.33. Judges agreed. And the Portuguese momentum starting to build. It's at this point in time that you really need to stay with him. Especially for Dong from China. He needs to keep the building. You know, they got off to that early start. He got a couple of waves so quickly. But then he's lost his momentum a little bit since then. Really try and keep that rhythm, keep catching, keep moving, keep scoring. And obviously you've got to be selective, but at the same time, the longer you sit, the more difficult the job becomes, really.
Just over 8 on the clock here. Tunes of Portugal with the lead. First priority, surfer out of China, Dong Sihao. Busy start, as you mentioned, Barton, for him. Gone a little quiet now, just wants to stay involved.
Being European, would it be fair to say that a couple of decades ago, France was the surfing capital of Europe, especially down in the southwest there, Hossegor area? Has it transferred to Portugal at this point in time, would you say, as the sort of epicenter of European surfing?
Definitely, and you could say that about maybe the sort of elite surfing, but also just in terms of where people are moving to as well.
Right.
So you think back in, a couple of decades ago, people would finish up their careers, right, from the Pro Tour, Australians, Americans, and go and live in Southwest France. In Hossegor. You don't get so much of that anymore these days, for whatever reason that is. Don't get a whole lot of that. In fact, it's quite hard to imagine someone now like finishing up on tour and moving to Hossegor, say if they're Australian. That would be almost sort of unheard of. It used to be kind of standard fare, and having all of that experience and those level of surfers, that then they're also great locals at the time, but that helped them. Now it's become like self-sustaining with the local pros and fronts. Obviously they've got great surfers, but yeah, Portugal, a whole nother story, and really quite cosmopolitan. A lot of people moving there from all sorts of parts of the world.
Yeah, exactly.
That's been really, really impressive. I say the last couple of years as well, France and Portugal have been tussling it out a bit in terms of pro surfing as well. It's been a bit of a split with with France picked dominant on the men's side and Portugal on the women's side. That's definitely been a split, maybe less so now. I think Spain as well.
Yes.
Really getting involved in the last couple of seasons. Has been a big push for them. It feels like they got a load of talent at that age group that are now like 19, 20, 21, and they're all kind of coming to the fore at the same time. You can see that in the challenges this year, actually. There's a bunch of names that maybe weren't real well known out of that Spanish region, all of the challenges this year for the men.
Yeah, and I suppose across Europe as well with Lucas Skinner, I've recognised throughout my 50 years or so in the sport, around that, maybe more, generational change happens, and obviously the 60s, that period was America, Malibu, Mickey Dora, that type of Phil Edwards, that moment in time. The 70s was Hawaii, Eddie Aikau, Larry Birdleman, Barry Kanaiapuni, Reno Abalera, that generation. Then sort of came the Australian push, Mark Richards, Rabbit Bartholomew, that period of time. And you see these nations and have their moments in time. And obviously we're living in the time of Brazil's dominance right now. And I see Europe's time, they haven't had their time in the sun, so to speak, of international global surfing. It's right around the corner. Europe has got incredible talent coming out of all of the countries. And I see Europe's time at the top of our sport not far ahead.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Just on that, particularly in those previous generations, that you could almost see a sort of style of surfing that was you'd associate with a certain region. Do you think that's something that still exists? It feels like maybe everyone's got a lot more access and exposure to different parts now, maybe a little bit less of a thing.
Yeah, videos. Once you could see, surfing every day. When we were kids, it was once every 6 months you saw a surf movie and you tried to digest it. You saw it once. You tried to digest all of that information, and whether it was Jerry Lopez standing at the bottom of Pipeline wiping the nose. There's those classic things, the Barry Kanaiapuni bottom turns at Sunset Beach. There was stuff that you saw that got ingrained in your head. When you could watch surfing every day, at any time, at any moment, it normalised style and technique, and it was such that there were some funky styles coming out of places, and that were raw and evident that they hadn't been influenced too much by that globalisation which we see now, and there is a standardisation to style and technique, no question about it.
Here goes Dong Sihao out of China. And he needed to get himself back involved in the heat after a decent start. And he'll do that here with a good-looking wave, but maybe just coming a little late, a little bit tangled, maybe sort of caught in two minds a touch.
I mean, there's an obvious thing to focus on, isn't there, is completions. Because the energy looks good at the start of those rides, and you go, okay, this is... Oh, you know what I mean? You have this sense that it's going somewhere good and there's potential, and then at those moments of falls or incompletions, there's that complete letdown of, oh, okay, and that's, the scores come in quickly, the judges don't have to think about it too much. So just focusing on the completions. Portugal on the replay, looking confident and strong. I think he recognises that his position in the heat's secure.
Yeah, just to come back on that point you were saying as well about maybe Portugal with a bit more energy with it and a bit of that momentum at the moment. Interesting, and we're seeing it mirrored here as well in El Salvador. Is going back about 10 years or so in terms of the events that were hosted in Portugal, and you literally had every level of surfing, from Pro Juniors, a CT event, big wave event in Nazaré, the Challenger Series event, literally everything. And the government there really invested in hosting those events. And you can see, aside from the coaching side of it, just having those big events in your home country and what that can do as well in terms of just adding to the talent pool. And I think we're seeing that similar kind of story here. It's a proven pathway here in El Salvador right now.
100%, that's what we're seeing. Here we go, important ride.
Here goes.
Oh, Dombrowski had that one, didn't he?
We were there, right there with him. We're like, come on.
And I mean, that's, I think, representing the Ukraine.
Here goes Dong Sihao. Let's see if he... we know he's smooth. Let's see if he can get a strong finish on this wave. If he does,
that's better.
Good number. That was super cool. Arriving late. Really nice polished style from him. Just cruising through. Nothing forced. Another nice incisive turn. So much better from him. His best wave.
His best wave for sure. Going to consolidate his advancing position in second place. So that was an important ride at an important moment in the heat with 1 minute 40 on the clock. And that showed us his potential, didn't it? That second turn, the turn in the middle of the wave, was beautiful, critical. And again, I was almost like, oh, too critical? Oh, no, you know, he made it. The experiences of mistiming them before really helping here. Drives off the bottom, snaps back at the pocket. This is the money turn, so to speak. Beautiful, into the lip. The timing was great. Even if that was it was, you know, his best ride for sure. And then he came through the inside. Another beautiful snap out of the top there. Board looks good. Confidence will grow from this experience and he'll advance.
Down towards the final minute. We're into it right now. And we'll get that number for Dong Sihao, 397. Just improves his overall position in second place. There's that little bit of extra space between him and Dombrowski, who's chasing down Antunes on a right-hander. Draws out the bottom turn, release of the tail up the top, then uses that leading arm as a pivot to swoop all the way back to the power source, and then he'll get a speed run to blow the tail out of the lip. And he won't get a completion there. You can just see how loose and liberated he looked without the scoreboard pressure, without major repercussions, to just free surf on a wave in a heat.
Yeah, 100%. Just looked like he was having a fun time there. He's moved over to the rights as well. Wasn't having that early success on the lefts. Changed position on the bank. That would appear to have been a good move.
And we're all wrapped up here. Ultra late from Dong Sihao, as he'll go down, having a swing in the last second of the heat. Didn't really need the score. He just wanted to be a part of that energy. And he definitely was. He's fine. So it looks like it will be Afonso Antunes getting the win for Portugal. Dong Sihao, China, will stay in the main part of the draw as well. Iroslav Dombrowski will head to rapid charge, and that'll wrap up heat 32. Time for a quick break in the action here from the ISA World Games. When we come back, more live surfing from beautiful El Salvador. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the beach. What a day for it here on a Sunday morning in Surf City, El Salvador. ISA World Surfing Games. Loving the action in the sunshine here. Temperatures around about this time of day, they head up. And expect surfing performances to go in that direction as well, with two very highly rated Euros, Jorgen Cuisinet alongside Garoj McDade of Ireland, also out in the water out of Nicaragua, Oscar Guzman, who's a great surfer himself. This is the G-man, Garoj, early on in the heat.
Powerful, aggressive first turn into the second. Will he make it? It's an important make. Oh, he did. He got through that. Here's another angle of it. Driving fast into that first turn, looking clean on the rail. Powerful, important make if he can come out of this one. He does. He knew how important that was. What a great starting ride for Ireland.
Yeah, what a summer that man's had. He won the Euro Surf event in Santa Cruz, Portugal, and then surfed the Hurricane Erin swell, basically throwing himself over the ledge, like 15-foot slabs at Mullaghmore. I think he got the wave of the day that day. I was just talking to him about it the other day. He's like, oh, I should have slowed myself down a bit. I was like, come on, mate. Settle down. Here's Jorgen Kuzenet, an incredible, powerful surfer. That's the signature turn for him. Wow. Just driving in Kuzenet. That turn for him is one that's got him into finals and like incredible surfing on the QS. You think back to early in the year in Morocco, that turn was devastating down there in beautiful ways. But BL, how about those two maneuvers, mate?
I'm taken back a little bit by the power and the drive and how stylish they were. Let's break this down. Pumping along with speed, drives off the bottom and just lays himself over so far. They are two absolutely beautiful turns. The only thing against it was with the same turn, so there's, the judges, they can get a little bored if it's repetitious, but I think both of these turns were so valid, so important. Look at the pump of the weight, the unweight, you see the feet come off the board, drives into the bottom turn, hits this section, lays it over. That's the best turn I've seen of the event so far in my mind, no question about it. Then gets another one here. There's a weight and an unweight, pumping the board, building speed, gets into that section, super tight. And to do a full rail carve that tight to the pocket is a super difficult thing to do. Incredibly technical surfing. That was a beautiful starting wave. Got a 7.17. Our judges have been a little stingy, let's say, throughout the event because we expect big things as time goes by, but they are absolutely beautiful turns. They're unlike anything you see anyone else do.
That's really interesting that you say that. I was just about to ask you about that. We were talking about sort of similarity in styles from different places. You don't see many people particularly unique. We'll revisit that as we'll check out great backhand technique from Guzman out of Nicaragua. He's doing good work here and already a quality heat. Loving this action onto the inside. He'll belt that hard.
What a heat.
And just still going. This one will keep providing for Oscar. And he's loving this all the way through. A long left for him.
Impressive. Judges quick with the score. Only a 3-point ride. Primarily because there were wraps on the pocket. There was no connection to the lip along the wall. There was enthusiasm, there was passion, there was desire. You could feel that he wanted it, but the wave itself sort of held him back most of the way, and that's the reason why the score was where it was.
Judges throwing down good numbers in the early part of this heat. We've got that 7.17 for Jorgen. Prior to that, the 6.17 for Garoj McDade. And he'll get himself in a position on a right here. And he'll go down.
First priority used. With no reward as such.
Bomb of a set just detonating here.
Oh, it's a biggie.
So much energy as that tide started to turn and come back in. So the energy of the tide coming with the swell.
And that particular set sort of hitting a different part of the reef too, a little more to the west than the regular lineup.
Just coming back on this point, right? We were talking about styles and we were saying, how hard it is to be individual because everyone has access to everything and you can just watch it again, rewatch, and go at those turns from Jorgen Kuzenet, really unique. There's definitely not anyone else in Europe, certainly with those kind of turns. Certain aspects of that, particularly turning that leg and Ethan Ewing, maybe a similar kind of approach, but something unique from Jorgen.
And I think the unique part for me is that ordinarily that tight to a pocket, people will hit it, flick it, drift a tail, drop down, flick it, drift a tail, and do something that's kind of conservative. It's new school-ish, but it's not very difficult, and it really might even get scored more than it deserves. They are full-blooded rail carves, as tight as you could possibly rail carve in a pocket. And that's, to me, the unique part about that, and what sort of took my breath away and made me sit on the edge of my seat was back-to-back, just so unique, and how far he lays it over and drives the rail through the turn. Super unique. I feel like the 7.17 for those turns, so there was only 2 turns. The wave died pretty quickly in terms of the size of the wall. There was no big finish on it, so you can see where it came from. But you put them two together with a big finish, you'd be going 9s in my eyes. Beautiful surfing. Yeah, I'm impressed by that turn. It's, as you said, in a world of standardization of technique and approach and style, that certainly had some unique individuality to it that the judges appreciated, and I certainly did too.
Great start for Team France and Jorgen Cuisinet. They've got a pretty strong squad. Once again, the French have got some decent coaching talent as well. The likes of Jeremy Flores. Got a couple of pipe masters, the win in Tahiti, the win in France as well on the championship tour. Also, Joanne Duroux with CT experience here coaching with Team France. Pauline Adot, another former CT surfer out of France. She's over here in a coaching role as well, and they're very well resourced indeed. They're staying just up here behind our contest structure. So they've got vision on this wave throughout the day. And expect the French, they're always competitive and dangerous at these ISAs. Expect them to have a really good event this year. We'll see how all of that unfolds, but the early signs are good for Team France.
Really good. They've been that way for a few years now, haven't they? We talked about the strength of Portugal, strength of Great Britain right now as well, and then France has been the premier European surfing nation for a considerable amount of time. And obviously over that considerable amount of time, things ebb and flow. But with the coaching staff that you just mentioned, that they have now access to, who are all so fresh and relevant, straight out of the action itself and able to communicate with their team riders on a level that is showing in the performances and in the results.
10 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this heat. Let's get down winner of the previous standing by with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with Afonso from Portugal. Congratulations on that heat win. How are you feeling out there? La Bocana, it's been changing from yesterday to today. The tide's affecting the conditions. How did you feel in your heat, and how did you prepare?
I wasn't feeling so comfortable out there. Actually, I haven't surfed on this low tide that much here. And as you said, it's just so different from the previous days that it's so hard to find the right spot to sit and wait for the good ones. At the beginning, I was just stressing a little bit because I missed the big sets. And yeah, my first wave was really bad. I just wanted to start so I wouldn't sit there for half of the heat. But glad it worked out at the end.
Yeah, absolutely worked out. We're sitting here with you with a win under your belt. Now, when you're in that situation, it's kind of make or break with your mind, right? And how you're talking to yourself. What were you saying to yourself to regroup?
I was like, this year, I've been losing a lot on the first rounds. So, because I don't know what's been happening, I haven't been on the right waves during the year. And this one, I was just not starting well, so I was just in my mind like, please just stand up and do something, just start the heat and we will find a way, and I did it, yeah.
Well, your instincts kicked in and you absolutely did it. Now, okay, for a more fun question, I was reading in your bio that you said your favorite meal is McDonald's. So do you have a go-to order or meal that you order every time?
Yeah, I order a double cheeseburger, big menu, and I choose a cheeseburger menu as well with small fries and 6 chicken nuggets.
Wow!
And the thing that I like the most about McDonald's is the French fries. They're
French fries
so
are really
good.
yeah.
Before, on the trip to El Salvador, we had 3 stops. So we stayed in 3 airports, and 2 of them I hit McDonald's. The last one they didn't have any McDonald's, so I got a Subway, which is, yeah, I love jacking food, kind of.
Well, it's working for you, so I guess I'm gonna say keep it up. I love it.
Yeah, I got a question. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Afonso, mate, I got a question for you. What's your stance on the gherkin, bro? Are you gherkin in or gherkin out? You like the pickle?
No, not at all. I always take it.
You don't throw it at the ceiling, do you?
I put it on the paper.
Okay, good man.
And have you seen how it's Barton Lynch here, mate? Have you seen how long those French fries last if you don't eat them, mate?
5 minutes, maybe
5 years.
You've never seen them last longer. He eats them right away.
Yeah, exactly. If they get cold, they're unedible.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much.
Guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And good luck for your heat over in Elsental.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, love that. Great performance from him. And interesting, you know, we talk about surfers coming in with form, but this is a completely different stage and a completely different type of event. A chance really to renew your season if that's what you indeed need to do. Expect Portugal to continue to look strong here as we're looking at Team Ireland. Garoja McDade had a Sligo on the west coast of Ireland and slicing with some authority here. Beautiful technique, loose but powerful at the same time, and a great way for him. He got that 6 in real early, and then quite a bit of time's elapsed since then, and he's right back at it now.
It would be fair to feel like we've gone to another round, another level in the event. This heat in particular, the performances from all three surfers, and here's the replay of this right that happened during the interview. I can't wait to see what he gets done here. Look at that beautiful bottom turn. Great composure. Foam climb. Love the way he extends out, and there's stylish moments even in the simple stuff that just really light up this performance from Jorgen. Coming through the inside here, keeping the board moving. Sees something ahead that he's driving towards. There's the section that he was driving towards. Got a little confused there, it would be fair to say. Might have been the opportunity to go straight off the bottom, straight out of the top for the second turn, and then raced a little bit. There was a bit of time spent just going horizontal on this one. The score came as a 6-point ride, so still a good score. But this work down the inside is the reason why it got to that point. That turn there, big layback gaff, and just drove the rail. The spray flew up, stylish as can be. Sharp, fast, vertical in that instance. Critical surfing. I'm going to say of the heats that I have commentated, this has been the best performance that I've seen in our opening round.
He's looking really free and liberated with his choices that he's making on the wave. Even with the downtime in that wave, it almost just added to like the content we got towards the end. It made those turns stand out even more because we had that build up and that anticipation, and then we got the release.
Well, just massive turns. And the Irishman as well, looking sharp, looking fast. Even though they're just cutbacks at this point in time, they're beautiful searing cutbacks. Clean on the rail, came through to the inside, got some great work done there. Beautiful finishing, flaring top turn, pulls through the white water. This was unfortunate. It ends up incomplete, I believe, if this is the one. This is the earlier ride. We saw him get that big set where he fell on the second turn. 1.8 judges still thinking about this ride. Beautiful inside snap. Came around the section and another one. Definitely his best wave as well. The standard is starting to rise, and all three of these surfers can be really proud of what they've put on. It's been a great show.
Yeah, really entertaining. Great surfing on the inside there. Opening part of the wave, not giving us loads, and then really delivered on the inside, surfed up that potential and just belting that inside section. The only thing really going against Oscar Guzman at the moment, he's coming up against two surfers that are just looking deadly. Here goes Kuzine. Will just slightly overcook a backhand hit.
Yeah, his performance could have seen him advance through. He's in third at this point in time. Again, we have a repechage round, so nobody gets lost to the event at this point in time. But this has been a fantastic heat. All individual approaches, all three of them look in their own space, doing their own thing, choosing their own lines. But it's been the Frenchman who has delivered power, speed, and then flare out of the top. Of an absolute world-class level.
13.17 for Jorgen. Leading this one at the moment. Quick throwaway for him on his previous wave. He's back in the lineup, 3 minutes to go. Expect him to stay involved in the dying stages of this heat. He's not going to be sitting back. He's going to be looking to try and improve right up until the horn. McDade as well. 5.27 is that backup number. It was an important one for him. And he'll have a little look here at a right. So just making room in front for him to go on the attack. And the wave just went a little soft. You could just see that one little moment of hesitation just as he stood up, and it was enough to get his timing off.
Good idea to try the backhand. The previous scores have been on the forehand. Show the judges something different. Backhand always scores good, especially on these right-handers. But as you said, that one a little soft, little mushy on the shoulder. 717 is the ask for Oscar Guzman from Nicaragua. And that's one of the bigger asks that we've seen through the event because of the standard of surfing from Ireland and France.
Yeah, I'd like to see him get another set. I like the approach from him. He's real patient, nothing rushed. The flow and the style's really cool as well.
Yep.
And he's not afraid of going up vert on that backhand and hitting big sections. Let's see if we can get him some more energy in the inside last couple of minutes in this heat. What a heat it's been. Really enjoyed Jorgen Kuzenet and George McDade just going at this, bringing a bit of quality. And you expect that in any event. I mean, it's a long event, but throughout the days, you're going to get heats that pulse, give us energy, and performances as well. You're going to get surfers that come in and everything kind of clicks for them. They can feed off each other's energy. Yep. They can get inspired by scores. When the requirements go up, then they need to find something extra. It's all key ingredients to making a great day of watching surfing.
Absolutely. And the waves definitely help, and we've definitely got them on side. But I feel like I've been watching a lot of events recently that have been super inconsistent. There's a lot of people sitting, not much action going on. 20 minutes, 3 or 4 surfers with guaranteed action, and then you've got this fantastic location that continues to deliver sets the majority of the time, and it just makes for a great competitive environment.
Inside that final minute here, Oscar Guzman got his work cut out to try and find himself that 7, to try and avoid repechage.
Yeah, so, and at 7, when we consider the 717, which is the score he needs, we reflect on Jorgen Kuzenet's first wave. It was incredible. So it's a big score. It's going to take a monumental surfing performance to get that score.
McDade, backhand, massive hit for him. Real whippy as well and crisp, as he will straighten out and bring it in.
Stylish performance.
Nice entry into this for Kuzenet. Just cruising in, little elevated drop, and then he'll wait on the tail block and he'll let this one stand up and square off here. Big punt with a rotation that just sped up through the air. And I think at this stage, just to kind of kick that away towards the end with all sorts of what's going on there, it's really early in the event here. I love the audacity, but he's won the heat. Doesn't want to get tangled up in board or anything else down on the inside, but what an entertainer.
And he has signaled to the entire field that he's here to win.
Jorgen Kuzenet, one of the outstanding performers for round 1 of the men here at the ISA World Surfing Games 2025. We're stacked with talent. We're being blessed to watching real entertaining elite surfing just like this. More of it coming at you right after the break. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Let's get straight into it. This is round 1, heat 34. And like that, Sharif Fall representing Team Senegal, up and under with power. You hear the beach go wild. Let's go straight back out to the takeoff zone. Tosh Talbot representing Costa Rica, up and at it in a big way. He goes over the falls while standing on his board. Not an easy thing to do. That was an awesome way to start this heat. I'm Chris Cote. I'm joined by True Starling. True, just like that, it's like we got shot out of a cannon in this one.
Yeah, wow. The drama started early in this heat. That was two pretty crazy turns there, both from Sharif and also from Tosh. I mean, that last turn from Tosh was so crazy and such an awkward section, really. It was bumpy, it had a little bit of foam on it, and he just was like, yeah, I'm committing to this. We saw Sam Reedy, he took out his heat a little bit earlier for Team Costa Rica, and Tosh hoping to do the same thing in this one.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one to watch. We've got Costa Rica, the Netherlands, Slovakia, and Senegal represented well here. Oliver Heinz for that power pack Team Netherlands. I said it once, I'll say it again. This is going to be the highest placing finish for Team Netherlands in ISA history. They brought that much power to 2025. But look at that. I mean, you talk about power. That's power mixed with precision and a lot of stoke. That's going to be a big score for Sharif.
Oh, absolutely. And then this one here for Tosh. I mean, that was a good setup turn. And that moment right there, wow, he really just went for it and came down with the lip. It is so hard to do that. And he just was like, yeah, easy as pie. I got this. No worries at all. But as we're saying, Oliver Heinz representing the Netherlands. He's actually from Avalon Beach on the northern beaches of Sydney in Australia. So his, one of his dreams is to represent Netherlands in the next Olympic cycle as well. So this is the starting point for him.
And I think Team Netherlands is breaking the record for most athletes whose names end with a Z.
Uh-huh.
We got Heinz and two Zietzes,
Wow.
Oliver and Zoe. And Beric de Vries.
Same.
Sort.
It counts. We'll
Sounds like.
Yeah.
Well,
Half a point.
16:26 to go. That first score comes through for Sharif Fall, representing Team Senegal. 5.83. So a solid number for a massive turn. No doubt a turn that will wind up in the highlight reel. Even though it's only 10:12 a.m. down here in El Salvador, that's a wave to hang on to for sure.
I literally feel like my mind right now is overflowed with so many good waves and so many great moments, and it is so hard to just filter through them all and pick the best ones, because even yesterday it was a day full of so much good surfing, and today, as you said, 10:15, and we're seeing incredible waves. I mean, look how clean it is. There's so many great lines coming through.
Oh, absolutely. You know who's reveling in that right now is Sharif Fall. Great wraparound turn to start. Quick vertical snap there. Awesome style how he just fully extends all his limbs and then they come back in tight. It's like a coiling snake, and then he leans out into those turns and brings it all back home. Good, clean style. That'll be a great backup ride for Sharif Fall.
Yeah, that was really smooth. I love that first turn. I love a good roundhouse cutback, and he just made that look easy, just the rebound off the back. It was a smaller wave, but yeah, as you said, Chris, he's got a really good style. That kind of low-high, back-to-low momentum is just, so effortless to watch.
A roundhouse cutback will never go out of style.
Never.
It's a traditional classic surfing maneuver, and it's as relevant and awesome when done correctly as it was back in the 70s as it is today. Here we go, our first look at Oliver Heinz, Team Netherlands. He's flying down the line. Looks like he's on a nice kind of knifey board. So he gets a quick wrap there. So Heinz building speed, momentum, quick snap on the inside section. All right, Team Netherlands. Or excuse me, that was Zizak. My bad. So that was our first look at the Slovakian representative, Ralph Zizak. Awesome to have Slovakia here again. One of those teams that comes through with a lot of passion. And they fielded a pretty strong team this year. You can tell every one of these team members going all out. So we're coming at you live from La Bocana. This is in the town of El Tunco, and this is an amazing part of the world. Not only do you have great waves, pretty much 365 days of the year with warm water all year round, but in this town right here, incredible food, vibrant nightlife, plenty of places to stay on any budget. You know, you can come through as a backpacker and stay in one of the hostels, or you can go beachfront, 5-star luxury. Sure, I know when you get the call to come back to El Salvador, you raise your hand quick. You're ready.
Oh, absolutely. I'm there before the question's even asked. I love coming back here. I mean, this is actually my first time experiencing La Bocana throughout the event, so it's been such a pleasure to be here. I mean, this wave is so powerful, and there's so many different options all around. I mean, yeah, we're pretty blessed with choice here, and as you said, the food, my favorites are those pupusas. I can't get enough of them. They're so good, and there's good coffee around, which coming from Oz, I'm a bit of a coffee addict, a bit of a coffee snob for sure, and yeah, gets a big tick of approval, absolutely.
I'm sure some of that coffee that you enjoy in Australia actually comes from El Salvador.
For sure.
Exporter of coffee around the world, but when you can get it straight from the source, oh yeah, it's
Tastes
good.
even better.
And here's a look at the competitors area. So we've been calling this the boardwalk. This stretches all the way from this end, nearly down to that river mouth that we just saw at the opening shot. So a beautiful drone tour of under this kind of ceiling right here. That's where all the competitors are hanging out. We have 61 flags flying along the boardwalk here, as well as at El Sunsal. So the highest participation we've seen in the history ISA surfing.
It's such a big landscape as well for all of the teams to kind of have their own area and really like feel safe and comfortable within that. And I feel like, you know, it's so cool for them to be represented here and have such a strong connection between everyone. And then you see people from different nations. They have best friends that are here as well, and they come down and they're like, yeah, I'm surfing for Costa Rica, but I have friends that surf for Portugal, and I'm still going to come down and watch those heats. You know, it's surfing is one of probably the best things in the world because it really connects everyone. Wow, the commitment. Oh my goodness, this is such a good wave, and wow, the power surfing. Wow, he is just really not leaving anything to chance on this wave. That finish was great. I have no words.
That was incredible surfing for Sharif Fall. I mean, you think of the judging criteria, right? Big, impactful maneuvers in the most critical part of the waves. Be creative, mix up your turns down the line. I mean, he gave us exactly what we wanted to see. And the beach was going off. Not just Team Senegal, as you see here, waving their flags and yelling and screaming for Sharif, but you could hear it up and down the boardwalk. People love good surfing, and they're giving full respect to what Sharif Fall just did on that last wave. I think that's going to be a big score for this surfer representing Senegal.
What I loved about that wave too was every turn was different. There was there was points of difference about each one, and it just was, you know, you didn't know what was going to happen, and he just looked like he had those shark eyes. He was just in the zone and ready for it. Wow, this is Oliver. He's just, nice first backhand snap. Kind of just pacing his way through this one. Really opens up in that third connection, gets a strong finish. And this is that last wave. I mean, that first turn within itself was just, had so much to it, so much flair, gets that second turn, almost runs over Tosh in the process, and finds really nice flow on this wave. I mean, wow, that end section as well, that timing, and to kind of go with that wave that was coming back at him as well to get that completion. Smart, competitive surfing there. That was huge.
Yeah, judges definitely having a conversation about that last wave. I mean, we feel real good about it. I feel like the judges have been keeping things right there in a close scale. They've given full credit to those excellent waves ridden, but they're definitely making these surfers earn it, as they should. This is only day 2. We know things are just going to elevate from here on out. As we wait for that score from Sharif Fall to come through, it looks like we've got a paddle. Sosh representing Costa Rica. Nice snap to start there. Look at this beautiful, clean face. Do we have a section?
Oh,
that was close. You saw it just slightly mistime that. I think like the ramp kind of crumbled just a little quicker than he expected. So as our surfers reset themselves in the lineup, let's go down to Rachel Tilley standing by with Jorgen Kuzenet.
Thank you so much, you guys. Jorgen, congratulations. A great heat win, looking really powerful with your surfing. Talk to me about how you're feeling with your feet on your wax.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Just my back hurts so bad, but I'm always trying to fight for the team. So I want to make good scores. I want to make them proud. I want to show them they made a good choice by choosing me. And yeah, I just felt confident. On my second wave, I almost fell because the wax was. Because you know here it's so like the weather is so hot that sometimes the wax is just melting and
melts
under your
your
feet.
wax, you can't do anything about it.
So I was like struggling to find my feet, and so now next heat I know I'm going to be putting more wax on my feet or maybe some wax in my pocket because yeah, I felt like the first wave, the second wave I almost fell, so I could have made a mistake.
Well, you managed to pull that one off, and you're looking so strong on your equipment here. Talk to me about your 717 and how that one felt. They're going to throw it onto the screen shortly, and you can talk me through how you're feeling in these moments.
So right there, I saw the lip. I was like, okay, well, should I do a layback or should I do a big curve? And yeah, I was like, okay, well, let's put the rail in the water. And it went pretty good. I was like, with my coach, Jeremy and Johan, we were like, okay, let's just go slow, like soft, you know, just try to build some scores. But I don't know. I just wanted to push as hard as I could because I don't like calm surfing. Yeah. I like to push as hard as I can. And this one I almost didn't make it, but I was happy to make it because it made the score. Like 717, it's a good score.
Yeah, well, it's interesting to hear it from your perspective because from our perspective, it looked clean and in control the whole time. Excellent power surfing. Tell me a little bit about this board that you're riding.
Okay, so just before I came here, I was in USA with one of my good friends, Joel Kirak. He's always hosting me in Huntington. So I've been surfing in trestles pretty much every day before the comp because I knew the wave was like a right and a left, so it was going to give me the opportunity to go both ways. And yeah, I'm really happy. Like this board is going good. It's a 77 from Shanghai. I just got it in the US when I was there. Every time I go there, I try to get as many boards as I can. So maybe this year it's pretty much like the 40 boards that I'm getting because I'm like trying to find the best equipment to make sure I'm qualifying on the CT.
Yep.
So yeah, this one looks pretty good. So I'm going to bring it to Ericeira. Hopefully it should be alive.
Well, it's looking really smooth and comfortable under your feet now. Congratulations. I know your friends and family are watching back home. Anything you'd like to say back to them?
Yeah, I wanted to say some stuff in French. Merci à tous de me suivre. Vous êtes vraiment super nombreux à m'envoyer des messages. Les copains, la famille, tout le monde. Vraiment, franchement, on n'est pas mal. On est juste en face. On voit les gauches. De mon lit, je vois la vague. Donc, franchement, on ne pouvait pas faire mieux. Donc, merci aussi à la Fédé, les coachs. Johan, Jérémy, Pauline, tout le staff. Franchement, on est entouré vraiment avec une équipe de malades. Donc, yeah, I was just saying I'm super proud to have Jérémy, Johan, and Pauline. They all won the ISA gold medal. So I hope I can make them proud and be the fourth in the team. So we'll see. For now, just one hit at a time.
Well, you've started your campaign off really strong with a heat win. Good luck tomorrow into your next one, and look forward to seeing you sitting back here throughout the event.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Back to you guys.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Rachel. And yeah, if Barton Lynch says that that's the best turn of the event so far, I believe it. We all saw and pretty much felt that turn. It was a searing, hard carve. And we'll definitely make that highlight package again. I'm not trying to tell anybody how to do their job, but that was...
that's a highlight package.
This highlight package now is probably going to be an hour and a half long. Yeah. There's so many good waves.
It's going to go for the whole day.
Yeah, give it up to the production crew. I mean, they have been on fire throughout the entirety of the first day. And, you know, we're just getting rolling today. It's 10:24 a.m. here in El Salvador, and we've already seen some huge numbers coming through. And another one just dropped there for Sharif Fall. He is well into the lead. A 6.83 and a 5.83 for a first place start with 3 minutes and 48 seconds to go. Tosh Talbot is in second right now. Oliver Heinz got a 4.20 on his opening wave, but yet to get that back up, and here he is. Just say his name, and he'll make it happen. So setting things up on that outside. Now here's the inside speed line. Nice cutback right there. He's just waiting for things to develop on this wave. He's starting to see the speed increase, but he's out. So I don't think that he saw anything available at the end of that wave. He's looking for a 2.64. He didn't make it super obvious for the judges, so it might be right on that line, but some good work done on a wave that was kind of just offering, you know, kind of just pedestrian sections.
Yeah, it kind of, you could see the tapering throughout the whole wave. It didn't really look like it was going to open up and allow us a critical section, and comes in just under 2.63. So you need to really work for those scores, big turns, big scores.
Zizek, Team Slovakia, his backhand, flying down the line. And just goes for the backside carve and ends up going down. Loved reading Ralph Zizek's biography. He says one of his hobbies, Glastonbury. He's a festival guy.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Take us with
you. Yeah. Can we come? That would be really fun though. Look, it is so clean out there. I mean, I think we're in for a bit of a treat for the rest of the day, Chris, because yesterday was delightful and I think today's going to be the same. It looks so fun, and we might even have a split peak here.
All right, so Tosh Talbot going left. I believe that was Sharif Fall going right. We're going to follow Tosh now. Solid fundamental power surfing. Tosh Talbot, representing the Pura Vida nation of Costa Rica. They always field a strong team. This year, more of the same. See Tosh working this wave all the way through to the inside section. Good clean surfing, looking to get rid of 2.50. Did that and more. Still going. He's out. That wave pushed him way down the line. Gets out just in time before things start to boil up and the rocks become pretty dry. So out the back, Oliver Heinz. He's got a top priority spot. Looking to get rid of a 2.64 for now, but we feel like Tosh may have improved on his backup score. We'll see what Sharif did on his wave.
Yeah, look at this right. Wow, it is so bowly. Really good first connection, but you can kind of see it just clamp down ahead of him. So I don't think that'll go into the top two for Sharif, but wow, that bottom turn, he's just really committing to each moment that he's got on these waves. I'm really loving his attack in this heat, and this last one of Tosh, nice first turn. I feel like there wasn't really any crazy moments on any of these waves. The surfing was good. He'll probably better the 2.5, but I just think it looks like he does as well. It's a 3.67, so slightly improves, but it would be nice to, you know, see both him and Oliver on some better waves that really opens up and allows them to do critical surfing. But for Team Costa Rica, they'd be happy with that because he's just extended second.
Yeah, he surfed that wave really well, but the word you just used, critical, right? The judges are looking for you to do big turns in the most critical section of the wave. You know, that's why Sharif Fall with the 6.83, he was right up and engaged in the lip. It was a smaller wave than the last one from Tosh, but the judges are putting a lot of importance on radical surfing.
Yeah.
While Tosh just did some good, clean power surfing, he didn't really get the opportunity to make things a little bit more dangerous by getting up and into the lip because the wave was pretty tapered off.
Yeah, and I mean, you even compare the last two scores that have locked in, right? Sharif's was a 3.17, so it didn't go into his top two, but Tosh's was a 3.67. And looking at the comparisons between those two waves, Sharif's was just that one turn, but it had that commitment. It was a steep section. He went for it, whereas his Tosh was kind of a bit slopier, was a little bit fatter, and I feel like, yeah, he did well. He did what he had to do.
Well, the results are in the book. It's going to be Sharif Fall getting the win in that last heat. Tosh Talbot comes through in second place. Close call there for Oliver Heinz, but he will be relegated to the repechage rounds along with Ralph Zizek from Team Slovakia. We got a lot more surfing to come. Big heat coming up next. We're just going to take a short break. We will be right back with more action. We're live from La Volcana. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned. are back. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025 edition. It's a great look at beautiful Ocana. Again, what an amazing part of the world. Wave rich is an understatement because it pumps here 300 plus days of the year. The water's always warm, the air's always warm. Today, it's right in the perfect spot. 85-degree water, 85 degrees in the air, and plenty of waves to go around. We got a 4-surfer heat in the lineup. Starting, this young surfer representing Sweden.
Whoa.
Oh, geez, that's that happens a lot. And we appear to have a situation.
Oh. Wow, that is a bit of a situation there. Wow, he's literally just got caught behind that whole wave as well. He's pretty deep, and wow, looks like Red maybe was thinking about going right, and last moment chose to go left. So yeah, that's a full situation there for Team Morocco and also Team Israel.
Yeah, so we've got Sweden, Morocco, Israel, and Hungary represented. Actually just got a chance on my breaks. I like to just run down the boardwalk and try to meet someone new. I got to meet the whole Hungarian surf team. Super awesome. They fielded a whole team this year for the first time ever, and they're pumped, as we see now. What a big carve there, and maintaining. That was very close to the edge, but you love to see it. So 2 big slashes there for Moroccan surfer, and Milo Shani up and into it, but over and under the water.
That was a big turn, just a little straight-legged coming down for Milo. And Team Sweden, they only have 3 surfers, with him and Kian Martin as well representing the team. And I feel like, you know, they've got a really good connection. It's a smaller team. They don't have as many heats to watch. Maybe they could go all the way.
Definitely have the strength, but do they have the numbers? Here we go. Ariel Uziel. I've seen this guy's name in many ISA competitions, and that right there was a blistering backside whip. A beautiful start to a messy finish, but wow, that was one of the most high-speed backside turns we've seen of the day. And it's like blinking, you'll miss it. That was incredible.
Yeah. Wow. That just full commitment on a pretty crazy section there as well. It's exactly what we were talking about in that last heat too. You know, those moments of, oh, wow. It really gives you that feeling, that emotion through those turns. And I feel like that's going to be well rewarded. Bit of a paddle there.
That was Zolt.
Yeah.
Dio Zegi, 37 years old, from Budapest, Hungary. He was born in Budapest, started surfing in 2001. He'd been skating that whole time, got sponsored as a skater.
Wow.
In 2009. He's the Hungarian national skate champion in 2012. So lots going on for this young surfer, Zolt Diosegi. We'll wait for him to get to his first wave. While we wait, let's go down to the boardwalk. Sharif Fall is with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, you guys. Wow, congratulations. An amazing heat win, looking so strong and confident on your feet out there, representing the country of Senegal. You have a huge team around you behind the camera. How does it feel?
I'm feeling really good, and first I will say, like, thanks to my team to choose me, because you know, we have a mini surfer in home and they choose me, and yeah, I put the job down right now. It's not finished yet, and I'm so happy. And also, I want to say hi to my wife. I know he's so proud of me, and he watching it in your family, and he do a really good job for me, and like help me to working out and getting better at my surfing. Yeah.
Well, this is your 3rd World Surfing Games representing your country. The sport of surfing is developing so rapidly because of surfers like you back home. How is it feeling being such an inspiration to everyone back home?
Oh yeah, I'm feeling really good. Be like, you know, I'm the example, like, you know, all of the kids, they learn a lot from me, and I prove like the way they learn from me. And yeah, I have a good team also. I have the coach Rene Rales, Umar, Pape, Aziz, all of those guys, and my team, Ismaila, Awa, Digensek, all of those, and Soleil, everybody. I'm just happy, you know, it's the first heat. Yesterday I've been feeling so sad because we have we can say all of my team, only me win the first heat, and yeah, you know, I'm the leader and I feel it, like, you know, that's why I do everything to make this heat. It's not finished yet, man. Yeah, I'll keep going.
Well, you're handling the pressure really well, getting a 6.83 as your highest single wave score. I'm going to have you look at this wave on the screen. This is your 6.83. Can you talk me through what you're feeling here?
Oh, yeah. When I hit the lip, I've been so happy. And, you know, I've been training so hard in California, also lower, and, you know, and home also in the team. And thanks to my support also to making really good ball for me, you know. I'm a tall guy. It's not easy for me, and, like, you know, I'm pushing, like, I'm doing my best I can. Yeah.
Well, an incredible wave surfed there. Love hearing it from your perspective. Everyone's so excited for you. Congratulations, and thank you so much.
I want to say hi also the people from Senegal watching us, all of the people sending me messages on Instagram. I cannot answer everybody because I've been having that stress, and right now I will let everything down and relax. I just want to say you guys, thank you so much for all of the love and support, and like Senegal rek, rai rek, rai rek.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Yeah, congrats, Sharif Fall. What a great guy. Awesome representative of Senegalese surfing, and just surfing in general. But we just watched a show right there. Abu Bakr, Team Morocco, just like a wizard on that wave. I mean, start to finish, excellent surfing all the way through. Speed, power, flow, all wave long. This right here is going to be a big number. This is exactly what Morocco wants to see.
Oh, 100%. I mean, look at this first turn, leans into the rail. He's surfing so freely, and he kind of has to in this heat because unfortunately that tussle at the start, he got a priority interference, it looked like. So he's going to lose his whole second wave. So he just needs to go for it right now and surf pretty free. It's almost like a 20-minute free surf session for him. It gets rid of the stress, it gets rid of everything else, and he can just really open up. And yeah, the way that he approached and attacked this wave, that deep bottom turn into just full power at the top, that extension to just kick that back foot, something different as well. That variety is really going to stand out in the judges' minds for sure. And yeah, this wave just offering more and more for him. It'd be really nice to be, you know, surfing a wave like this in a heat and getting scores like that. But, you know, you look at the other side of it and he's going to lose his whole second wave. So it makes the task a lot harder.
Well, he's done himself a big favor there by dropping one of the highest single wave scores of the season, 6.57 for that one. And if you think back to that interference early on, I mean, he's probably thinking and saying the same thing that I've said often when I accidentally drop in on someone. I thought you were going right.
Yeah.
My bad. Uriel.
Whoa.
Big turn to start. So Uziel, I mean, showing us that he is an absolute pro. Third turn, nice setup. Gets the quick speed float through to the inside. Strong finish there. Good, clean, powerful surfing from Uriel Uziel. That's going to be a big number as well. He's sitting on a 5.57 and a 5.17, so he's definitely going to delete one of those numbers. Meanwhile, Abu Bakr coming through with that 6.57, the highest single wave score this heat by a full point. And more sets rolling through. 9 minutes, 10 seconds left. So Milo Shani right now, he's got a chance, right? He needs a 4.25 or above.
Wow. He's back up again.
Yeah.
The speed, he's hungry right now. He's not happy, and he's really taking it out on the waves. Holy moly, that was 2 good turns.
That was a hammer. And he's probably excited to be going left. Morocco, world famous and world renowned for its incredible right-hand point breaks.
Wow.
So while Abu Bakr is probably feeling the sting, no doubt, of that interference that happened with about, I don't know, a minute into this heat.
Oh.
You can tell he's surfing with a lot of heart right now and presence. Just try to get through this one with one wave.
Well, it's exactly what he has to do, right? Like, he needs to open up and be aggressive and be really precise in his surfing. And I'm loving to see it. I mean, I would not want to be the wave right now, because with his approach and his just pure power on these waves, he would be absolutely obliterating the ocean out there. A 6.57 for that previous to last, and there's still a score to come through. I mean, you'd have to think he'd be leading this heat, and then that full speed from Uriel that we saw before as well. Yeah, that was pretty exciting to watch. I mean, electrifying surfing from him, absolutely. He's got that beautiful style, that drop knee. I love seeing that on people who are going on their backside, when they can just like drop that knee and kind of really load up into those sections. And then that speed out of it was just, yeah, exciting to watch for sure.
Yeah, he's being rewarded. 5.57 and 5.17. Just absolutely unloading on every turn that he's done. Uriel Uziel, I mean, he's got a ton of experience. QS, Challenger Series level, of course, here in ISA competition. He has been a standout to many of our events. So he continues on that trajectory of just getting his name out there on the international map. And meanwhile, Abu Bakr Bouaouda, representing Morocco, is trying to fight back. Here we see Uriel again. I mean, solid fundamentals, precision.
Wow.
Love that style through that bottom turn. And you're right, he is one of the cleanest styles of any surfer in the entire field. And that's saying a lot, because there's 297 surfers. So
yeah.
If you're on the top of that list, you're doing something right. Love watching Uriel surf.
Wow, that was just precise. I mean, look at this. Beautiful bottom turn into top turn, and he just gets a little bit extra off the top in that bottom turn to second combo. Wow. He is just on point out there. He's seeing everything. I mean, again, just really identifying each section. Taps that outside rail. I really, really love that style. I love watching that. Shows how low they're getting. It just shows like those simple 1%ers that make such a big difference. And he gets an extra 2% out of the top of his turns from the rest that everyone else is doing, and it's just gives that extra, like, you know, when you watch surfing, you just feel it. You can feel it in your soul. You're like, wow, that was a good turn. You can feel that power.
He just did my favorite bottom turn of the event so far.
Yeah.
You could tell he just kind of dropped his, like you said, knock knee through that bottom turn, added some extra elements of style. I'm putting him up there with like a Taro Watanabe.
Yeah.
You know, one of these kind of new stylists that we're seeing on these tours. Here goes Milo Shani, Team Sweden. Couple quick snaps there. What? Nice finish, and just suffers the wrath of a errant piece of backwash. Goes over the handlebars there. He was looking for a 6.57 total to get through.
Yeah, wow, that's an uncomfortable moment. That could have really changed his the whole trajectory of his heat. And for Abu Bakr, I mean, he's not losing his whole second wave, which is a plus. He only loses half. So he's got that 6.57, and now it's a 2.32. So he's sitting in a better position than what I originally thought, which is good. And I feel like even then, with the kind of surfing that we've been seeing from him, he could have really challenged for the lead. And they're both first and second. They're sitting pretty close to each other, maybe having a few words, saying, I thought you were going to go right on that one. What was going on?
You know how many times I've used that excuse?
Yeah, I've used it a couple of
Usually
times
it works fine when you're surfing with a regular footer.
Yeah.
But when you're surfing with a goofy footer, it's not going to fly.
It doesn't work like that, does it?
Or if you're at a left-hand point break.
Yeah.
What? I'm so sorry. I thought you're...
Mine was like, I didn't think that you were going to make it around the section. I'm so sorry. You looked quite deep.
Oh, the excuses we make.
There's a lot.
Well, for now, Abu Bakr is safe. So he's got a 6.57, a 2.32. So basically what happens when you get that type of interference, they take your second wave and cut it in half. So he will get some credit. And it's working out for him right now. So if you can make it through a heat, holding on to an interference, you've done something pretty special. We saw Gabriel Medina do it here in El Salvador a few years back. when people were kind of going through this shock and awe moment. Oh my gosh, Gabriel Medina's going to lose in an early round, but no, he's not.
Yeah.
He's not going to.
Doesn't happen
No,
very
even
often,
you
does
could,
it?
you know, you could go out there and duct tape his legs together. He's still going to find a way to win.
For sure. Ooh.
Soltz right there from Team Hungary. Just had a look at that one. Looking for him, that one. He didn't get into that one because closed out. So Soltz right now is to the north of the contest area. Just making his way back to the takeoff zone. And I give it up to this guy. He's a skateboarding champion. Only started surfing in 2001. So for most of the competitors who have been surfing for 20, 30 years in some cases, you know, they got a head start on Soltz, but he's doing Team Hungary proud right now. He's got a wave under his belt. He's going to get back out there with 2 minutes, 24 seconds to go. Try to get things going in this heat. There's nothing easy here at La Bocana. I mean, even the paddle out is, you're going to get pounded a few times before you make it to the takeoff zone.
Yeah. Absolutely. You need to be prepared for it too. You just got to surrender. And just go, yep, I'm just going to keep duck diving until there's a moment that I can just break past it. But sometimes it can drive you insane, for sure, especially in heats. And paddling at 100%, why am I still not moving? How have I not made any progress? But, you know, he's spent plenty of time in the ocean. I'm sure he's kind of figuring out a way to zigzag his way back out there with under 2 minutes to go.
Well, I remember being a kid and seeing photos and videos of Central America, you know, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica. Oh, there's Matt Myers. You know, Matt was here. But when I see that green hat, I know we have one of the best coach/mentors in the business. Matt Myers. Looks like he's working with Team Sweden. That's Grayson Grant right there, representing Sweden by way of Encinitas, California. D Street Ripper. And Matt is always on the case. I'd love to get a look at that notebook.
Yeah.
By looking at that notebook, you'd probably have to have him decipher the codes that he's writing down, but he would surf better.
He's hidden it now. He's like, hey, let's just put it away.
Oh, come on, let me get a look at it.
Some secrets there.
Yeah. I guess I have to join the Matt Myers mentorship program if I want
to unlock your true potential. He's like, not even allowing it.
There we go. Team Hungary is on the board. Zolti Osegi. You know what? Making his team proud there. Fighting his way back into the lineup. Catches one. So now he has 2 waves ridden. He's most likely going to end up in the repechage round, but, you know, fully fighting for it that entire 20 minutes. I want to go skate with Sol. I bet Hungary is holding some good skate spots.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. He's probably found a couple of places here as well that he could go for a skate in. Oh, this is a good-looking wave.
Ooh, Milo Shani representing Team Sweden. Nice combo to start this wave. Still going, flying down the line. Gets that end section and rides out clean. There we go.
Wow.
He's amped. He should be. That was great surfing.
That was his first full complete ride as well. To get that completion, huge tick. At the literally the end moments, there's what, 20 seconds to go? That's just complete. I mean, wow, he needs a 6 something. It's going to be a pretty big score, and he's definitely asking the question.
But, I mean, he's feeling it, right? And regardless if he gets the score or not, that's an emotional buzzer beater. Because he went through a lot in that heat. Probably didn't get the waves he wanted to get, but a big, strong finish right there. If he does end up in the repo round after that wave, he will have at least a better of a feeling knowing that he cleaned things up towards the end of the heat.
Yeah, for sure, finding the confidence. I mean, if he ends up in that repechage round, he can kind of move through with that with, you know, knowing what he needs to do a little bit earlier on.
No doubt. Well, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. What an incredible performance by Uziel representing Team Israel. Some of the most stylish surfing we've seen of this entire event. And guess what? There's so much more to come. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be right back with more action. We're live from La Bocana. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. Welcome, surf fans. We are back in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. This is the 2025 ISA World Surfing Games. And as you can see, as usual, it is pumping.
Highest single wave score in our men's main round goes to Keiji Onishi from Japan with an 8.67. Team Australia's Morgan Sibilik with a 7.67.
I just love surfing, man. I love to represent Argentina. Whenever there's a chance and there's a phone call, I'm in.
Even on the screen, this looks like an absolute bomb, and that's a hammer. Yeah, Marvin. Wow, look at this section.
The highest single wave score in our women's main round goes to Yanire Echevarri for Team Spain with an 8.0.
It feels pretty good. I mean, I feel like I still left a little bit out there. It's always the first heat nerves, I think.
Team Japan's Amuro Suzuki with a 7.43. That wraps up day one of competition for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Tune in tomorrow for a 7 a.m. start for more action.
Welcome back to La Balcana Podium 1. As you see here on screen, if you want to find out what's happening right now up at Podium 2, there is a link on the website that you're probably watching this on right now, isasurf.org. Click that link to find out what's happening up at El Sunzal. Plenty of action going down at both podiums today. We got 17 minutes, 20 seconds left here in men's round 1, heat 36. Guilherme Ribeiro, Jane Kateng, and Noah Storhag. Norway, China, Portugal represented here. Portugal always comes through with a strong team. And you can bet that Guilherme wants to continue that role. This guy's a powerhouse of a surfer. 23 years old from Costa de Caprica.
Wow, he's found some good moments in this wave, really extending through the top and just a viper, bringing it back to the foam as well. He's got so much speed and push and takes that one all the way through. That wave just offered more and more. It was like, hey, yep, here's another section, another moment. Noah.
The gift that just kept on giving.
Yeah, exactly. And beautiful opening arc there for Noah. And I mean, just laying into it once again. These waves are really pulsing through right now. Bit of a two-stage one there, and he just reconnects nicely. And this wave, again, it's just really same kind of flow. Gift that keeps on giving. There's so many sections there for him to attack, and he identified each one and had a little bit of, as we said, variety, a bit of difference throughout the whole wave.
Jank's got to keep up with the pace currently being set by Guilherme and Noah. That's a good start there for Kateng. Hung up just a little bit in the whitewater there, but he's back at it. So totally different looking wave than we saw from the previous two from Ribeiro and Storhag. Just the cadence was a little bit slower, didn't give him much opportunity for a critical section. So that was just kind of the luck of the draw right there.
Yeah, sometimes that happens. Two good waves come through and everyone else is left out the back to kind of fight to get back in the heat. Unfortunately for Jiang, that wave, didn't really open up as much as I guess what he was hoping and expecting. So he needs to kind of try, get back out there and identify the ones that really offer the steeper. Even two turns, honestly, is getting him into 6s and 7s.
Well, Guilherme Ribeiro is coming off a win on a QS event in Lacanau. So he definitely has a lot of momentum. He's been doing the ISA since he was 13 years old. He's always dreamed of competing here in the open division. You know, this is where the big dogs eat. He got the call up to the team, and so far he's done Team Portugal proud, which I would think there would be some pressure when you get added to the World Surfing Games team for a powerhouse nation like Portugal. And he got some big shoes to fill. He's in good company as well. The Portuguese women's team is incredible. Teresa Bonvalat, Yolanda Hopkins. I mean, those are two title threats.
Yeah.
They got Frederico Moraes, Francisca Kiki Veselka, former world junior champion, and Guillermo Ribeiro and Alfonso Antunes. That's one of the best teams on paper in the entire draw of 61 teams. And here he goes again.
Oh.
How did he do that? 3 turns, powerful turns, super clean, on the span of about 3 feet.
That was lethal. He's a full Viper out there right now. He's just ready, poised to strike.
Wow, the judges just got a lot to think about on that last wave while they lock their scores in. Let's go down to the boardwalk with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, guys. Here we have Team Israel, all here cheering on. It's a great team here you have. This is your second, or this is, I've had one of your countrymen already sitting here. Second win for your team today. How's it feeling?
Wow, feeling great. Also feeling great to know that Eli, my mate, made it too. And yeah, it's been amazing to surf out here alone with like 4 guys out because I've been struggling to get waves all over the free surf. And yeah, I'm happy to make the first round and happy to be here.
Well, yeah, talking about your training here, it is tricky when you have 297 athletes in the draw here at the ISA World Surfing Games. It's a lot of people to compete against for waves, both at La Bocana and El Sunzal. How has your training looked over the past weeks as you've been here?
Actually, I came here kind of late because I had another comp in Europe, QS. So we came right at the peak of the crowd. And yeah, it's been hard because I was trying to stay with the good vibes and try to be nice for everyone and try to get my waves as well. And I've been having fun a lot with the team. And yeah, it's just a great place to be in El Salvador. I love it. It's my third time here. And every time I come here, it's just amazing.
Well, okay, as your third time, you're starting to become a local. What are your favorite things to do around El Tunco or here in El Salvador that is not surfing?
For sure eating the burrito place on the corner.
Oh, I love that place. I
yeah,
love that place.
that's a stick place. And I love the food. It's pretty healthy, simple. And the waves are incredible. It's warm, you surf with board shorts. And just chilling, you know. It's not a stressful place. It's a really peaceful place. I love it. Everybody's really nice. All the locals are good friends, and yeah, there's such a good vibe in this place.
Well, we're happy to have you here. We're all happy to be here. Congratulations on your round 1 heat win. I'll throw it back to you guys in the booth.
Can I say something to my mom?
Yeah, of course.
אמא, אני אוהב אותך. גם אותך אבא, אני יודע שאתה רואה. וגם אותך חביב. ואת כולם, את כל עם ישראל. עם ישראל חי.
Hi, Mom. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Love it. You got to fit that shout out to Mom. And
absolutely.
I'm putting him on my list. One of the, if not the most stylish surfers in the entire draw. I said it about 8 times in his heat. I'll say it again. Uriel Uziel is so, you just watch him and it's like meditating. That stylish. And when you mix a style like that with speed and flow, you got the complete surfer. So congratulations there. And while we're talking about that, Kai Tang came through, hung on. Great finish there. So scores started to drop through during that interview. Noah Storhog came through with a 4.83. Got Guillermo Ribeiro way out into the lead with a 6.10 and a 5.5. He's been doing some great, powerful surfing. I think Portugal and power, those words just go together really nicely. They've been doing it for a long time at a very high level. So I expect at least a top 10 finish here in 2025 for Portugal.
Oh, at
Team
least,
Norway's looking strong right now with Noah in the lineup.
Yeah, that 4.83, sitting pretty, isn't it? And just absolutely going for it. I mean, Ribeiro has really just run away with the lead. That 6.1 and a 5.5. He's just ready for anything. That previous ride, I think that was a 6.1. That was just, I honestly don't even know how he did that. He, as we said before, he fit so many turns in such a short space, but he was so ready for it. It was like there was no questions asked. He was like, yeah, I'm here and I'm ready for it. Let's take another look at it. Really nice opening carve. And you can see it starts to really bowl up. Good connection there, lightning fast. And then just, wow, really smooth connections. The transitions between turns there was just on point.
That last little segment, vertical snap straight into the carve and did not break his line. No weird movements in between those 3 turns. And the judges loving the finishing. And, you know, the opening turn was really good too, going plenty fast down the line. But I could watch that replay all day long. I would love to one day do a series of turns like that. Just got to keep practicing for 20 more years or so. Here we go, Noah Starhawk. So you might think Noah, representing Norway, would have trouble acclimating to these warm, luscious waters of El Salvador. Well, he did grow up in Jaco, Playa Hermosa, so grew up in Costa Rica. But his mom is from Norway, dad is from Argentina. So he's got an international family. He's been in Norway a bunch of times. He's got a lot of family in Bergen. And he is your first place finisher for the boys national division in Costa Rica. And obviously you can see he's feeling right at home. Some great surfing there from Noah.
Yeah, those connections were just timed perfectly, and I love how he's just like, yep, I'm going to hold on to this one for a fraction longer. Let's take a look at the drone shot as well. I mean, really good first turn. The spray just going out the back as far as it can go and gets that second turn. I mean, 2-turn combinations is where it's at. I feel like quality over quantity is definitely the go out here, and he identified 2 pretty good sections on that wave for sure. And still waiting on this score to come through. It'll definitely better that 0.27, but I think it might even surpass a 4.83.
I'm right there with you. 7 minutes, 19 seconds left. Set rolling through. Just glistening sun off the beautiful, smooth faces of these set waves. It's looking like it's going to be another all-time day here at La Bocana. And I would assume that up at El Sunzal, it's just as glassy. Different wave. It's a long right-hand point break. You could probably do, I don't know, if you're trying really hard, you could probably do 12, 15 turns. But El Sunzal, a little smaller today than it was yesterday, but I feel like this right here is the perfect size for La Bocana. Yesterday there was moments where it just almost looked a little too big.
Yeah.
Whereas today, these sets are rolling through and they just give these surfers the best pockets to work with, rights and lefts. There's the heat coming up next. Set to be another international superheat, no doubt. At the moment, we've got Team Portugal in the lead, 610, 5.5. That's Guilherme Ribeiro. World Surfing Games by the numbers. 297 athletes, the largest ever field for a WSG. We have 61 national teams, 22 Olympians, and 2 new nations who want to welcome Angola and Vanuatu, who are surfing for their first time here in ISA competition.
Wow. All the amenities here as well. We got the physios where all the athletes can get tuned up pre-post heat.
Much needed ice baths.
Yep.
And ice cream.
Absolutely.
You could actually eat ice cream in the ice bath.
I feel like we're going to have to make that work.
When's our next break?
Soon.
All right. You go first.
We'll be there. And yeah, there's just some areas to kind of lounge in, watch a surf. I mean, it's pretty hot down there, so finding some shade is super important. But I mean, there's so much on offer. And let's take a look. This is Ribeiro, and wow, he's just really ready for what's coming at him. A little bit of a fumble there, but he's doing well. This wave starts to bowl up. Wow, big connection there, and gets that completion. That's the best moment of that wave. I don't know if it'll go into the top 2, but huge connection. And Noah as well, finding himself on a good sized wave, goes, oh my goodness, up and into it, but
that was
just gets annihilated.
That was a brave decision. I love to see that.
Wow.
I mean, I don't love to see people getting slammed like that, but I love to see surfers going for it. And Noah right there, absolutely charging up into that threatening section. That was fun to watch. Probably not fun to feel.
No.
Getting pounded by a wave like that. This wave does have a lot of punch. You've already seen multiple broken boards, broken leashes, and broken fins. So
I don't know if you saw yesterday, Marvin, who is from Team El Salvador, he did something pretty similar, but on a way more gnarly section, and he just disappeared. It was great. He got, just eaten by the wave. It was insane. He literally got evaporated. It was crazy. But the commitment, 10 out of 10.
Inside of 4 minutes now. It's safe to say, Ribeiro pretty locked in out there. This is that last wave for Guilherme Ribeiro. Still waiting for the score came through. This is just good, clean, powerful surfing. Well, except for that little part right there. But other than that, great surfing.
Yeah, I mean, look at this wave too, and how quickly it stands up, and just the, he's just striking every section, and real whippy. He's got that real whippy backside snap, and it just looks so good. And he's in a pretty good lead. I mean, the 6.43 best wave of the heat is to Noah, but Ribeiro has those 2 good scores, and I just feel like hasn't quite left second gear yet.
I've made some questionable calls in the past, but nobody can question this. Team Portugal, right now, I would say has their best shot in years of getting on the podium here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Getting on the podium again, I should say. They've done it in the past, but one more time. Yo-Yo Hopkins, Teresa Bonvalot, Federico Moraes, Kiki Veselko, Guilherme Ribeiro, and Alfonso Altunez. That is a star-studded powerhouse of a team.
I swear, like, the deeper we get into the draw, the more we kind of take an even more closer look at the lens and of the teams and things like that. Every team is stacked. You think about it and you go through the names, Team Japan, Team USA, the names aren't as, like, in your face as what you would expect, but the surfing is just doing the talking. I mean, Team Portugal they're going to be a force,
Well, give it up to Team China. They've come through in the past few years, and they've been improving with every heat. I'm looking at their team. Siki Yang. I mean, she became one of my favorite surfers in Huntington Beach. And here in El Salvador, she became an Olympian down here, representing Team China. Xu Hanjin. I mean, there's a young team, too. They're all pretty much still teenagers. Wang Yitian, 17. Dong Zihao. Jane Katang, 20 years old. Wu Shidong, 17 years old. So they still have that teenage crew, mostly. But big things in the future for Team China. I mean, again, they just get better and better. They've been training. I'd love to see. I'm going to, on my break between ice baths and ice cream, I'm going to check out what's been happening with Siki Yang.
Yeah.
She is just such a radical surfer. It's an awesome personality. I'm going to see what she's been doing so far.
I think in one of her first ever QSs at Phillip Island, she got a 3rd. Sophie McCulloch beat her, and Soph went on to win the event. And then I remember seeing her debut in one of the events in Indo, and she charges. Like, she is not scared at all. She's ready to go. And, obviously making an appearance in the 2024 Olympics over in Tahiti, and she just, left everyone with some real big question marks on what her future's going to look like, because she's powerful.
And I think she's low-key funny, too, because
she's
I'm
hilarious.
looking at her bio. Sponsors, no. Hobbies, no. And then in her bio line, it just says no. She doesn't want you to know. She's just going to go surf.
Yeah.
And we're all just going to live in Siki's world.
Just watch me surf.
Yeah, exactly. 15 seconds left. Guilherme Ribeiro handily winning this heat. But give it up to Noah Storhog. 6.43. That's the highest single wave score in that 20-minute match. He backed that up to 4.83 for a strong second-place finish. Jiang Katang, representing Team China, is going to be relegated to the repechage round, which is now just being filled heat after heat with really solid surfing talent. So no easy path to the podium here at the ISA World Surfing Games in El Salvador. You're going to have to fight for every point you get. We're only on day 2, but we've already seen some incredible surfing go down. There's Guillermo coming through, convincing heat victory. And I'm super impressed, not only with his heat IQ, his prowess out in the lineup, but just clean style, power surfing. Portugal is stoked to have Guilherme on their squad this year. Well, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back. Of course, lots more action all the way through to the afternoon here today. Podium 1 is firing. Podium 2 is as well. You can check that out on the ISAsurf website. Click the link to see what's happening up there. On this break, we're going to flip the script here. Going to bring in Paul Evans and Barton Lynch. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the ISA World Surfing Games opening ceremony. Woo!
Welcome everybody to Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games. It's my happiness to welcome all the 61 teams, 297 athletes, 450 participants. I wish all of you guys the best in the competition. A few of you are going home with medals, most not. But all of you are champions because you are here representing your country for the love of surfing, for the love of this competition. You're representing your countries, take that with you for the rest of your life. It's the highest honor in these World Surfing Games because we together are the United Nations of Surfing. Lovely moment in my life. Open officially the Surf City El Salvador ISA 2025 World Surfing Games! Yeah!
Dan, it's a very warm welcome back to Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Off to a flying start yesterday and back down this morning, greeted by fun conditions, performances in the water. They've been great so far. Expect plenty more of that. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through it. BL, Barton Lynch, mate, we enjoying ourselves today or what?
We're enjoying ourselves, mate. I just went down and had a double espresso of the old El Salvadorian coffee. Here are the surfers in the water. Callum Robson, obviously, we've heard a lot of him, and we know how great a surfer he is, and Australia has a really good team at this event.
What did it do to you? Talk me through the effects on the body and mind and soul, mate.
The coffee?
Yeah.
Well, a little bit sweaty on the palms, people. A little bit sugar, going a little fast, but it was delicious. So much so that I had the first espresso, and a guy had a double. I went, yeah, give me another one of those, and that second one, great coffee over here.
Yeah, love it. Delicious. All
Very
part,
clean.
Yeah, all part of the flavour profile of this part of the world, which you just wake up in the morning, you smell that warm tropical air, maybe a few flashes of lightning and thunder over the horizon. Then you get the sunrise coming up. Then you see the crisp lines out of the South Pacific. Yes, please.
And life is good.
All right, having a look here. Opening wave 4, surf out of Greece. Christodoulou. Look at this.
Wow.
Off the bottom, belting this BL.
Beautiful bottom turn, wasn't it? Great style, good starter. Judges drop a 4.67 for that one. Performance levels definitely seem to be heading upwards, skywards. Couple of nice turns there, trying to find the end. Doesn't get the completion, 3.67 drop for that one. Score obviously affected by that incompletion at the end. Here's Australia.
Live action. Cal Robson, the Aussie, beautiful looking lefts. First hit's big, second one is big as well, all the way from the bottom to the top of the wave. Here goes Guatemalan Carlos Humberto Escobar. And that is a nice and spicy attack from him. Finishes real close to Callum Robson, and a great exchange that one on these lefts. Meanwhile, hang on, out the back, Mateo.
Wow.
Surfing for Greece, surfing well, pocket snap. Really nicely done. And he'll get a chance to spray his mates, Carlos and Callum.
Yeah, a variety of 2 backhand turns on all of those waves. Be interesting to see how the judges score that and compare each of them in their own right. Similar rides. We'll see on the replays, we'll be able to evaluate the size of the wave, the size of the sections, and the size of the turns, they being the primary components that the judges will consider. And although they all got a wave out of that set, they're still duck diving the 5th wave, the 6th wave, and the 7th wave of that set as well.
So a bit of paddling on here. See who gets back into position. Judges deliberating on numbers, and a fast start to a heat is what we love. And with 20 on the clock, I think that's definitely a tactic from our surfers as well. The elite experience. Callum Robson, you would think, would be give him a bit of an edge in this particular heat. As we'll have a look at what's coming up next. Love Rio Inaba, such a good surfer.
Tommaso Layson as well from Barbados, an incredible young surfer. Looks like at times like a young Kelly Slater. It's going to be a great heat as well. Joey Gale there for the Bahamas. And again, that international flavour. Saw Rio at the Olympics, representing Japan at Tiahopo'o. The end of the road in Tahiti. There's the scores, a 6.83. Big score for the Australian. Big section, big turns. 3.77 for Greece. A little more conservative in the sections and where Matteo hit those sections. Still the judges having a long think of Escobar's.
Those breezes remaining nice and light, touch wood for the moment. As you can see how smooth it is as we'll fly the drone over the lineup here. Keep a beady eye on Callum Robson with second prio underneath the first priority of Carlos Escobar. Cal would have a little look at that one. Quickly identify a soft wave, just kind of caps there, Barton, and just immediately the energy is down, and that's why he's not interested.
It's interesting to see this little bit of cat and mouse going on between,
going on, eh?
You know, there's first and second priority, so it's established, but at the same time, it seems like Carlos Humberto Escobar recognises the value of that priority, and if you're sitting close to your opponent, then you've got the opportunity to control the lineup. If you give them enough space that they can do whatever they want, the priorities loses its defensive value, only has its attacking value. So by sitting close to the people with priority below you, there's defensive and attacking opportunities that come with the priority, and you're maximising both of those.
Just in tussle, a little bit of motion in the end, really. It's paddle around a bit and then just sit down. So they'll wait a little while for energy to come through. We get excited about someone paddles a meter in one direction, and it gives us something to kind of talk about, because it might look fairly innocuous, but there's all sorts of these things at this really high level. There's loads going on. This is all intentional stuff.
Exactly. It's it's the chess game. And even though you might just be moving one thing, and if your opponent only sees that move but doesn't see the consequences of that move a few moves down the line, that's where the power is.
You put your hand on the piece, do you have to move it? Can you kind of just put your hand on the chess piece?
Got to keep your hand on, haven't you?
All right, 12 minutes, just over that. We got some paddle in from deep. Cal, he'll go right. Powerful slice and turn. No real surprises there. The speed as well, blistering. That is a huge hit, and a bit of extra as well, as he gets some really good release and makes it look dynamic, and also just mixes up. Rather than seeing two similar turns, we're getting that variety.
That was it was a powerhouse, totally committed inside section, two-turn combination. Judges are going to eat that up as well. Showed them his backhand on the first wave for the 6.83. Something with the hand now. He keeps looking at that, whether it touched the board underwater. Definitely had something to think about. Good start to the heat already. Everybody's had two rides. Callum there with the second being assessed, and we imagine as we see this replay, first turn, beautiful wrap. Kind of standard, but beautiful. And this second turn, powerful, aggressive, committed, and we'll see this score go above 6, I imagine. Big, powerful surfer. Little pumps of the board to build the connection through the feet, and then drives up into the pocket. Again, nothing too spectacular, but perfect for that moment. And then this moment's where the big points are going to come from. Judges still considering the turn, but look at the commitment, the dedication, and could have easily have fell. The judges ate that up for an 8.17. Excellent score, and rightly so. Committed, dedicated surfing right there.
Excellence from Callum Robson. Brilliant surfing. Love that slow-mo. You see the commitment just burying the nose of the board underwater. So dynamic in a critical section, and he is well on his way here. 10 on the clock, midway point. Here goes Christodoulou of Greece. A quick in and out for him. Callum Robson with a strong advantage. In the meantime, let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat and get some insights with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, you guys. Guy, congratulations on that heat win. Now, you're off a huge win at the Pantene Classic, literally last week, right before coming here, coming straight into the World Surfing Games here on the world stage. Talk to me about how much confidence you can pull from a career win like that coming into this event.
Yeah, for sure, it's a boost. It's my second QS win. And yeah, it was an amazing week that gave me a lot of confidence to come here to El Salvador. A bit of different conditions, you know. Pantene was cold, here it's just so warm. But yeah, we had the chance to get some big waves in Pantene, and here in El Salvador, the waves have a lot of power, so it was actually good training. And yeah, it has been a good training before the comp. I've been feeling well, and yeah, I can't wait for the next round.
Well, you have a great team behind you. All of you guys have been performing really well. Talk to me, did you get any tips prior to your heat from your countrymen that have been performing throughout today?
Yeah, for sure. Also from Fred yesterday that made his heat, even though he didn't make it in first. We take a lot of notes from each other, and we speak a lot between us. And yeah, we are a great team. We really appreciate to be side by side by each other. So yeah, we are feeling great. We're surfing good, so we're going for it.
Well, it's a unique dynamic in surfing to be able to participate on a team level, and that's something super unique to the ISA World Surfing Games. What does it mean to you to be here at the ISA World Surfing Games? Yeah,
it means a lot. It's a completely different comp. I don't know, honestly, these are the type of comps that I love the most. We are all together, supporting each other. I love to do a wave and have my whole team cheering for me. So yeah, I love to cheer for my team too. So I don't know, I just feel great doing the ISA, and I've been doing since I was 12 years old. So it's been a while. I was a junior, and now I'm a senior. So yeah, I love the ISA comps.
Well, you're well accomplished, and you're off to a great start here. Congrats on your round one win, and good luck for the next one.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. Guy Ribeiro, all smiles, great unity in the Portuguese squad. We expect that from them. A lot of quality as well. Speaking of which, Callum Robson, Team Australia, just ripping BL.
Big scores, first two rides, scores that he will keep. You would imagine, you know, immediately after those two scores, he knew he was in an advancing position. Here he goes again.
Fancies a bit more, doesn't he? Look at this wave for Callum Robson. Beautiful rail work for him. Loads of speed. A meaty section. And he gives it a good hit. Can he challenge a 6.83? That was exciting surfing. I'm seeing him go, no thoughts at all about safety. No. Just going at it hard and fast, which always looks dynamic, which tells a story.
And Australia, a powerhouse nation of global surfing for a long time, as we see Callum here drop into that first turn. Beautiful big snap, big tall double overhead face, hits the lip, manages it with such power and grace. Here we go on the replay. Watch the back foot through here. He just drives through that back foot, tweaks it right at the end of the turn. This is where the main money is. You see the weight, the speed and the power of that moment had him sort of lose his balance just momentarily. Got the balance back over the front foot, drove it into the lip, free falls down. Could have easily have caught a rail there and not completed it. Can it be another big score? Well, it's a massive score, another excellent score. 8.5. I don't know that I saw that coming, that big a score, but there was commitment in it, and it's the sort of surfing that judges loved right there. So 2 excellent scores, job done. You'd almost come in and hit the ice bath and take the jersey off and just breathe a bit.
Absolutely massive total for Callum Robson, 16.67, a couple of 8s, an excellent heat with over 5 to go. Be back in the lineup with what you would think would be an unassailable lead in this. And you think about sort of surfing and his speciality, and this wave in particular, almost feels like the perfect match for Callum Robson this wave.
Especially with the size that he brings to the... It looks like he's definitely sort of bulked up a little bit, looks really strong, really powerful. He's always in good spirits. One of those tradesman-like professional surfers, always working at his craft, and we're seeing the results of that long-term effort here in this heat.
On the Aussies, fresh world title, a brand new winner in terms of Molly Picklum for the women. What's that going to do for Australian surfing? Because it's another new, I mean, not new in terms of we've seen him for a few years, but a new world champion for Australia. That's massive.
No, it's massive. And Molly is a great character, and her surfing belies her personality. On land, she's charismatic and always in good spirits. When she hits the water, she's a machine, incredible competitor. Here we go again. More, hold the phone. Are we going to 9s here? Are we going up? We went 8.17 into the 8.5. That something felt more dynamic and more aggressive and more, there was more attack in those 2 turns maybe than the previous. The thing that might hold it back is the size of that wave, but still, ominous signs here, you know. Long term, this guy could be a winner of this event given the performance we've seen. That turn was phenomenal. Pumping, driving, energetic, flares the tail out, hadn't had enough. You might want to just put the handbrake on and stop showing so much so early. First round. See that extension there, building speed to drive into this turn. Watch, he lays the back arm back on the wave face, a la John Florence style turn there, and we've seen John use that turn for massive scores. He's won world titles with that turn alone. Fantastic surfing from Callum Robson here. Judges having a think about this. I feel like it's, besides the size of the sections that he hit, they were a little bit smaller than the previous sections. That surfing was even more committed than the previous 2 rides.
Yeah, the speed as well. At one stage, almost looked like it was sped up. He was going so fast towards that section. When he can do that with the control that he has, he's putting together something really monumental at the moment.
Well, like I said earlier, day 2 feels like the performances feel like we're in round 3, 4, 5. We've advanced, but we're still in round 1, and everyone's warming to the occasion.
It's ramped up for sure. Maybe, I don't know, another reason for that as well. We're seeing more rights come into play as well. So it's just another option for our surfers like Callum Robson on that powerful forehand. Jorgen Cousinet as well, a few heats to go on the attack.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the rights hadn't been used so much. It's great to see they're definitely money. 7.87 comes through. So really indicative of the influence on the size of the sections on the score. There was commitment. Absolute commitment from Callum Robson. But the size of the sections influencing the size of the score.
Let's turn our attention to the tussle for second at the moment. Carlos Escobar, who the opening stage of this was sort of tussling a little bit, position jockeying, shall we say, on the peak with Callum Robson at the moment. He's in 3rd at the moment. It's not miles back, though. 90 on the clock. He's got first priority. He only needs a 3.85, and all of this time, Callum Robson's catching these waves and throwing away numbers, you know, a big, nearly an 8, a high 6, numbers that would get him through, even winning most heats that we've seen today. Escobar needs to get involved here, and he needs to get involved quick.
And it's interesting, it's about where your energy is focused at a point in time. Here he goes.
Here he is, loading up here, 3.85. That's not a big number. First turn's decent, doesn't need to do too much. What he needs to do is make these maneuvers, crucially. 2-turn combo on the backhand, complete. It's not crazy, life-changing surfing, but it was pretty brisk and sharp. 3.85 is that requirement? Has he asked a question?
So you go, as a judge, you're not going to go 3. You're actually 3.5 or 4 in your mind. Feel like there's potential for this to go to a 4. It's small, definitely a small wave. The first turn was nice, critical into the second one as well. If he doesn't get the score, I feel like the surfing was good enough, but the wave size will be something that'll impact it. This is small as well.
Could be a crucial wave fit. Christo Dulu.
Oh!
Busy, wasn't he? Just frisky.
I don't think he improves on the 3.77, so his scores will stay the same. 5 seconds remaining in this one. Will Escobar go from third place up into an advancing position?
Robson loading up on the left, loads of speed. Look at this pocket, and he'll just hammer that one and go down. What a heat we've just seen from Callum Robson. The judges will turn their attentions to maintain their focus on the left-hander ridden by Carlos Humberto Escobar of Guatemala, neighboring country to El Salvador, out to the west. So he hasn't traveled a long way to get here. He'll be very familiar with Surf City and competing here. And he did well to find himself that wave after an extended period of inactivity. Has he done enough is the question our judges need to answer for us.
Looking to improve on the 3.67. Will it be? Yes, there it is. Scores in.
He gets it. 4.17 for him. Jumps to second. He's absolutely delighted. The squad from Guatemala, they're really, really stoked as well. A clutch performance at a critical moment in the heat. And a lot to enjoy about that. We had the sort of statement runaway performance from Callum Robson, who was just streets ahead of most of, well, everything we've really seen over the last couple of days, but also a really cool story in that tussle for second. It's Guatemala that gets it. We're going to get a quick commercial break. We'll keep the action rolling live from Surf City right after this.
Welcome, surf fans. We are back in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. This is the 2025 ISA World Surfing Games. And as you can see, as usual, it is pumping.
Highest single wave score in our men's main round goes to Keiji Onishi from Japan with an 8.67. Team Australia's Morgan Sibilik with a 7.67.
I just love surfing, man. I love to represent Argentina. Whenever there's a chance and there's a phone call, I'm in.
Even on the screen, this looks like an absolute bomb, and that's a hammer. Yeah, Marvin. Wow, look at this section.
The highest single wave score in our women's main round goes to Yanire Echevarri for Team Spain with an 8.0.
It feels pretty good. I mean, I feel like I still left a little bit out there. It's always the first heat nerves, I think.
Team Japan's Amuro Suzuki with a 7.43. That wraps up day one of competition for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Tune in tomorrow for a 7 a.m. start for more action.
Big energy yesterday kicked off the World Surfing Games. We've ramped it up a bit from there. We're watching live action. Here goes Ryo Inaba, the Olympian out of Japan, and the Goofy on a long left with some meat on its bones. What's he got for us through and inside? A dynamic turn to finish a tricky section. He'll do well. Ryo Inaba looking to use all of that weaponry available to him. Also looking at Tommaso Layson of Barbados, Joey Gale from the Bahamas, Julio Joaquim out of Angola, one of our brand new nations. One of two here representing out of 61 countries. Couple of freshies. Great to see that.
What an honour to be the first athletes to represent a country ever in the ISA World Surfing Games. Caught up with those guys down on the boardwalk a little while ago and took some photos, and the vibes were high. I can't wait to watch Julio surf. I did mention before that Tommaso Layson is one of those young surfers who I see a massive future for. It's a stylish young surfer. Ryo Inaba, 4.17 on that opening ride. It's like Callum Robson sort of elevated the bar and made it a little more difficult to get the scores because of the performance level that he took things to.
Yeah, he was absolutely on fire in that previous heat. Just everything he did, every wave he even really looked at offered loads of quality and an absolute class above. Massive total, the biggest of the event so far. And looking really, really good. Kicking things off, Team Australia. No major surprises there. One of the great powerhouses of global surfing. That's a big, powerful, speedy hit from young Layson. Just that one turn we picked up. Pushing hard. Going nice and vertical in the pocket. That speed from the takeoff, allowing him to hammer it. And also great, first couple of minutes, we'll keep saying it. Don't want to hang around, see an opportunity, take it. Just think about Rio Inaba's wave. Maybe from his point of view, when he looks back at this, he'll think maybe there's a few more points available than that 4 that he got on that wave.
Yeah, you need to lay that rail and bury things and take our breath away, don't you? As Callum Robson did. This was a beautiful first turn. Tommaso Layson, so stylish, great technique.
$15 on the clock here. Waves continue to cook. Performances have been ramped up. We've just seen an absolute monster of a heat score go down in the previous heat. As we'll see with the paddle here, fading that takeoff. Joaquim. Nice snap from him in the pocket. And a swing through loads and loads of white water. Tricky to do, audacious, where all of that energy compresses. Tries to take it on. Let's go down and get fresh insights. The man of the moment, Callum Robson, is with Rachel Tilley.
Yeah, the man of the moment he is. Cal, wow. Talk about bringing the sting.
Yeah, no, that was fun. That was super fun. I was just like lucky, like I just said, I was lucky to be surfing that with only two other guys. And yeah, I was just having fun out there. I was watching it with the Aussie team, and we were just like commenting on how fun the waves looked. It's such a fun performance wave, especially now that's a little bit smaller. It's kind of condensing on that one spot, which makes it a lot easier to surf a heat.
And you guys have such a great connection with everyone that's around you in the team. There's so much support and energy. You got an 8.5 and an 8.17. Hopefully we'll be able to take a look and break that down a little bit further. But before we do, you've got a Project 6 going on. Actually, these are these waves. And Cal, I know you do some surf coaching behind the scenes, so let's take a deeper look into it.
Oh, that was pretty sick, frothing.
Felt good?
Oh, it's kind of hard to know what it looks like because you're out there obviously surfing and like what you're feeling. But I was just lucky there were some really good waves that had a clean face, and this section was pretty meaty. So I was just like, I know I just need to stay on my feet. And as you can tell, I was kind of pretty stoked that I actually did, because those sections are pretty heavy. And in the free surf, because it's been so big, I haven't even been hitting those end sections. I've just kind of been just like, because of the paddle out so hot, I've just been kind of picking my moments a little bit more. So it was nice to be in a heat where you could just kind of let it all hang out and just attack those end sections.
Yeah, bringing that that fire as well. And I think, you know, you're doing a lot behind the scenes back at home. Like, let's talk about that with Project 06 that you've got going on.
Yeah, so Project 6 is my coaching business that I started at the start of this year. And it's just a way for me to connect to a bit of a deeper purpose of mine. And I love coaching. I felt like it's helped me so much. It's deepened my understanding around myself and also my approach to surfing. So if I can kind of give back, and especially in Australia, just like kind of, there's so much junior talent spread all across of Australia, and we just launched like a board riders club crew where we're kind of delivering workshops to board riders all around Australia. So that was super cool, just kind of hitting the grassroots of surfing, which is the board riders clubs. And yeah, the response has been absolutely amazing. So I'm just stoked to be able to just kind of have that service and be able to provide some insight through my experience to like the younger generation and just to all surfers around the world, really.
Yeah, and I think you've got such a great connection as well, you know, seeing you floating around the Surfing Australia High Performance Centre too, and the connections that you have with the younger athletes that are coming up. They really seem to respect you and value the, you know, the advice that they give you. And competing at such a world stage here, I mean, you've been on the CT before, but here we're like kind of at the start of an Olympic pathway.
Yeah.
What does that look like for you, and what are your goals with that?
Yeah, I've always been someone that just loves sport. I love sport. I love watching sport. And obviously the Olympic Games is the mecca of that. So it's always been a dream of mine to represent Australia on that stage. And I guess this is a pathway to be able to wear the green and gold and kind of represent Australia leading into those games. So my goal this year is to kind of turn my year around the Challenger Series and make some heats and just put my best foot forward and then give myself a shot at qualification for that Olympic spot. And if it's not this year, I want it to be in Brisbane 32. So either one, I'm kind of really gunning for that and making sure that's a purpose of mine for sure.
Yeah, well, it's a really strong team for Australia, and I'm sure you'll get there, Cal. You're pretty determined. Yeah, I mean, you'll be surfing tomorrow. I don't think you'll have another heat today, which is good. A little bit of a rest, but bring the sting tomorrow, hey?
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, True. Appreciate it.
No worries. We'll send it back to you guys.
Couple of Aussie legends right there. Callum Robson, True Starling.
Well, he looks like he's been in the gym to me. Strong, buff, and then the power that we saw him put into those turns and into those big sections, really unparalleled to this point in time. Perhaps Jorgen Cousineau, who we saw earlier, he really attacked those sections as well. So great signs for Australia.
Yeah, interesting to him say him getting into the role as a coach, and that's actually helped him with his own surfing. Just tell us a little bit about that. How does that actually work?
Well, when you're a coach, you're obliged to think about things at a level and in a way that you can communicate to someone. It's not something that you just have inside you and a thought that you have and then you play with it. You've got to be able to communicate it. And in the need to communicate it clearly and concisely, there needs to be a depth of understanding that doesn't exist, I don't believe, as an athlete until you get to that coaching phase and you start to break stuff down as a coach, and then you're able to really employ it with yourself and with others. And I think, I feel like as a surfer for myself, when I was coaching, I would understand things in a different way because of that coach mentality that you're looking for. So, yeah, definitely can be advantageous as long as you're able to understand and manage the expectation that comes with that thought.
Whatever Callum Robson's been doing leading up to this event certainly looks like it's working so far. Big totals for him. He'll be absolutely delighted with that, as will the rest of his Aussie squad. So far, so good for them. In terms of their showings here, still very much early days, though, in this long event, which will run 4 days. So we'll go down to the heat of the boardwalk here. La Bocana. And this is that team energy that we've been talking about from Mexico. Hernandez getting ready to go out. Taking on 3 other surfers. Making up athletes from 61 nations across the surf world. One of those nations is Japan. Highly decorated themselves, coming in with a lot of expectation on them. They go very deep into things, and they'll do that with performances from the likes of Rio Inaba, who opened up with a 4.17, backed that up with a 3.4. Let's see how we'll go about improving. Again, similar feel, a nicely surf wave, but he never really gave us that moment to kind of go crazy about.
Yeah, it was very controlled, wasn't it, and tempered. There was that ability to tack lips or go hard at things and get us on the edge of our seats, but that was kind of pedestrian, just controlled, and the information's going to be that, to go to the excellent scores, which he may not even need to do at this point in time, and so a controlled, managed, delivered performance might be exactly what's needed.
Tommaso Layson in the pocket, nice and crisp, drives that bottom turn, puts himself on that backhand. Nice to see. That's a great hit if he can pull that down, which he can. A really dynamic finish from the young lad. Meanwhile, right behind him, a good-looking wave for Angola in the form of Julio Joaquim, but he's down.
Yeah, we saw his first ride that while the interview was real bumpy and whitewatery, but he still managed to carve his rail and keep his fluidity. So obviously got a great level of talent, because it was a super difficult wave to ride, and he rode it really well. And the points reflect the difficulty in the wave rather than his own surfing performance. This is his very first heat surfing in this event at this level. So obviously going to be some first up nerves.
Throughout that finishing turn that we just saw from Layson, super impressive to hit that end section that hard.
I love the way he surfs. I've got to, you know, he's a young kid who submitted videos into my blast-off event a few years ago, and I saw the talent that he had and been watching him progress and develop. And as he grows and as he builds strength, watch out, because he's got perfect technique, beautiful style, and he's only a young man. He's going to evolve and grow, and that performance is going to go to places that the technique's going to allow, because he's so good.
Waiting for the number to drop in for him. It's going to be healthy, we reckon.
Wave
good chance.
Heat so far, you think?
Yeah, very good chance of going to first, isn't it? As we'll go down, suddenly time's just flown by here. Just over 6 minutes. Here goes Inaba. Can he get hold of this? That's a little bit more spice to the first turn. And he'll chop his line down and make room and go up into the lip for a finish. So a little bit more energy and pace to the maneuvers there. Less downtime as well. Here goes Joachim, tangled up really and just not able to get around.
Got to calm it down, slow it down, take in some deep breaths and just put yourself on good waves. And they don't have to be perfect ones. They need 2 sections. Could even be 1 section. So it's a certain type of wave that he's looking for. That wasn't it. Here's the replay. Can't wait to see this last turn. Drops it straight down, comes off the bottom. Textbook perfection, really.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge.
Where the judges go 6-8-3, they loved it too, takes him into the lead. Rio Inaba, a couple of nice turns again, very tempered and controlled. Went from a 4.17 to a 3.451 on the previous score, so he is building momentum. This is a nice wave. And I think part of the issue on the forehand is where the bottom turn comes from. If that bottom turn is coming from in front of the whitewater, you're not tight enough. And that's where the backhanders have got the advantage, because they can come from behind the whitewater, stay tight to the pocket and get the big scores.
Inaba once more. Nice combo there for him. Had to rush things a bit and speed up. Maybe that was a good thing, actually. A lot more intent and purpose to that.
100% good thing. That's how it felt, didn't it? You know, it's like, okay, the wave made him, the tempo of the wave made him pick up his tempo and match it. That's going to be perhaps his, you know, the last 2 scores may be his best 2 scores of the heat so far.
4:20 to go here. Heat 38 of round 1 for the men. Young Tommaso Layson out of Barbados. The moment, the one outstanding moment of real quality came at the end of his last wave, 6.83. Solid number for him. He's got control of this.
Joey Gale's got first priority. He needs to get cracking. With 4 minutes to go, he's only had 1 ride. And, you know, when you're at this level of competition and there's nerves, you just need to surf. You know, that needs to be the focus. Just catching waves and surfing them just to start to build the base of a campaign that can last 9 days here.
Yeah, you think if you're feeling that pressure, what's only going to make that worse is sitting there in the lineup.
Yeah, 100%.
Time ticking away. So just go out, do your thing, Joey. Here he goes, right on cue. Really smooth style. Love this. And he'll just whip in the pocket, cruising through sections. Joey Gale bringing it back to the whitewater. And this will definitely help his overall total. Doing some work on the inside with speed in a little section. And he'll square up to that. Won't quite get that turn pulled down for a completion, but we needed to see him get a wave, and he's done that. It will be his best effort as well, for sure. So his top number to drop. Let's see where it puts him. He's got a long paddle back, though, and under 3 minutes.
Yeah, and when we look at the leaderboard, Japan, last 2 scores for Rio Inaba, a 6.27 and a 6. Definitely picked up the pace. Tommaso Layson put the pressure on the Olympian from Japan. He was able to answer back with his 2 best scores on his last 2 rides. First and second look very solid and consolidated at this point in time with 2.5 minutes remaining.
Inaba not rushing things at all, just taking his sweet time, sort of surfing himself with a couple of rangefinders early on, cruising a bit, and now very much more knuckling down. Those scores decent from him. Couple of 6s, first place at the moment. Can't wait to see Layson's next wave. First priority for the youngster. 2 on the clock. And he's shown his quality. Let's see if he wants to get through with the win and the interview and that extra buzz course, you're just stoked to get through in the top 2 advancing position, but getting the win means something.
And then depending on where you're at, say you're from Angola or you're in your very first heat, there's a lot of learning going on. You recognise there's a repechage round, so you get another chance. So some good lessons here for Julio. Couple of 2s, you know, we've seen worse scores, and he's in 3rd place, so there'll be stuff to take out of it, positives to take out of it. We saw his ability to surf some bumpy, lumpy waves, so it's not really so much the surfing ability at this point in time, more the wave selection and the identification of scoring opportunities.
Down towards the final minute here. Still Rio Inaba with that lead. He's been steady with his progress through this heat, building up that momentum for a pair of 6s. Very much sticking to these left-handers. Tommaso Layson, who belted one on the backhand for a big number.
And belted the previous one on the backhand for that 5.33 as well on his opening ride. So he knows that it's a weapon. He knows it's something he can rely on to get big scores.
He's also shown us wave selection because he hasn't ridden a lot of waves, right?
Yeah.
He's been like, kind of fussy in terms of what he wants, and a good call. He's not wasting energy going on softer waves. He's identifying exactly what he wants, which is always a good sign. Meanwhile,
bit of a closeout here. So again, you could see that was going to close out before he even got to his feet, maybe in the wide shot. So the advice would be to really read that wave, identify the opportunities, and leave them closeouts alone.
Julio from way deep on a right, unable to get out onto open face. We're all wrapped up with the heat. It was an entertaining one. Built up momentum throughout. It will be our Olympian, one of many in the draw here, Rio Inaba. We'll take out that win. Tommaso Layson out of Barbados, representing his country well. Won't get another wave, but he will advance and stay in the main part of the draw. We'll keep rolling with the action here. Surf continues to cook. But La Bocana, El Salvador, more live action right after this. Fun continues at Surf City, El Salvador. Straight into it, live action, Vanuatu, Roger Taleo. Powerful surfer and doing well on the powerful left-hander at La Bocana. Nice finish, almost gets that turn complete. Can't quite get there, so won't get scored on the final maneuver. But prior to that, good work.
Was so close to complete it, wasn't it? And I had a chat with Roger and his teammates just before walking the boardwalk, and the question they asked me was right or left. Which way do we go? What do you think? Where are the best scores? And my advice was that let the wave tell you, let that moment tell you, because there's good rights, there's good lefts. To actually focus in one direction means that you may be blinded to the other opportunities. If you're only thinking right, you don't see the left, vice versa. So I said, let the wave tell you, let the moment tell you which way to go. And that looked like great wave selection, great positioning, and a really fantastic opening ride for your very first wave in an event of this size.
Let the force guide you.
Let the force guide you. Let the moment tell you. Let your dance partner lead. As Noel de la Torre, Chile, finishing up a beautiful ride, opening ride for himself there. Classic goofy foot approach. Lucas McMahon representing Finland. Beautiful cut back. Another searing turn to the whitewater. Fades it down, hoping it'll stand up, give him a steeper section so he can tee off on it and build some big points again. Another great opening ride. Nothing too crazy, but perfectly surfed for what was on offer. Vanuatu, their first event, 2 turns. Potential for one of them to have been a little bit bigger with some more time spent, but it stays open. 3rd turn was great. Goes for the 4th turn. You see the front foot come off the board. That was so close to being made and completed.
Live action, here goes McMahon, the Finn, with a ton of speed. It was absolutely motoring down the line. Some decent work done. Out the back is de la Torre. Taking risks to get up there late. Section got the better of him on that occasion, but I see busyness. There's all sorts going down. No one hanging around. I think good call tactically. Waves come through, surf them.
Great call. The quicker the better. The sooner you're moving, the sooner you're in the game. Again, understanding that there's a minimum you want to achieve. You want to be above that minimum. Anything below a 4, you would have to consider a mistake. Even if you completed it, it's a mistake with wave selection or something else went wrong. Always looking for waves better than that 4, I would imagine, as an absolute minimum. At this point in time, the 5.83, the heat high, and that's a score that you could potentially hold on to right to the end. So that takes a lot of pressure off.
Yeah, the bets to the opening exchange. That first wave from the Chilean. We're yet to see Luis Rey Hernandez to get involved. The Mexican, the only surfer yet to ride a wave thus far in this, so he'll make his move probably sooner rather than later. Next set that comes through, he's well positioned. You see him right in the middle of your shot there. He's in red. And he'll look to just stay involved here.
Given that he hasn't ridden a wave, he's got the first priority. Here's the conditions.
So right where we are at the moment, pretty much on that mid-tide, just past it. So high tide at 2, a couple hours away from that tide coming in. Does feel very much like the prime moment in terms of not only what it does to the swell, helping it up here onto the cobbles, but just in terms of what's going on there. In terms of the bathymetry, we're sort of even things out, filled in a few of those holes as well, and it's given really nice sections. The end section in particular, big scoring potential there. I think Callum Robson a couple of heats ago, what he was able to do, really taking on those powerful sections, and a nice pace to the waves as well. I mean, it is just cooking out there.
Yeah, perfect competitive conditions. No excuses. Everybody's got ample opportunity. You imagine back in the day before priority, things would get a little messy, you know what I mean? And the start was even more important, because if you got the start, then you're in the position to go defensive against people early. Here, you know, you could play your own game with the priority and make sure you do what you want rather than others controlling you.
De la Torre from Chile, great slicing carve to open up. We'll watch this from above. And you can just see how loose and liberated that board looks, just as we say that.
That was unfortunate, wasn't it? Because it was the second score he was going to have. Replay. Just carves it back to the pocket. A lot of movement in the body to keep things alive. Sharp. Oh, and unfortunate. You saw how forward the weight went onto the front foot, trying to urgently get into that last turn or try and make a last turn. But the urgency that was in the mind meant that the body moved forward over the board and came unstuck and incomplete.
Let's have a chat with Rio Inaba, winner of the last heat. He's with True Starling.
Yeah, thank you so much, Paul. Rio, congratulations on your heat win then. I mean, this is your second time here in El Salvador. How's the experience been so far for this ISA World Surfing Games?
It's been great. The waves are great, and last time I was here, I got spot for the Olympics, so I have special feeling.
Yeah, special connections with this place for sure. Coming here, Team Japan, your team is lethal. Talk me through that, and is there any advice that you've been giving any of the other teammates throughout the event so far?
Yeah, Hiroto's here, and he's been competing for a long time, so he has good experience. And Masato Shiono and Yuzuki Tanaka for coach, so we have a great team.
Yeah, an amazing team. And also just wanted to talk about as well your boards. Your quiver is looking really good under your feet. What are you riding? Talk me through that.
I have a Tokoro surfboard, but I broke 2 boards already in the free surf. So I try not to surf last couple days and save it for the competition.
Put the magic board on ice for sure. It's been pretty warm. I know that you've been down watching a lot of heats as well. You know, working with your teammates, getting everything prepared for this event. You'll be back on tomorrow. So what does a rest afternoon look like for you?
Eat and sleep and cheer for our teammate. Yeah.
One more teammate to surf today?
Yeah, Hiroto's coming up.
Well, good luck to Hiroto. Thanks for having a chat, Rio. Congratulations on your heat win, and we'll get you back into some more food and hopefully another nap.
Yeah, thanks, Chu. Oh, breaking your favourite boards. Can't free surf.
2 of them already. Well, that speaks to the power of the wave. And then you just, you know, might have even spoke to, we watched him build momentum. The scores built, the energy built. From the start, it was a little conservative and a little, maybe that has been, the fact there hasn't been surfing as much and trying to hold on to that good board and not snap it as well, even early in the heat.
Yeah, there's something going on there. I mean, we're judging him relative to what his best, like what we kind of expect from him. We hold him to quite a high bar. He's an incredible surfer, and we're like, he's not quite doing it. But yeah, that could well be a reason why. Just holding back a touch.
Got the win, did everything he needed to do. Kept his board in one piece.
Past the midway point in heat 39 of the men's opening round 1. It is our Chilean De La Torre at the moment with that lead. He's got the high score, 5.83. Lucas McMahon in second place, looking to build. Surfers from Vanuatu and Mexico. We haven't seen Hernandez get involved yet. Surprised to see that, and he needs to change that. He needs to get going.
Really surprising. You know, the Mexicans are always bring great energy. He's an experienced campaigner, but he must have something in mind. He's looking for a certain specific type of wave that has maybe eliminated other opportunities that the other surfers have found. But again, there's nothing, you know, the 5.83 is maybe the only score that you would be concerned about. The rest of it, you'd be confident of being able to get with one turn on a closeout if you had to in a pickle, you know?
He looked very interested there. He was kind of sprint paddling towards a wave that was never really going to break. So you kind of read into that and you think maybe a little out of sorts. Maybe a little bit like rattled in terms of where he is. The 7 waves have been ridden, none of them by him. So hasn't got himself involved at the moment. Does need to change that. You see him now really heading back to try and get himself in position to go here.
And the point is, if he's with the other 3 and he's got first priority, he controls them. Not so much even the lineup, he's controlling them. Where he was sitting before with first priority, the other 3 would be stoked he's over there on his own because there's no negative impact of his first priority for them. So, you know, there needs to be that defensive mentality. It's a fine line, but the decision needs to be clear in that sense of whether you're sitting to position and catch a certain type of wave, or you're going to use that priority to, you know, defensively control your opponents at the same time. When I had that priority, I was always sitting near where they were. I didn't want to leave the door open and let them move away and get something underneath my priority. That felt like the ultimate mistake. More so than being, some people don't like the idea of being defensive, and so they're reluctant to use it in that way. But that's a big, powerful component of what priority gives you. And if you're where the others are, you know they're not getting a good one because you're going to take it if it comes. So it's twofold the advantages.
Part of the strategy, the competitive mindset that you build and you prepare when you go out. You got the master plan, maybe a backup plan as well, different strategies for different situations.
You know the best plan? No plan. Because no plan has no biases sitting in your mind. The plan that you establish, that what you want to do, as blew up and riding, one big turn on a closeout, looking to improve on the 310, maybe not. But the no plan idea means that you remain open and you don't have a bias. The plan A, the plan B, the plan C, they've got biases in them and affect the way you're viewing what you're looking at. And so I always kind of, as an evolved position as a competitor, a lot of the time you need a plan to feel confident and to know what you're going to do. But at a point in confidence, you don't need to know what you're going to do. You do it in the moment and allow it to dictate.
Would you say that was something maybe comes slightly later in your career?
Exactly.
When you're young, you're very much getting instruction from your elders and your coaches, your superiors that you look up to, and then you get to a certain point.
Yeah.
Get to know yourself a bit better.
And then if we take it another level further into confidence that allows you to be without a plan, confidence as a theory or a state of mind or state of being doesn't actually exist. It's something you allow yourself to have because of your behavior. Your behavior determines, you go, I've behaved in the ways that my value systems that I've inherited allow me to feel confident. The perfect place and the perfect thing to understand about confidence is that it is a choice. It doesn't actually materially exist. It's a place you allow yourself or a thing you allow yourself to have.
All right, here we go. Important wave, a good-looking one for Hernandez, and he cracks that. So good form for the opening turn. Now a little soft for him. He'll just chill. Back close to the white water, he'll wrap close to it, and he'll wait. What's he got on an inside here? He's waited 15 minutes for this wave. Decent finish from him. He likes it. Bookended that with a good start and a good finish. In between, yeah.
You didn't wait 15 minutes for that, is what I'm telling you, 100%. At a point, he went, you know what, I better get going. That's not what he waited for. In the end, it was just better to surf something rather than continue waiting. And so I feel like there was, almost a level of disappointment too in the wave selection. You've waited that long. When you've waited that long, you want to turn it into something good. You want to make the wait worth the wait. Don't know that weight was worth the wait. But the surfing and the style and the technique was like, oh yeah, here we go. He only needs to surf.
Yeah, the kind of form he just showed us with glimpses there is well worthy of getting numbers in these conditions. He looks a good match for it. We're going to get some numbers drop in. The good news is, in terms of second, nothing's really run away from him. Surfer in second, 7 points. That's a couple of threes. He can get that. But of course, right now, Lucas McMahon, a chance to improve. He's got first priority. Let's see what he can do with it. Inside 4 minutes, this one will remain tight. We're going to get a score for that one hit from De La Torre, as well as that last wave from Hernandez.
Looking to improve on the 5-1-0 to increase his lead. It was only a single turn, but it was a turn of consequence. Here we go. Vanuatu. Great wave, good wave selection. Oh, hold it. Nice. There's that confidence boost.
Powerful hit. Forces the issue. Belts the lip. And the strength as well, the composure to get the completion.
There's the score for Mexico, a 4-1-0. You definitely didn't wait 15 minutes for that. So strategically, there's going to be a lot to work on, a lot of ideas for how that can change in future heats. Put him up into the 30s, only looking for a 2.91. Lucas McMahon has maybe missed some opportunity to keep putting pressure on third and fourth. Down to fourth again for Mexico.
Interesting as this one goes down to 240. Here's McMahon, fades the takeoff into the bowl. and then he'll wrap with speed. He'll cover a lot of ground. That'll put him back and give him a bit of a run up to do this. Nice clip into the lip. And he's going to improve on his overall total for sure. 2.5 was his low number. And he's done well there. He had to sort of wait out. There's a couple of questions being asked. He sat with that priority for a little while, and he really had to make that assessment that you were talking about earlier, and you're kind of judging the score that's available on the way before you paddle into it. And I think he did pretty well with that. Meanwhile, look at this. Speed. Nice wrap with authority. Great hit, comes out with more speed than Hernandez as he got more on the inside. He'll just about get to the pocket, and he'll get in there for a great hit. And another, here we go.
He liked it, so he should. 1 minute 50. Don't know if you need to keep going. I'd be back out there for another one. Not much points out of that inside, but the outside work was beautiful. Showed the level of talent he has, what we expected from him. Been a slow heat, but he's going to take that 4.10. He's definitely getting the 2.9. Might even go into the lead with that one.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting, isn't it? A number to come in for McMahon, and then that from Hernandez. Where's this going to put us? Still 1 minute and 20 for surfers in the lineup. That includes De La Torre, that includes Taleo.
And Lucas McMahon's going to improve on the 2.5. Maybe, you know, it wasn't a great score because, like you said, he almost drew that first turn too far back. But it might be in that 4 range or whatever. Add a 1.5 to his total. Something like that.
Yeah, the number that he gets on that wave will be a similar sort of thing that Hernandez will need to be to get past him. Let's not count this guy out. Roger Taleo Vanuatu.
That was sick. That's the sort of surfing you need to do in your first tee. You need to just go at it and attack it. Don't sort of show fear, intimidation, nervousness for the moment. That was aggressive, and he's shown us some great surfing for his very first go in this event.
Yeah, like to see those risks being taken. If that comes together, you're going to go big from the judges. A crucial number for Team Mexico. Comes in 5, 6, 7, and he'll jump up to second place. Did we get McMahon's number in? We did, the 4.43, and he's on the wrong side of a score now. He's heading to repechage. We're going to count down. So Lucas McMahon had some opportunities, was unable to put up the numbers required. And we're all wrapped up here, an entertaining heat. A lot went down. Priority can be a gift, can be a curse. Ultimately, Luis Rey Hernandez, clutch moment for him to get the job done and get it. This guy, Noah De La Torre, rips the heat. Worthy winner for that one. An enjoyable afternoon setting up here at Surf City. We're going to keep rolling with the action. We're going to bring in Chris Cote and Rachel Tilley in for the call. Stay tuned.
Welcome to the ISA World Surfing Games opening ceremony. Woo!
Welcome everybody to Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games. It's my happiness to welcome all the 61 teams, 297 athletes, 450 participants. I wish all of you guys the best in the competition. A few of you are going home with medals, most not. But all of you are champions because you are here representing your country for the love of surfing, for the love of this competition. You're representing your countries, take that with you for the rest of your life. It's the highest honor in these World Surfing Games because we together are the United Nations of Surfing. Lovely moment in my life. Open officially the Surf City El Salvador ISA 2025 World Surfing Games! Yeah!
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025 edition. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley. Rachel, all day long, it's been pumping, all right? I don't even think we need to say it anymore because it's very obvious when you look at the screen. The waves came early and they're going to stay late. Like you at a party. Lenny Jensen is going to be in this heat representing Germany. Jose Joaquin Lopez from Venezuela. From the Dominican Republic, Nicolas de la Cruz. So 3 names on the screen right now. Maybe you could just kind of give us the basics. Some of these heats we're seeing 4 surfers in the water. Some of them we're seeing 3. Why is that here in the opening round?
Well, obviously, like you just said, it's the opening round. So as we're going to advance through and see surfers advance through, we'll see that round filled out a bit more. But the way, I guess, just seeding works and all of that, you have to, if you have a minimum number of surfers, it has to go on to that next bracket, which will cause some heats to not be filled completely. So that's why we only see 3 here. And as a surfer, you know, strategy can change a little bit when you only have one other person that you're basically trying to knock out, because top 2 do advance out of this. So you're kind of going, at least when I'm in heats like this, I'm going from, okay, I have a 50-50, right? 2 advance, 2 get knocked out, to going, okay, I have a 66% chance I'm advancing through this. And that can just sometimes take away that edge of nervousness. And you're just like, I just don't want to be the one person.
You're an ISA medalist and you're good at math. She does it all, folks. 17 minutes to go here. So, Germany represented by Lenny Jensen. And we mentioned earlier that Nicolas de la Cruz representing Dominican Republic. He is 27 years old from Cabaret. He is sponsored by the Dominican Surf School. I'm sure he's sponsored by and probably an instructor down there. He won first place in a Christian Surfers event. And we've yet to see him take off. But right now we're watching Lenny Jensen. Nice two-turn combo there, adding a little flair for the dramatic at the end of that turn. We got to see the complete bottom of his board through that airdrop. Not only difficult, but super cool looking. And I know the judges, they like a bit of that drama at the end of your ride.
Well, that's the way you want to start a heat. Within the first 4 minutes, have a complete ride that is not only complete, but powerful and exactly to the criteria that he would have been watching through all of round 1 yesterday, through all of round 1 this morning. I mean, the fact that this field is so large, 297 surfers in this event, means that we have taken a day and a half only to get through round 1. And that means this surfer here, Lenny, has been able to watch his fellow countrymen. I know we saw Dylan Groen win his heat yesterday. And in total, you really get that opportunity to see what the judges are rewarding, see the type of waves that other surfers are selecting in order to get those excellent scores. And it's a reason why I like being later in the rounds here, because you get to learn so much and apply that into your opening round heat.
Absolutely. I mean, every heat, win or lose, is going to be a learning experience at this level. The ISA World Surfing Games with 15 minutes, 15 seconds left. Lenny Jensen in the lead with a 4.5. Surfers resetting themselves in the lineup. Let's reset ourselves down to the boardwalk. We've got True Starling standing by with the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. Noel, congratulations on that heat win. You're a 9 times national champion and a 2 times Latin American junior champion as well. I mean, that's some pretty big finalists to back up coming into this event.
Yeah, thank you. The hit was really good. I started well with the first wave, so that gave me a lot of confidence to the hit. And yeah, really happy to make it.
You watched heats all day yesterday. I know yesterday was really fun, and then coming through to today, I mean, it's still pumping out there.
Yeah.
How are you feeling coming into the heat? Pretty excited? How did you kind of tame all those emotions?
Yeah, yesterday was really good. It was a little bit bigger. But I'm feeling good with my board. It's working perfect, so yeah, really happy.
Yeah, let's actually talk a little bit more about that, because it was looking really smooth on your feet, super responsive. What are you riding?
I'm riding a TBS. This is my shaper like for 6 years, I think. And yeah, I'm riding a 510 now because the wave is really strong here in La Bocana. And yeah, I'm feeling really good. Thank you to TBS.
And yesterday, I had the opportunity to talk to Manuel as well.
Yeah.
He's a part of the team for Chile, and you know, he's been doing these events for a really long time. He's got so much knowledge.
Yeah.
Was there any words of advice that he gave you before you paddled out?
Actually, no, because he was surfing the round 2 in
he's down there.
Yeah,
Back-to-back heat.
Yeah, but we are staying in between, and yeah, he have a lot of experience in this event, so really happy to stay with him, and the Team Chile is really strong.
Yeah, it's a strong-looking team, and I know that we've all been really excited to see Team Chile come up in the events.
Yeah.
You know, one last question, being here in El Salvador, there's so many different waves on offer. You've got, you know, La Bocana here, also El Sunzao. How's the preparation been coming into this event with, you know, having to deal with surfing the two different banks?
Yeah, I've been training a lot this last month because the wave in El Salvador is really strong, so you have to be like strong for finish the wave, and yeah, you have to train a lot because El Sunsal is a really long wave, so you finish the wave like with the feet burning.
Yeah, leg burners.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Well, thanks for having a chat. Big congratulations on your win, and good luck tomorrow. We're looking forward to seeing you.
Well, thank you so much, True. Yeah, great victory there from a surfer coming into this event with a stacked resume already at such a young age. That's very impressive. And if you can get a win in any Latin American series, you've done something huge, because obviously we're surrounded by great waves and amazing surfers. So that's a big accolade there. Sets rolling through here. Rachel, you've been doing some research on some of our competitors in this heat. What did you find out about our surfer in red representing Germany?
Okay, so I was just on his Instagram, and I love that his bio just says he's an athlete that loves food. So that'll be a good question. We were talking to another athlete earlier in a post-heat interview today, and his favorite, in his bio, he says his favorite meal is McDonald's. And so we got to have a nice chat about what his favorite thing was to order. And he said on his travels here, they had 3 layovers, and every single one or 2 of the 3 layovers had McDonald's. And so every time he goes, he orders 2 cheeseburgers, 6 chicken nuggets. And so I love getting to learn all these extra little things about the athletes. And I love it when they have a fun sense of humor.
Well, I'm going to put myself in his club, except for I just love food. I wouldn't necessarily call myself an athlete, so I need to work on that second part. 11 minutes to go here. Jensen, 4.5, backed it up quick with the 3.17. Shows me he has a high heat IQ. Came through, got the opener, went right back out, got that secondary score. So we heard screams, hoots, hollers, and whistles coming up from the beach during that last interview, and looked up on the screen quick, and we saw Jose Joaquin Lopez dropped some hammers. He just got a 5.83, the highest single wave score of this heat so far. De La Cruz, meanwhile, just to the 1.77, some room to grow there. Plenty of time left. We've got over half of this heat still to come, and obviously plenty of waves on tap. These drone angles get me excited, because then you just see those lines coming through. You switch back to the beach angle, camera crew's on fire, and here we go, right-hander. The speed line cranks it off the bottom, straight to the lip. Great combo right there. Pure power surfing. Can he get the finish? There we go. So 2 different types of power surfing on display. The turns, super powerful. The power to be able to hang on to that board under duress, and the finishing move is underrated for how difficult it is. But that's going to give Lopez a great shot at improving, if not taking over that top spot.
I mean, I think let's see how many times
like
we can say power in one sentence, but I'm going to add to that the power you need to have in your legs in order to match the power that La Bocana as a wave is it's a really strong wave, and these surfers are having to just approach with strong legs when they're trying to bang that lip like he just did. Taking a look at this replay, the right's starting to become more prevailing as he's lining it up. This first hack, beautiful, looking at that spray, this drone angle, just amazing, showing the variety of his maneuver choices here, and timed perfectly in order to make the section or meet that lip right for that final section.
So Jose riding a board from Worcester Surfboards. It's a fun board name to say. Worcester Surfboards. His hobbies include motocross. 26 years old. He was born in Costa Rica. To no doubt one of, if not both his parents coming from Venezuela. He's had some QS success in the past. And he is joined by a strong contingent of surfers representing Venezuela as well. We've got Rafael Pereira. We've got Jose, who's out in the water right now. We've got Rosani Alvarez, Kellyanne Flores, Wigan Rodriguez, and Luna Marcano.
A really strong team. It's been fun to see how all of these, just the team aspect of the ISA. I know we spend a lot of time talking about it, but as I was just doing post-heat interviews with the athletes, I think that collectively is the thing I hear from all of them, and saying that that is their favorite aspect about any event is that they get to come here to the ISA and surf with the team. It's so unique to surfing, and this format is so unique, and it is such a fun experience to be able to work with surfers that you respect so much, work with coaches, and I think not just surf for your own individual result, but something greater that you're trying to bring back a medal for your team or for your country is a huge honor, even to just be here to represent.
Yeah, and I'm not saying Germany is a lock for a top 10 finish, but I feel good about it.
I feel good about
Just
it.
looking at the names they have representing here, including this guy right here, Jensen.
Wow.
Beautiful slicing top turn to start this wave off. Cranks it off the bottom. Another hammer. Good, clean, power surfing, and a respectable claim right there from Lenny Jensen. His team stacked. Got Olympian Tim Elter. Lenny's out there. Rachel Presti, who's an absolute ripper. Camilla Kemp, Noah Clapp, and Dylan Groen. That is a strong team right there. And this right here is going to get that team fired up. This is going to be a big number.
Yeah, feeding off all the energy that he would have gotten from that team and the results yesterday. So much power. I love the flair that he had and added into each of those turns. Timed perfectly off the bottom. The spray from that drone angle just looked stunning.
Yeah, that was just another awesome example. And the illustration that all you need to do is 2 big, powerful turns, make them special. Judges loved it. 8.33, one of the highest single wave score of the event. So separation there between a lot of the other waves we've seen ridden throughout the day that have been great. The high 6s, the 7s. What made that 8.33 so special?
I mean, honestly, I think there's the criteria in which these surfers are surfing to, speed, power, flow, and all of those components, rail surfing, everything needs to be timed perfectly. But in order to get an excellent score, there has to be that extra X factor component that a surfer adds in with their style, in my opinion. And he had so much flair and zest to his surfing, was really light on his feet. Everything was timed perfectly. Everything looked in control. His upper body matched perfectly with his lower body. And that is what gives that extra little bit that the judges want to go excellent for it.
Yeah, I mean, he basically just spoon-fed them everything they wanted for lunch to get that big number. Think of the equation. It's a tale as old as time. Go fast, surf with power, put your turns in the most critical part of the wave. You will be rewarded. That's going to be a wave and a score that gets this team excited. They should be. This is like near perfect surfing.
Yeah, I love the time that he takes off the bottom to make sure that everything is timed perfectly on the top. You know, he was taking that time away. A surfer that can make a quick wave like that, just 2 maneuvers, look really patient and elongated through the maneuvers, I think is a really mature way to approach the wave.
The 4 Ps. Patience, precision, power, and power again.
Playful.
Playfulness. Precarious could be a word because you saw on that finishing turn.
Because that's like another critical,
There you go.
I like that. The 4 Ps.
Potency. I mean, we could keep going all day long.
We could make 10 Ps.
That's right.
Well, that puts him into a list of top 5 for the scores of today. Our highest single wave scores being dished out to 2 people. One Nishi from Japan, Correa from Peru in 8.67. And then we have 2 8.5s awarded to Callum Robson and then Maximiliano from Ecuador. So now Lenny Jensen added to that list. Top 5, 8.33.
For the men, too. I mean, over at El Sunzal yesterday, the women were packing big numbers. I think Yo-Yo Hopkins got involved with a near excellent score. And if you want to know what's happening at Podium 2, there is a tab you can click here on the ISAsurf.org site. And you'll be hearing the technical beach announcers over there giving just the essentials. You know, we got cameras over there and enough information for you to check in, see what's happening, cheer for your favorite surfer, and kind of just get a good read on what's going on at podium number 2. Meanwhile, Jose Joaquin Lopez, 3 hammers in a row. He earned that fist pump right there.
Yeah, hammer is right. He really laid the hammer down on that one.
He laid them all down. His tool belt's empty. He threw all the hammers at the wall.
How many hammers do you have in a tool belt?
You
know what? He had 3 in his for that wave.
I usually carry 3 or 4 around just in case a wave like that comes. So that's going to make things interesting here. For Lenny Jensen, sitting there with an 8.33 at 4.5. I mean, he's definitely safe for advancement, but will he stay in the top spot as we wait for that score to come through for Jose Joaquin Lopez? It's definitely going to make the job a lot more difficult for Nicolas de la Cruz. Just sitting on a 1.77 right now. He's going to need a 9.73 before we get that score. But we are waiting for a number to come through for De La Cruz. And we're also waiting for a number to come through from the Venezuelan surfer, Jose Joaquin Lopez. Venezuela has great waves. Obviously, they have a huge coastline, a lot of nooks and crannies in there, reef breaks, point breaks, cobblestone peaks like La Bocana. It's underrated for how many great waves are down there. A minute and a half to go. Same can be said for the Dominican Republic. You know, you've got great beach breaks, killer reef breaks, and depending on the season, you can go down there and surf glassy waves, or you can bring your kite and do some of the best kite surfing in the world.
Well, that 7.17 brings our Venezuelan up into the lead.
Just like that.
Just like that. So with a minute left, it's Lenny looking to reclaim the lead back, looking for only a 4.67, so really close, obviously, in that scoreline if he gets another opportunity with first priority. And it is our surfer from the Dominican Republic, a bit out of luck at this point, needing a combination of scores and only 50 seconds remaining. So for our Venezuelan and German, they have officially locked themselves moving forward.
That's sort of the higher heat totals if you accumulate all these scores together that we've seen in the morning. 7.17, 8.33, those are big numbers and great backups as well. Liam Jensen sitting out the, Lenny Jensen's out the back with priority. 27 seconds left. Looks like he's spinning on this one. He's going to get that little whitewater push to get him in this wave. His backup right now is a 4.5. Great start. Vertical snap, throwing tons of spray. Again into the critical section.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was, that yell was warranted.
Yeah, thank you.
Because that was radical.
Sorry if that hurt any of our listeners' ears, but that just
Don't be sorry.
was involuntary.
You had to do it. We're all feeling it. You said it. What a great heat. Give it up for the surfer representing Venezuela, Jose Joaquin Lopez, getting the victory there on the strength of real great, powerful, precise surfing. We're going to take a quick break. Before we get there, take a look at this. This was the difference maker for Lopez. That 7.17 that got him in the lead. He hung on to it all the way through. So moving on, it's going to be Venezuela and Germany. Dominican Republic, one more surfer in their upper charge round. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action. It's the ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned. We are back for round 1, heat 41. Yes, you heard that right. Heat 41 of our opening round, and this one is a banger. We've got one of the most exciting young phenoms to come out of Australia for the past decade, if not more. Dane Henry has entered the lineup, and we've also got Mikołaj Przeciwski and Levi Epanetos. So Poland, Greece represented, as well as Australia. All 3 of these surfers with a chance of staying in this main round. There's another 3 surfer heat, so our top 2 surfers will stay in the main round. Third place surfer will head to the repechage round. And I think a lot of people got very excited when they saw Dane Henry's name come across the list of competitors in this contest. And it's because of stuff like this.
Look at how much speed he has. Wow. See where he takes this?
Well, not stuff like that, but you know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
A false start there for Dane Henry, but don't worry.
I know what you're talking about because I was just reflecting on his gold medal at the ISA World Junior Championships last year, and what a pleasure that was to see, winning the under-18 division in the juniors as team captain of Australia as well. He had so much poise and composure throughout the entire event, and to see how proud he was to not only achieve a dream of his, but to do it alongside his country it brought tears to my eyes when we saw that last year. And what really stuck out to me was his electric surfing. And so, like you said, I'm very excited to see him in the draw here this year, now into the Opens, graduating from that juniors division. And I think talking to some of the surfers that have had a lot of these surfers come from the juniors into these Opens. And sometimes it takes a little bit of time to readjust. And so it'll be interesting to see how this year he goes.
Well, he's one of those surfers that just has this aura of excitement around him. And you feel that every time he stands up on a wave. You never quite know what he's going to do. He's got all the power, all the power he needs to get to places on waves that a lot of other surfers can't actually even get to.
Yeah.
He's compared to the likes of Noah Dean, Dane Reynolds, but he also has this competitive side that, as you just mentioned, being world junior champion, he's the complete surfer. His video parts are incredible. His contest results are just getting better and better and better. I'm excited to see what he does for the rest of this contest and the rest of his career. He's that exciting of a young surfer. But here we go, Levi. Laying back into oblivion. Had to go for it. That was awesome. So Dane Henry's going to stick to these right-handers. See the style there? I see some Bruce Irons in that style.
Wow. That's how he was looking to start his heat.
That's more like the Dane Henry we've been hyping up.
Wow, what a beautiful start. So much steez and style, especially in that first turn, and then the power and precision in that second finish was just phenomenal. I'm looking forward to seeing where the judges go. Let's take a look at this wave in slow-mo. Getting so much speed, like you said earlier, Chris, the power and speed that he's able to get. Putting this on rail, look at that spray, laying back into that back arm just adds so much flair and style to this opening turn, and eyeing up this final maneuver, timing it perfectly. He hits the lip. So much power from that wave, meeting so much power of a surfer, but never lost composure through that entire sequence.
I don't think he could have hit that section any better.
I don't think so.
Judges loved it too. 717, 2-turn burner there. Levy's got some flow. Nice choice of maneuvers down the line here.
Woo.
2-stager snap float combo there for Levi Epanetos, representing Greece. You can see Mikołaj take off. Just a couple quick up and downs while we wait for the surfers to get back out there. Let's go down the boardwalk. Standing by is True Starling.
Yeah, thank you so much. Jose, there was a lot going on in that heat, particularly in the back end of it, and it seemed like he kind of just got a little bit like, oh, I didn't like to hear that 833, and you bit back with that 717 pretty much straight away.
Yeah, no, it's always good to compete with good waves and good surfers. This is full of high-level surfers, so I'm pretty stoked to be here, be part of it. And yeah, just happy to make my heat. It was really good tide, and waves got firing. As we can see right now in live, it's just going off. So yeah, pretty happy to be here.
Pretty special. I mean, sometimes it's hard to surf a heat when it is like so good and there's so much opportunity. How do you identify the best waves that are coming through out there?
Well, at the beginning it was kind of slow. I got like a 5.8, felt on the last turn. So I think that was gonna be a good score if I didn't fail on that one. Still counting to my 2 best waves. So yeah, pretty happy to get, you know, some mid-range score to start things up. And yeah, I heard that 8 point that the guy in red did. He rips, and I was just fired up. I wanted to answer back, and the wave came. I was under priority. I was underneath them, and the wave was kind of small, but it was really good shape, and I kind of act like I didn't want it. And yeah, finally I took it. It was a really good wave. Put 3 turns on the board, and just, yeah, happy to hear the score after that wave.
Yeah, full precision on that wave as well. It was really exciting to watch. It was such a great exchange between you and second place. You know, talking about Team Venezuela, run me through the team and the dynamic that you guys have, and you know what you're going to bring here to 2025 ISA World Surfing Games.
Yeah, we got Rafael Pereira. That is his experience. You know, he's in his 30. He did a lot of ISAs and QS and everything. And we got this young guy. He's coming up. He's a really good surfer. It's his first ISA Open. And yeah, the team is pretty, you know, stay together. We have good vibes, and yeah, pushing on the women's. We've lost all the women's today, but still got another chance on Repechar. So gotta, you know, tight bolts and just get into it, you know. Just
get it done.
Yeah.
Fire up.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, we've gone from one heat full of fireworks to another one. Big scores in heat number 41 as well. Thank you so much for having a chat, Jose. We'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, True. I could feel the energy and excitement coming off Jose right there. And that's what you need to have. You know, if you're one of the last team members standing in the main round, you got to just keep pushing, keep fighting for as many points as possible. We're inside of 11 minutes now. Dane Henry has just dropped another hammer. He's got a 7.60 and a 7.17. Heard screams and yells during that interview. It told me something awesome happened. And Levy's getting involved as well. He's got a 5.5 and a 4.50.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that potentially Danes was going to go into the excellent range just purely because he was surfing it with so much flair and power. I think the only thing that was missing for him was an end section from that wave to really lay it down. But he had a wave that I think wasn't an excellent score, that he surfed up into that range just purely from his surfing and his ability. So a strong heat total that he has already, full command of the lineup, sitting with second priority, but putting that pressure on his opponents, seeing if they can find wave selection and the ability and power to put that together. But I really like that last one from Levy, putting together multiple maneuvers, nice and clean and smooth. I think we've seen from the surfer representing Greece, but originally from Cape Town. Says his favorite wave is Eland's Bay. Have you been up over there before?
I have not. I'd like to go to both South Africa and Greece.
Me too.
I'm going to hit up Levi after today's competition is over. Here we go. Dane Henry on his backhand. Looks like he's identifying a ramp, coiling up. Where is it? There it is. Boom. No problem. Dane Henry does airs like that in his sleep. Shows us his confidence and commitment. That back three, so nicely done. One of the first and definitely biggest errors we've seen of the contest so far, and I'm sure more to come when you got a guy like Dane Henry out in the lineup and the ramps are starting to arrive.
Well, I know it sounds like that's all we're talking about right now, but Dane is, you know, a lot of surfers really kind of hold it back a little bit for that round one, just setting that foundation, trying to get 2 decent scores on the board, not letting all their tricks go. And I actually think that this is Dane surfing holding it back a bit, and this is just how good it is, because it only goes up from here from what we have seen in past events. And like you said, that's him performing like that in his sleep.
Well, now we've got 8 minutes, 15 seconds left. Judges were quick with that one. 8-point ride for Dane Henry. So he deletes a 7-1-7. Now he's got a 15-6-0 heat total already. We're just over halfway through here. This young Australian is putting on a clinic. Levy, right there in the double digits. He's got a 10-point heat total with a 5-5 and a 4-5-0. Rzychowski is hanging in there, though. He's got a 2-5. He's got to get rid of that .43. But he's got to be feeling the energy in the lineup. You see Bentos now. Good-looking left-hander. Gets right up and involved. That first section flying down the line.
Wow.
Lays it back. So kind of like a horizontal layback. Almost caught a little bit of air under his fins. A unique type of turn. Definitely not easy. And I think that's going to get the attention of the judges. We'll see if that eclipses that 5-4. Let's take a look back at what Dane Henry did on his last wave to get that 8-point ride.
I mean, it really all beautiful first turn, but like you said, we could see him ramping it up here. He was eyeing this down for a while. Goes for the air reverse, lands completely facing forward, rides it out. So clean.
It's like we went to a laboratory. We took parts of Ethan Ewing, Julian Wilson, Bruce Irons, Noah Dean, some Dane Reynolds sprinkled in there, and just kind of mashed it all up and created this surfer who's a threat now and will be a threat in every event that he enters moving forward.
For our surfer in green, upping his scoreline, a 4.83, only just slightly, but that does continue to put even more pressure on our surfer from Poland in blue, looking for a 7.83. Time is winding down, so, you know, there's strategy here. If you're sitting in third and you're looking at your scoreline, he has a 2.5 and a 0.43, so that 7.83 is a bigger ask. Based off of what he currently has in his scoreline, he could replace both of those. He could be looking similar to what Green has, a mid-5 and a mid-4, and reduce that requirement. But it is our live action surfer up in red.
Wow. First turn was electric. Went down in the second. Here we go, Mikolaj. This is a nice opening snap there. I'm looking at Team Poland right now. Jacob Kuzia in the mix. We got Maximilian. Kaja. Preciachowska. And now we see Ebentos again. And I apologize to my Polish fam. I'm gonna go down there to the boardwalk and get with Team Poland and really lock in these names.
I'm gonna guess Przykachowski.
It sounds good to me. I'm gonna have to call one of the most famous Polish surfers in the world, Strider Wasilewski, and see if he can help me with some of these pronunciations. But it is cool. So Mikolaj is competing with a family member, Katja. We've got Julia in the mix as well, and Carolina, Mark Zach. So Poland came through with a solid team. Right now, sitting in third place with room to grow, 4 minutes, 43 seconds left. Got Dane Henry in the red right there to the left of your screen in that top priority spot. He's been really hunting around on the right, and it's definitely paid off for him, although his highest single score was on a left-hander. You can tell his intent, you know, is to find one of these rights and just detonate it. And I think he's about to do that right now. Nope. Fades left. Good. Again, you talk about him being the complete package, and even the complete packages sometimes make unforced errors.
Well, I think that's about being round one. You know, he's done his job, and what I'm seeing now is him seeing how far can I push it, how many waves can I get on. You know, he's had a whole day and a half now. We're at 12:50 local time here on day 2 of competition, and he's only just surfing his first heat. So there'd be a lot of antsiness within him right now of going, I just want to stand up on waves. I just want to surf. The surf has looked phenomenal all day yesterday, all day today. And as a surfer, sometimes you only have 2 other people in your heat. He's trying to maximize it, enjoy it as much as he can. But it is our surfer from Poland. He got a 3.07 on his last wave. So lowering that requirement just a little bit, a 7.26. Obviously, he can continue to lower that requirement by replacing that 3.07. Time is winding down, though, so that's starting to reduce the amount of time you have to get 2 waves.
Are you kidding me with Team Australia?
That's crazy.
They came to win, and it's pretty obvious with the crew they brought. Callum Robson, who just absolutely blasted through his last heat. We've got Sally Fitzgibbons, one of the winningest surfers in the history of our sport. Morgan Siblick, this guy is a title threat on any tour. Mia Brown, one of the best aerialists in the world. Dane Henry, who we're seeing right now, with an 8 and a 7.6, and then you wrap that up with Ellie Harrison, who's a Challenger Series demon. I mean, they're all so good.
If you
put them all together, that is a championship. That's a gold medal team right there.
If you're a fan of surfing, you've seen all of those surfers in various competitions throughout, whether it's the ISA, of course, WSL, Stab High competitions, literally everything that there is out there. These names are all over your Instagram feed, I'm sure, because they're some of the best and current surfers that our sport is seeing at the moment. And so for all of them to be on a team together is lethal.
Yeah, that really is. That's a dream team. And three surfers, and none of them are competing right now on the WSL Championship Tour. That just shows you the depth of field that Australia has right now. I would definitely not call any of these surfers bench players because they're all some of the best in the world. But to have the 6 surfers in one event, I mean, Sally Fitzgibbons, no doubt, she's going to requalify the championship tour. I mean, she seems to do it every year. Yeah,
she does every year. So if you're as good as your last result, and you're good as your last performance, she does every year. We can expect to see it again. But thinking back to, speaking of that, if you're as good as your last result, Sally is coming in as reigning gold medalist. She won the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games over in Puerto Rico last year. It was a dream. Both of us were there at that event, Chris, and that was a dream to see Sally winning her 4th ISA gold medal, which is just insane to say. Yeah, what an inspiration. And I know she'd probably be captaining and leading that team, keeping the energy really high for all of them.
I think Sally's just the captain of the surfing world. She's done it all. She's just such a great ambassador to surfing, and now she's on the ISA board. So with Sally here helping steer the ship, we know we're
in good
heading
hands.
Heading in the right spot. Here we go. So inside of 20 seconds left, Dane Henry dominant 8-point ride paired with a 7.6, giving him one of the highest heat totals of the event so far, 15.60. So all the hype, all the accolades, all the great things we were saying about him, he lived up to all of that and more. So thank you for making us sound smart, Dane. And Levy, though, came through correct, putting up some numbers for his team in that 2nd place spot. Mikolaj will go down to the repechage round, but we will see more of that young surfer representing Poland. Before we go to the break, let's take one more look at this incredible backside air 360 by Dane Henry. And while we allow you to regain your composure after watching something this radical, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more from the ISA World Surfing Games. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. The phenom, Dane Henry, came out swinging. He got the dub. 8 and a high 7, giving him one of the highest heat totals of the event thus far. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley. Rachel, we're going to send out another foursome in this heat. It's going to be an international affair. We know that, especially here in these opening rounds. This is where you see some of the most interesting and unique matchups you'll ever see in surf competition. So let's light this one up. Hiroto Ohara. This guy's a household name from Japan. Joshua Burke from Barbados. Luke Prosa, representing the Bahamas. And representing Angola, Domingo Savallo.
Live action already happening from our surfer from the Bahamas, Luke Prosa.
Look at that. You hear the support up and down the beach. A slashing carve there for Luke. It's a way to get the ball rolling. But then he gets a front row seat to the tactician. I should say technician. Hiroto Ohara. Hiroto had a great run at this summer's U.S. Open of Surfing in Huntington Beach. Goes down on the end of that wave, but not after a couple nice slices down the line. Hiroto has been one of the most famous Japanese surfers in the world for the better part of the last 5-10 years. He got that victory at the U.S. Open a few years back. Did an epic speech from the stage, talking about how he's going to take that money, get his license, and get a few cars.
Actually, taking it way back, the first time I met Hiroto, we were both, I think, like 13, 14 years old, and we were both sponsored by Hurley at the time and taken to the North Shore of Hawaii to do a camp with our co-commentator here, Barton Lynch. So we got to meet Barton for the first time, and he spent a week with Hiroto, myself, other surfers, Jake Marshall, I'm trying to remember who else, Eli Hannanum, I think. Yeah, so fun to be here, see him just
Camp of
surfing
champions.
so phenomenal, and be here with Barton as well. Taking a look at this replay, though, that's exactly how you want to start a wave. A heat, I thought that was going to be his final maneuver there, and he just found 2 bonus sections to finish off that wave. Judges, I think, will like that, demonstrating a lot of power and control throughout his opening ride.
He's got to be considered one of the fastest surfers in the draw. With 297 athletes, that's a high accolade to be called one of the fastest. There you see those Team Japan flags flying. They're on the beach right now supporting Hiroto. I'm Chris Cote. This is multi-time champion and ISA medalist, Rachel Tilley. Rachel, if I was giving this event a grade score so far, I'm saying A+. What are you saying?
Oh, A++. I mean, we're on day 2 already, and we haven't had a breath of wind. It's been nonstop waves, phenomenal surfing. We've seen excellent scores in almost every single heat. So it's entertaining to watch both from the beach, from the audience, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we continue to see in this heat. A quick up and down for our surfer from Angola. They are a new country competing here in the ISA. First time here, 2025. We have 2 new countries, Angola and Vanuatu. So it's a pleasure to see these countries investing into surfing and building up their team to come support and represent here on the world stage.
And I think Angola has one of the coolest looking flags. I love flags. I go up and down the beach, I'm checking them all out.
We were quizzing each other the other day.
Quiz each other. Wait, okay,
Yeah.
wait, what flag is this? My
Yeah.
son, Roman Cote, is a flag master. So I have actually been leaning on him to give me some tips on how to better identify these flags. So right now, like you said, we've got Angola, we've got Japan, we've got Bahamas and Barbados in the mix. I wonder if there's a friendly rivalry between the Bahamas and Barbados. You have to think. Same Caribbean region.
Yeah, I could see that happening.
Well, Josh Burke, I mean, this kid is an amazing surfer. He's been all over, in the upper echelon of the rankings on the QS. He's had experience on the Challenger Series. Of course, we've seen him many times here in ISA competition, always flying that flag of Barbados and doing them very proudly Would not be surprised to see Josh Burke on finals day with a medal being draped around his neck. He is that good a surfer. Right now, he hasn't ridden a wave, but he's in that top priority spot, and you see him booking over towards this peak. So the rest of the 3 surfers have to give him space. And he sees a wave he wants to get, and he's making the paddle. Here you go. Talk about good, clean style. I mean, I would cut off a pinky toe at least to be able to surf with the flow and the power that we see from Josh Burke. And, you know, consistency is right there. That is the textbook opening wave. And O'Hara, a rare mistake. Unforced error for Hiroto O'Hara. He just pushed a little bit too hard on that closeout section. But he dropped to 5.67 for his opening wave. And Sabalo got a quick backside snap for Team Angola, enough for a 2.40. Let's take a look at this wave from Joshua Burke. Can you see why I would want to surf like him?
Yeah, so much style and flow. I love the variety of maneuvers that he's choosing to have here. And wave selection on point, because that final strong maneuver was his 4th maneuver. Let's take a look from the beach angle, mid-face carve to open up. He's just getting started. Cutting that turn a little bit short so he can be right in the critical pocket for these last 2 turns. Really finishing that one up critical, getting nice and low so he can show the judges that he maintained control through the entire process of flying out of that maneuver. We see Luke up and riding.
Luke Prasa representing Bahamas, 19 years old. His favorite break is called Indicas. I think that's the other side of the point from Sativas. I'm not really sure. But he's actually studying international relations right now in college. What a great way to apply your studies by coming to the International Surfing Association World Surfing Games. But meanwhile, Sabalo, bam! Whew. Oh, unable to ride out from that end section, but did some damage to the mid portion of that wave. Give the judges something to think about for sure. Sitting on a 2.43 and a 2.23 for now, but Joshua Burke starts off strong with a 6-point ride. Hiroto in the lead, precariously though. He's got to get rid of a 0.93.
Yeah, you know, Josh took 6-7 minutes to get his first wave, choosing to be really patient, and it paid off for him. You know, paddling back out now, he's going to look for 2nd priority. Hiroto sitting out there with 1st priority and sitting in a really strong position. You know, you feel good when you're paddling out and you know that out of the first full exchange, you have the highest single wave score rewarded for the heat. Let's see how this continues to build upon.
Hiroto O'Hara had a quick look. He's not going to go on that one. That's going to give us the chance to learn a little bit more about the phenom. Dane Henry standing by now with Drew Starling.
Yeah, wow. That last heat was just full of Dane Henry doing Dane Henry things.
Yeah, it was a good one. Stoked to get that first one out of the way. It's always a real nerve-wracking one in the ISAs, but yeah, got the nerves kind of settled a little bit. So yeah, good little introduction.
And you were here about 2 weeks ago, right? Was that a bit of comp prep? Tell me about why you were here 2 weeks ago and what you were up to.
I'd like to say it was comp prep, but I kind of use that excuse, but we were surfing Punta Roca the whole time and just getting some clips, and we're going to have a little edit coming out with me and Cannon Carr soon. And yeah, it was just a super fun trip.
And I also want to touch on your special connection with this place here, El Salvador, especially La Vulcana as well. You took out the gold in 2024 ISA World Junior titles for the under-18s. You brought gold back to Australian soil for the first time in 10 years. That's pretty monumental.
Yeah, it was a huge year last year. It was my first ever ISA, and to captain the Aussie team and to get my personal gold was it was insane. Like, I was crying before my final even started because we won the gold real early, and then heaps of tears that day. My mum was here, and yeah, it was a really good team last year, so hopefully we can give it a good crack this year.
And you got some pretty high scores, an 8 and a 7.6 as well. Let's take a look at those waves and run me through it and what was going through your mind.
Yeah, so it was just, I wasn't really planning on going left. I already had a couple of 7s and just did a little carve there, a little setup, and I was looking down the line. I was like, oh, this could be a bit of something that I like, and saw this little section around here. It was pretty tricky to hit, but hit it pretty nice, and yeah, landed a little buttery air rev. Kind of.
Just a little one. Let's take a look at the 7.6 too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, far out. That was such a good wave. It was so fun out there. Riding a 77 Sharp Eye model. It's a J-Bay file, one of Felipe's files, and it was going so good. Heaps of hold. And yeah, that was a sick wave. It was like a free surf wave. That's why I kind of added a little chop up on the end just for a little extra spice.
I know you, work really hard to dial in your boards and what you've got going on underneath your feet. I'm sure you have a really big quiver as well here. But I just wanted to touch on the fact that you were the last surfer out of the team to surf their first heat. How was the mental game going into that? Did you rise to that challenge, or did the nerves kind of get to you a little bit?
I didn't actually think of it until like this morning, and then I was like, when the times came out, I was like, I'm going to be the last surfer. And it kind of started to get like, everyone has won, and everyone's like been in the red, won their first heat, and I knew everyone was going to make it down for my heat, so I was like, this could be a challenge for the mental state. But happy to kind of finish it off for the crew. Just did a good ring of fire, and we're all fired up.
I know you have a really close-knit community back at home and family as well. I'm sure you want to say hi to them.
Yep. Hi to my mum, my grandparents. Nan, I know you're watching, and happy Father's Day for yesterday, Dad. And also, just to touch on a bit of men's mental health, you can always check in on your mates. There's always someone that loves you, and I'm really doing it for all the crew out there that are going through a tough time, and just stay happy, and there's always someone to check in on you. So
Big thanks to you, Dane. We'll see you in the next one.
How are you going to surf that good and be that likable?
I know.
Come on.
I know. I was pretty captured by that. I actually forgot we were about to go live again and be on the broadcast. That was just so phenomenal. Loved to hear his perspective on his waves, but just overall his message to everyone back home.
Well,
really
as if I couldn't be a bigger Dane Henry fan. Now I'm not. I think I might
why
be
I shed a
number
tear
one
last
on
year
the bandwagon.
I know.
And don't be surprised if history is made. You see a surfer come down here and win ISA gold as a junior, and then repeat that the next year in the open division as a man. It wouldn't be shocking to me one bit. Dane Henry is that good. But meanwhile, Hiroto Ohara's doing some things, and Joshua Burke's catching up.
Yeah, Dane's going to have some tough rivals. We've been seeing incredible surfing that happening in this heat right now. Especially from our surfer from the Bahamas, Josh, just finding these waves to lay it down. That last one that we just saw coming in as a 4.40. Hiroto's coming in as a 3.83. So right now we're seeing Josh up in first, Hiroto in second, with our surfers from Angola and the Bahamas looking for scores to make it into that advancing position. But obviously it's round one, main round, so the surfers, if they get knocked in that third and fourth position, they'll only just be dropping into that repecharge round. There is huge incentive to not drop into the repecharge round, because while it does mean you can make it back to the medal round, you do have to surf like twice as many heats. So it's absolutely possible with this format, a very unique format that ISA puts together, but they do make the road tougher.
Well, I'm really glad that we have representatives from Angola here and doing a little bit of research. Okay, so Angola is neighbors with Namibia. Skeleton Bay, one of the greatest waves in the world. So, okay, there's closeness there. Southern African nation with varied terrain. Tropical Atlantic beaches. Yes, I like those. A labyrinth system of river mouths. We like those. Hiroto, interrupting my story about Angola, but totally worth it because that was awesome surfing from Hiroto Ohara. Sitting on a 5.67 and a 3.83. I think one of those scores is going to be deleted off the board on the strength of those two turns. Yeah, but all these things I'm reading about Angola just tell me one thing. I got to get there ASAP. It sounds like an amazing place.
Yeah, absolutely. And amazing surfing that we are seeing from Hiroto right now. Taking a look at another replay from this. Nice and slow-mo. We can see how technical and precise. Really getting a lot of speed. You can see all that pressure on his front foot as he drives off the bottom. The outside fin exposing itself to us. So much spray. Nice and high. Coming back around, using that right arm to drive so he can come in with a lot of speed and power. disappears from us on this angle. I really like that, and just rides out really steezy. I think, like you said, you were right. It comes in as a 7.67.
Yeah, earned it. I mean, it doesn't get much more sharp and precise than that. When you mix that, the placement that he did those turns with how fast he was going, how much power, how much he leaned into those hacks. Of course you're going to be rewarded with the big number. Near excellent there with a 7.67. So that dropped Josh Burke down to second place with a 6 and a 4.4. Sabalo needs an 8-point ride if he wants to get himself into one of those top 2 advancing spots. And Prosa, Bahamas, currently in 4th, needing an 8.40. Those are 2 attainable scores. You're going to have to get a really good wave, but it's possible with 3 minutes and 24 seconds left.
Well, as long as you're not comboed, anything's possible, right? Especially in these conditions, we're seeing excellent scores being dropped. So these conditions just lending itself to excellent surfing. Our surfers in white and green sitting with first and second priority. So they're going to try and navigate these last 3 minutes of their heat really smartly, but it is Josh who's looking to hold on to the second place position, looking to up his scoreline.
Some of the best bottom turns I've seen of this event. He just leans in with his heels, gets super low, even on that tight inside section, paying respects to the most fundamentally important maneuver in all of surfing, that bottom turn. He just did 3 great examples of how to do them on that last wave. Meanwhile, Sabalo, Angola represent here. Great surfing.
There we go. That's what he was looking for this entire heat, to demonstrate. You know, we'll see how that comes through. I think that's safe to say it'll replace his 2.4. Will lower that requirement as well as an 8. But gosh, I have to say that requirement's actually going to only increase after what we have seen from Josh and what he just laid down. My favorite, like you said, his bottom turns. Bottom turns are the most crucial maneuver. They set up your entire wave. But for me, that really stood out was that floater that he did. I'd love to see that on replay if we get the chance. There's a lot of stuff happening. Time is winding down. 1:40. And our surfer in white improves the scoreline, Chris.
There you go, 3.5 added to a 2.40. Keeping things interesting. Now he only needs a 6.90. I guess I didn't need to say only, because that's still a pretty big score. Hiroto Ohara's in second priority. Prasa, the Bahamas, is in that top priority spot. Burke and Sabalo still making their way back to the lineup. We'll see who gets that third priority. 1 minute left. Opportunity is knocking, as usual, here at La Bocana. So it's called Surf City, not just because of the waves, which are plentiful. It's a bounty of surf nearly every single day of the year, but also because the whole downtown area is pretty much dedicated to surfing. Places to stay, things to eat, surf shops, and inviting local vibe. As we see now, Hiroto Ohara just kind of working it out, just making his way to the beach, but doing it with style. Digs rail a little bit there on the pull-out, but that actually might have helped him because the rocks were coming quick. Tide's starting to really fill in here. It's going to change up the landscape of this lineup as we head in towards the afternoon. It's 1:15 local time here in El Salvador. I'd say it's probably the toughest time of day to surf a heat because it's scorching. Prosa.
Whoa!
He goes for the 2-stage floater. Frontside rock and roll floater, underrated for how difficult of a maneuver that is.
Well, you know he needed to go for something big, needing a 9.33, and now 0 seconds left on the clock. So, unfortunately, coming unstuck, that won't be that, but he went for it.
Yeah, that was a cool way to finish. Why not just go for it? Well, as it stands, it's going to be Hiroto Ohara getting the win, representing Team Japan. Joshua Burke in second from Barbados. Hard-charging surfer Sabalo from Angola, doing himself and Angola proud. Came out swinging, got a 3.5 and a 2.4. Give it up to the Bahamas' own Luke Prosa. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to flip the booth. We'll be back with more action. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025 edition. Stay tuned. Welcome, surf fans. We are back in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. This is the 2025 ISA World Surfing Games, and as you can see, as usual, it is pumping.
Highest single wave score in our men's main round goes to Keiji Onishi from Japan with an 8.67. Team Australia's Morgan Sibilik with a 7.67.
I just love surfing, man. I love to represent Argentina. Whenever there's a chance and there's a phone call, I'm in.
Even on the screen, this looks like an absolute bomb, and that's a hammer. Yeah, Marvin. Wow, look at this section.
The highest single wave score in our women's main round goes to Yanire Echevarri for Team Spain with an 8.0.
It feels pretty good. I mean, I feel like I still left a little bit out there. It's always the first heat nerves, I think.
Team Japan's Amuro Suzuki with a 7.43. That wraps up day one of competition for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Tune in tomorrow for a 7 a.m. start for more action.
Welcome back, Surf City. Let's go. Checking out. Welcome back to Surf City. Having a look at another great matchup. Still in the round one for the men. Sebastian Williams of Mexico, Raimundo Berry of Chile. You're watching Williams right now in live action, slicing off the top. It'll get a finish, which will go a little wrong for him. Also out in the water, Eli Timperi, Finland, Sasha Ferry from Vanuatu. I'm Paul Evans, joined once again by Barton Lynch. Welcome back, mate.
Good to be back, mate. Little paddle battle there. Getting the inside position, Sebastian Williams. A characteristic fall on that right-hander. Ooh, a little bit nervous at the end there too, but got the completion largely on the left.
The depth of talents in these ISA World Games has been incredible to witness at different levels of the sport. Sebastian Williams is going to feature in the Stab 100. He's a finalist in that. Just a brand new innovative format for 2025, actually, that mixes things up a little bit with that. Very exciting, seeing some emerging talents make big statements. Looking to do exactly thus. Raimundo Berry of Chile. A little bit of a sticky wrap to open up, and then almost a catch. Now things will clean up for him. It was nice and sprightly, light on his feet. Decent tag. He'll emerge with some speed and then wait to kick out. Reasonable opener there for Berry.
Yep, couple of scores in for Mexico too. 4.5 and a 2.5. Quick start. Look at the lines continuing to roll on through here, Paulie. Look at it. Perfect conditions. The wind stayed off again, just light, fluffy.
Yeah, the watercolor as well just looks absolutely dreamy, doesn't it? You paddle in and then you're off the bottom and you see this thing freight training down the line when you Eli Timperi. That one a little too much down the line. One flick off the top. Just in our break there, mate. I went down the beach. I was watching Dane Henry's heat. It was like watching a surf movie. Absolutely incredible. Here goes Williams.
Beautiful wave.
Yeah, big speedy hit again. Oof, got a bit excited maybe, but you know what? Wow, just somehow, we'd kind of written him off then. And then
I looked away, mate. I went, no, he didn't make that. That was a mistake.
How did he do that?
Be remarkable. Completion there shows the desperation and how important he knows. He's an experienced campaigner. We've seen him do super well here before at this venue, in this event. No stranger to any of it. Sasha Ferry, Vanuatu.
Yeah, check out this muscular left for Sasha.
Oh.
Pushing hard on the wrap. I love the approach. Everyone going a little differently at this, which is cool to see.
Sasha just got a little high on that one, didn't he? Could have cut that a little lower and would have had enough momentum to complete it. Good signs early.
Check it out. Tim Petty here, backhand. Beautiful looking opening section. What a hit. Watching quality surfing go down right now. Another great backhand tag. Nice combo and rhythm to that. Let's get down. Winner of the last heat, Hiroto Ohara, is with True Starling.
Yeah, well, Hiroto's in the house. That was huge, Hiroto. What a good heat. Big congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You know, you're a Tokyo 2020 Olympian. Talk me through that whole process and that whole journey.
Yeah, that's like 4 years ago. I come here to try to get a spot for the Olympics, and then yeah, that was a amazing experience, especially my hometown. And then, but I couldn't get a medal, so yeah, definitely looking for the new medal. Yeah.
Bringing it home for Japan. I got to have a chance to speak to Keijiro and also Rio in that last interview as well. So the men's team in Japan are really nailing it. And also the females as well. Amuro had a good heat, but you also got a 7.67 in this last one. We're going to have a chance to have a look at it as well. So talk me through, if you can see it, Hiroto, talk me through this wave, because it was pretty lethal.
Yeah, I was in the third priority or fourth priority, and then I've been practicing here every day, and then I kind of like on the inside wave because more stand up, and then kind of more easy to do the like vertical turns. And yeah, and then that wave pop up, and then the first two guys didn't see the wave, so I was like, oh, maybe good backups, and then yeah, start to get a 7.
Sneaky one under priority as well. Your boards always look dialed. You always look knifey and just really on point. Talk me through what you're riding and what you brought over here to El Salvador.
Yeah, I ride in JS, and then today I was riding Golden Child. And I got a few other Golden Child here, and then I really like it, especially this wave, and then other one too. Yeah, I think that model suits this wave really well. So both feels amazing. Thank you, JS.
Well, thank you so much for having a chat, Hiroto. It's always exciting to see you in Arashi, and yeah, looking forward to the next one. Let's see it.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Can I say something to you in Japanese?
Yeah, go for it.
夜中なのに皆さん応援ありがとうございます。1回戦ですけど、これからたくさんあるんで、しっかり体ケアして、次もいいサーフィンできるように頑張るんで、また応援よろしくお願いします。
Back to you guys.
Great surfer.
Unbelievable. What a character.
I'll tell you a fantastic story. Well, not such a fantastic story. It was incredible stories. I picked up Hiroto at Honolulu Airport on the morning of the Fukushima tsunami. He left Japan, flew to Hawaii. I pick him up at the airport. We go home to my house. He's staying with me for a month. We see that evening, we start to see the images come. He doesn't actually know whether his parents are alive or dead. Wow. It was an extraordinary situation. I had 3 other kids. The 4 of us all had to go up to the pineapple fields and sleep in the car park at Dole Plantation that very first night. But it was an enormous amount of stress and potential grief that he had to deal with. Obviously seeing the images on television, not being able to communicate with his parents and family and friends to know their scenario. But, being the cool cat that he is, he handled that situation and everything was okay on the home front, and we sort of moved on into a coaching camp for the next month, but it was an extraordinary start to his trip to Hawaii.
Yeah, he's been a surfer that we've known about for a number of years. You feel that, aside from his surfing, which is CT quality for sure, like, in terms of his personality, his character, he'd be such a good addition to the championship tour. You just feel like having someone... I feel like we kind of need him there. He's such a cool character. It'd be amazing for Japan, but I just feel like his particular personality would be such a valuable addition to that tour.
Yeah, he's so happy, isn't he? He just brings really good vibes all the time. Here we go, Sebastian.
There goes Williams, the Mexican. Great looking right. Look how much extra pizzazz he's got in those turns. And he'll mix things by pushing hard on the back foot, chopping that tail through the lip, which is dynamic. Couple of 4s for him thus far. Great chance to get the improvement right there.
Yeah, I dare say. Beautiful surfing, 2-turn combination of power and aggression. Couple of, like you said, look at the scores. Both those first two rides very even, but this one feels like it had a little more sting in everything he did. You can see the urgency in the pump. Really tight turn there. And then this last turn, another layback snap, clean, simple really, but very effective. It's one of the amazing things as we see this replay is the relevance of a layback snap, a turn that was essentially started in the late 70s. Peter Townend was the first surfer I ever saw, the 1976 world champion, was the first person we ever saw do layback snaps. Still to this day, it was only a couple of years ago that John Florence, or a year ago, won a world title doing them at lower trestles. They're still so relevant and still used so consistently at certain points in a wave to maximise the scoring potential in those situations. Look at the hop and the bounce he's getting out of his board to create speed and momentum to get that last layback snap in the closeout section.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point, actually, to see the evolution of that turn. It was something maybe people used on a section where you got a lot of speed, but maybe it's not super steep, or maybe even on a board that you weren't really feeling that much. It was just something you could kind of show something a little different, but it's become really functional as extra risk, as extra sort of criticality on those closeout sections. And like you mentioned, John, he sort of set the marker to not make it look flicky, to do it with so much power and commitment.
Yeah, 100%.
Here goes Berry. Oh, snap on the forehand. That was nice. Like that. He liked it too. There we go. Vamos. So the two-turn combo rewarded to Williams. 6.83 prior to that for his right. Good number for Sebastian. He was leading the seat. He'll continue to do so. Now we'll get a number for Raimundo Berry. I reckon it'll be healthy as well. It will certainly count for him. Great chance of him adding to, well, the 3.93, improving on that. The one he's already got in. It's so blue and dreamy out there. This is what Raimundo Berry got done.
Didn't drop too far out of the face. Went to the early bottom turn to get that turn in while there was speed. It set him up perfectly for that last turn. It was super critical. Loved the free fall drop and then the passion. He felt it early on. He's showing his teammates that, hey, I'm here to play. And here to play for Chile.
Yeah, love that. Into the lip with just that moment where he's sort of skid in. He's lost a bit of that control. So you always have that moment, okay, is he going to make this? He's putting risk into the maneuver. It's really enjoyable, dynamic. And the wave, nice and cooperative for him as well. I love to get that. I just don't know where this heat's gone, mate. We're inside 7 minutes. Where's it gone?
Went in a Hiroto Ohara interview. Yeah, really 6.5 minutes left. Sebastian Williams, a 4.5 is the second score. The judges still thinking about that last ride of Raimundo's. Big closeout maneuver. Tippy toes, free falls out of the lip, lands it cleanly and completely.
Just over 6 on the clock right now. Judges deliberating on that number still for the Chilean, Berry. Sebastian Williams and dominant thus far in this. He's looked really good. Very sprightly, light on his feet, nimble, covering ground on waves effortlessly. The setup, you saw on that slow-mo, the replay of the right. Love the way he's just paddling in. He's paddling from the momentum from the paddle in. Just already sets him up. He knows exactly where he wants to put his first turn. Precision surfing. Always looks good.
Raimundo Berry looking for a 4.64. We guarantee he gets that, do we not?
Yeah.
So we imagine there's going to be a position change when that score drops. He's on the inside. He's in 4th priority. Smart move, smart competitive surfing.
Why not? He'll roll the dice here. Berry will carve again, using those arms as levers. And then not wildly dissimilar to his previous effort, other than the fact he went incomplete on that last turn. Here goes Sasha Ferry with a sort of case of the speed wobbles, really. But he does well to clean that up. And by the time he does, things get a little slopey for him. Now, let's see what he can do on the inside. He'll arrive quite late and not quite get there. And it's amazing how often we'll say this, but if you maybe have a little stumble at the beginning of a wave, it's the rhythm that gets upset, and that effect maybe amplifies through these sections.
Yeah, and you fight it from that point on, and the flow's lost. Raymundo Berry's got the flow going, though. 6.07, the score came in, Paulie, and takes him up into second place. Ili Timpiri, I believe, from Encinitas, down in the land of our co-commentator Chris Cote. Priority number 1 for he, looking for a 4.18 with 4 minutes on the clock, so a lot of pressure right now. While there's a repechage round for third and fourth place getters through this round and through every round as we move forward in the event. So you lose once, you always get another chance, which is a fantastic part of the evolutionary process and contributing to the developing nations. That's one of the primary motivations here. You know, sure, we decide champions and there's winners and losers, but ultimately it's the developing nations that come here, like Vanuatu, like Sashaferi. He's had a couple of rides now. It's the first time at this level of competition, so there's a lot to be learnt.
Big, important wave here for Tim Perry. Just a high line speed check turn to open up. Now we'll drive in and just kind of go quick and abbreviate that turn.
Lucky he made that one.
Oof, critical on the inside. He won't quite get the finish.
Oh, look at this section.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Oh, stop it.
Getting creative there. Beautiful little tube stance as he pulled into the closeout section. Won't be rewarded many points for it, but we loved it. Looking to improve on the 4-5.
Yeah, he's on an absolute tear here. You can see how dynamic he is and how quick he can make those decisions. Surfing really free. And it was cool to see him get that quick hit and pull in. Covered some ground, actually, before it pinched. But prior to that is the crucial wave in the context of who's advancing from this seat, because our Finnish surfer, Tim Perry, went down on a wave, and he did not need a huge number, actually. We're going to get another look here at Sebastian.
Can't wait to see that turn down the inside. Beautiful slope to the wall. Look at the back leg, how far he drops that down. And it drives beautifully out of the bottom. Textbook backhand snap. Could have been a little bit tighter, perhaps. It was more of a wrap, but this is where he gets super tight and vertical. There'll be some big scores dropped. Judges still considering this. Bottom turn, absolutely beautiful. Top turn, absolutely beautiful. Steps onto the tail to keep the nose out. Manages that. And comes around this section and goes, you know what? I might even pull in.
Oh.
We all love to pull in, hard not to. Two big turns. Will it influence things? It sure will. A 6.83 drops for those two turns. And I would say easily deserving of the 6.83.
Yeah, matches his high score. Brilliant surfing from Sebastian Williams again. I just love the fact as he recovers from that second turn, making the switch from his inside rail.
And Tim Perry did not get the score. He needed a 4.18, got a 3.97, still needs the 4.18. Down in fourth priority with 1 minute to go. Blue in the first priority. In second place, no surprises to see him sticking close to Tim Perry for Finland. He will be best friends until that siren goes. He's got to use that priority now in a defensive manner. Sashaferi, great experience for he and his very first ever heat here at the ISA Surfing Games. And some defensive action going on here. Sebastian Williams going to use his third priority.
Yeah, he doesn't want to hang around. He'll just take this, keep surfing. He's dominated the heat. There's the rotation on the backhand, clicks it clean. And out he comes.
Made it look easy. Wasn't really an easy section to get that high and spin.
What hasn't he done in this heat? He's got backhand barrel. He's done a rotation. His backhand above the lip. He's gone sort of power slide layback under the lip. He's got big carve hanger of a backhand hit as well. He's pretty much ticked a lot of boxes.
Showed both sides, the creativity, the ability to turn that from third priority into an air like that speaks volumes to the talent, This young Mexican, he's going to hold on for the lead. There it is, it's over. And Tim Perry does not get the score he needed. It must have been so close. A couple little mistakes on that 397 cost him advancement.
Yeah, that'll sting, won't it, for Eli Tim Perry. The flip of that is Raimundo Barabí absolutely delighted to make the most and to maximise opportunities. You think that 6 particularly, but you have to say hats off. Sebastian Williams has put on a bit of a show out there, really entertaining. It just made it look easy as well. You know, we talk about pressure and representing your country. If he's feeling any of that, didn't look like it. He looked like he was absolutely enjoying himself. We absolutely enjoyed it. Well done, that man. Viva Mexico. Will keep rolling with the live action here. Heat 44 of the opening round for the men. The ISA World Surfing Games comes right after this. We'll send you out and appreciate the fine work of Sebastian Williams. Stay tuned. From above, looking beautiful this afternoon. As we look back inland to the north, and you see how green and lush and tropical, just humming with life. This part of Central America. And then the vibrant pulse of oceanic swells coming from the south and lighting up this spot. Entertainment has been on point throughout the day. Another heat sets up. Timmy Elter of Deutschland taking on Wigan Rodriguez from Venezuela. Pedro Fernandez of Dominican Republic. So a little bit more elbow room with just 3 surfers in the water here, Barton. And plenty of opportunities for these surfers to make the most of what is a big opportunity on their first entry into competition to get their teams going and fired up.
Yeah, absolutely. Tim Elter, very experienced. Opportunities at the Olympics. Look at this one on the inside, having a look. Couple of minutes gone. No rides, got plenty of waves on the way.
So just 20 minutes on the clock for surfers, and by now, no real surprise, we keep saying it, but everyone very much dialed in trying to get a wave. I mean, I think it's a clear tactic that will be across the board early on, but that's going to be dictated essentially to what the ocean does. Right? So you go in there, you want to get on something early on, but a couple of minutes could easily pass with a lull. It's all about just trying to keep that mental energy level, calm, and then when the opportunities do come, don't think, feel. Ooh, hello. What's going on here? So no priority at the start of a heat. Traditionally, surfer closer to the peak. And what is certainly looked like a left-hander to us. That surfer is Pedro Fernandez. This could be bad news for Rodriguez. Let's go and hear from Sebastian Williams of Mexico, standing by with True.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Sebastian, bringing the fire for Team Mexico out in that last heat.
Thanks much, True. Thank you. Yeah, it's hot down here. It's very hot. So, yeah, there's a lot of passion in and out of the water, and it's very stoked to have come away with a heat win.
Pair of 6.83s as well. I mean, you're doing exactly what you had to do out there, setting the tone nice and early, you know, hopefully rising throughout the rest of the event, staying in that main draw. You know, what has been your main focus going into these heats?
Yeah, it's very nice to get that first heat done and dusted, and kind of sets you up for the rest of the event. How you perform in that first heat definitely stays with you for the rest of the event, so you always want to do your best, and that's what I did. And I actually rode this board for the first time in a few days. I'd been riding a 5.9. This is a 6.2. So my first couple waves were actually like, there was so much board in front of me. I took a couple waves to get used to, so I was actually a little nervous, but luckily there's a lot of waves and the waves are really good, so I put it together.
Speaking of your board and how it was looking on your feet, we're going to have a quick look at the 6.83 that you got in your heat as well. So talk me through this one.
Okay, 6.83. I guess this was one of my later waves. Yeah, so just a lot of board moving in front of me and underneath my feet, so I was feeling a little bit stiff. The wave was so glassy too. It was like so perfect. It's almost difficult to surf when the wave is so texturized and clean, but it looks good. It felt good. Yeah, I'm very happy to have such a good sponsor. Slater Designs honestly make some of the best boards in the world, so I'm really stoked for all their love and support. This looks like it was the Air. I guess that was a 6.83 too. Pretty big board to do an air reverse, but I think I already had like a 6 and a 5, so it was in the last minute. So yeah, I always want to give the fans some fireworks. That's what I like to do, so I'm very happy to put it together.
Yeah, we're entertainers as surfers for sure, and it's nice to be doing that as well. And, you know, it's exciting to be here. Day 2, it's your first heat that you've surfed. It's a marathon, not a sprint in this event. So how do you kind of keep yourself at that rest pace and just really maintain your energy for that next heat?
Yeah, absolutely. I was here much too early, but it's okay. My teammate surfed in a previous heat like 1 or 2 hours before me, so we were here like 1 or 2 hours before that heat. So, you know, unnecessary, but what's done is done. Very happy to still have some gas left in the tank, staying hydrated. Do you mind if I say a few words in Spanish? Hola a toda mi gente en México, muchísimas gracias por todo el amor y el apoyo. Aquí estamos, ronda 1 finalizado, pasamos a la segunda ronda. Quisiera aprovechar este momento para mandarle un agradecimiento especial a Rommel Pacheco, a la CONADE, al Comité Olímpico Mexicano, a la Federación de Surf Mexicano, a nuestro patrocinio del equipo Electrolit, a mis patrocinios Outer Known, Bayside Real Estate, Endorphins. Muchísimas gracias por todo el apoyo. Seguimos para adelante. ¡Viva México!
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sebastian. We'll send it back to you guys in the booth. This is going to be a good heat.
Yeah, wow, thanks, True. Lot to unpack there from Sebastian. Interesting. A 5-inch jump up. He went from a 5.9 to a 6.2. That seems like a lot, Martin.
It seems like a lot, especially seeing the waves, if anything, have come down. So, but what it speaks to is the power in the ocean and the ability to ride a bigger board. That board looked perfect under his feet. I can't imagine those 5 inches, a little 5.9 under your feet. He wouldn't have got that drive and the beautiful arc up into the pocket that he did on the 6.2. So I feel like the choice of board was perfect. Tell you what wasn't perfect is the start for Venezuela here. Interference on that opening ride.
Yeah, no real surprise. We knew exactly what was coming here. So just talk us through exactly what Blue did wrong here.
Well, Green just sort of sneaked his way to his inside, and it was almost like at the very last minute he realised he was wide and the wave was on top of him and he was already getting to his feet before he realised that he'd sneakily got underneath him and to the inside. So it's going to make things very difficult from here.
Yes, it did as well. A couple of things. I mean, quite unique surfing the way that the interferences work, and that doesn't necessarily... The advantage that it gives isn't necessarily to the person only that's been impeded. So if you think about Tim Elter's position, he's not going to the repechage round, whatever happens, because of that, and he wasn't even involved. However the heat goes, he's staying, he's advancing.
Yeah, you absolutely love it. It's one of those situations, especially, you know, your opponent gets someone on an interference. There's only 3 of you in the heat. You know you're safe. Takes all the pressure off. He's got the 617. You know you're good. So you could see some fireworks towards the back end. Or alternatively, you start to think longer term and go, I've almost done enough. I'll just get another 4 and we're good, you know. And keep everything in the pocket until I need it. Keep the fireworks for when the judges want to see it from you and you need it, rather than put it all out there when you don't.
So from Rodriguez's point of view, he'll lose a score, which means it's not, obviously not out of it entirely. It's going to be really, really tough to do it, just the one wave.
It's all about paying attention to the detail. You're looking at that wave, you're on the inside, you think you are at a moment, but then a moment later you're not, and you haven't even realised that that's taken place. So attention to the detail for the Venezuelan will be the lesson there. Always being aware where the other surfers are.
All right, Alta on the peak. He's only in third priority though. No one around him to exercise their seniority on that rotation. He'll go up real late to a chunky section. Section will ping him back down. He's got that high score locked in, the 6.17, does Alta. Make his way back into the lineup here under that 10-minute mark, midway point in this. We've been talking about the repechage, and we used to see in Surfers Championship Tour, you lose in the opening rounds, and then you got elimination round. So it's just one opportunity where that comes, and the difference with repechage is that comes throughout the event. So you make 4 rounds, then you lose. That's your chance to have a bad heat.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you're eliminated from competition.
You never get back to the main round until the very end of it. And so, even in the semi-finals, where we've got 8 surfers left, you lose in that semi-final, you're into the repechage round, you're still a chance at the final. So it's always there.
And part of the reason why it is a longer route to the final, where you don't want to go, is because we keep adding surfers into that throughout. The surfers...
Every heat
we're sending more surfers to that repechage.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's totally doable, but it is a longer route. We've seen people go all the way for the win in the past from repechage.
Absolutely doable. And you just recognise it as part of your particular challenge in that moment and where you put yourself.
So Timmy Elton with the 1 moment of quality in this. We've had a bit of a drama in the form of that interference. Rodriguez dropping in basically on Fernandez. There's Elta. This is Fernandez. We'll go at a section which comes at him real quick. He's good enough to get in and out. Be a second score locked in for him.
I suppose the good thing about someone in your heat having an interference is that you don't really need to get the best waves anymore. You need to just ride a couple, call them 4s or 5s, and you're getting through the heat. So it really does take a lot of pressure off your wave selection. So, and that's what I think we saw here with Timmy. It was a 1 turn on a closeout, but he recognised that, hey, if it's a 3, it's a good thing. And the same here, exactly the same idea. Nice snap into the closeout, pulls it, completes it, get his second score, 2.67 on the first, and he's going to have his 2 scores and feel pretty comfortable. Pedro Fernandez from the Dominican Republic. Oh, here's the surfing. Poor young man that got the interference, and he showed the potential he has. But again, you take the long road, I'll take the short road, and see at the other end will be the attitude Rodriguez has to adopt.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the spark to his surfing. He saw the speed there, didn't we? Just how much faster he was going than like a comparable sort of wave for Fernandez, who's the other goofy foot in this one. So definitely the key ingredients to his surfing. Maybe we'll get a chance to make amends. Let's not count him out of this at this stage. All depends on how the scoring goes for Fernandez, but while it stays low...
It's a good feeling when you advance with an interference. You get the interference, you feel like you've just blown it, but then you go to work and you somehow manipulate the situation to advance, and we've seen it happen. It can happen, but it takes extraordinary performance to turn around the negativity of the interference and somehow find the fire inside to raise the performance level to that which gets you through with the interference. Nothing better, really, when you do that. It's a great personal feeling.
The other, I suppose, sort of silver lining on the cloud as well. Being a non-priority interference, rather than lose an entire score, we half the low score.
Yeah.
So not quite as bad a punishment,
No.
quite severe.
No, a little easier to get away, to claw your way out of in a single wave.
What he wants at this stage really is a busy heat. What he wants is a lot of waves. All the while this is quiet. I mean, it's been a really, really slow one in terms of energy. We haven't had that pulse at all that we've had for, I don't know, the last half a dozen heats or so. They've all had those moments of sets with multiple, half a dozen waves, maybe more. Rodriguez needs a bit of that action, doesn't he?
We're heading right towards the high tide. I believe it was 218. It's 150 now. So, we saw it yesterday. It's about the only time of day, it would seem, where things do slow down, right around that top of the tide. Heard the same thing happen down on podium 2 at El Sunzal yesterday. Same sort of time. And again, you look at Pedro Fernandez's scores, a 3.5. You get a 7, you match that. Halve it, and you've got your 3.5 and you match it. You look at the 2.67, you go, okay, I'll get a 6, I match that. So there's hope even with the interference, as you suggested. The 1.05, there's the halved of his 2.10 on his second ride.
Here goes your heat leader, Timmy Alter. He's enjoying himself thus far, but he wants to stay busier. Nice, clean style. Love that as he hangs that one up a little too much. Just left it up there a little too long.
Big, tall, over 6 feet. Uses that size and leverage to drive into massive turns.
All right, let's see what Rodriguez will do here. So he's got first priority right now. He's got 4 minutes on the clock. He's had non-priority interference. It's denoted by the triangle and half his low score. What that means right now, just with the way the scoreline is, 497 will do it for him. He's very capable of that. From what we've seen from his surfing, if he gets one of these lined up lefts, you back him to get that 5 or better. In fact, let's see what this does. If he can get in position, it's going to be late entry. He's pretty cash about it. Wow. Why didn't he paddle for that wave more? He almost looked like he was trying to get barreled. He did the kind of no paddle takeoff.
There was the opportunity to just knife it into that and get barreled. It looked like that. He's only looking for the 5, like you said, so the door's still wide open. Pedro Fernandez hasn't managed to really take advantage of the impact of the interference here. Let's have a look. Yes, here. A little earlier into that and a different line through, you might have got barreled.
It's an audacious approach, but you got to think that wave looked pretty decent. Certainly the best one we've seen sort of shape up towards him. To be fair, we didn't see it go down the line, but it looked like it had potential there, but it just didn't look.
And sometimes you don't want to paddle too early and alert your opposition to the fact that you want this wave. And you kind of act like you're not even interested. You are, and you do want it, and you act like you're not. You don't even look at it. You look away, I'm not interested, and then swing and steal it at the last moment. Perhaps that was part of the thinking. He didn't want to alert Pedro with the first priority to just come and shut down the job. He most probably could have in that situation. And what would have helped him is that he might improve on that 2.67 and put it outside of the realms of possibility, because a 5's an easy get.
2 minutes 20 to go here, heat 44. It just sounds like a strange sentence. At the ISA World Games, massive rounds and really enjoyable throughout the day thus far. Conditions still looking great on this high tide. I mean, it just looks dreamy. It looks really just surfable out there. This heat hasn't quite had the pulsing that we've had in the sort of last few heats. Let's see how it goes in the final couple of minutes for a big finish. Timmy Alter, the Olympian out of Germany. He's leading this one. He's got a little bit of a margin. Non-priority tussle at the start of the heat. Wrote the story really in terms of the other two, but hang on.
Letting blue go.
Rodriguez goes here, looking for 497. A bit milky on the face, and he'll wrap back. And now show a little bit more interest to it inside.
The pressure's just too much at this point in time. We can see the potential in that young man surfing.
as we see, much more critical surfing from Pedro Fernandez. He's been a little tentative throughout most of the heat, but he tried to get hold of that a lot more. And he won't get a completion. He's annoyed with himself. It won't do much in terms of the context of where the scores are in the heat, but I like the way he's setting himself pretty high bar, and he wanted to make that turn, unable to do it. It won't cost him in terms of where he is in the position in the heat as yet. Still 40 to go.
And it's, you know, it's still there. The opportunity is still there, even with the interference. And that speaks to Pedro Fernandez's inability to get that second score, build on that 2.67, build on the 3.5. It's been quite a lot of time. Has been, like we said, that higher tide, top of the tide has always been a little slower. Tim Elter way down on the rights.
Timmy with speed. Slicing wrap from him. Meanwhile, hang on, Rodriguez. Woof. Combo there, slaps it down. Well, he's asked a question, a little nervous look over the shoulder from Pedro Fernandez.
There's the time done. The heat is over. That wave had the energy, didn't the performance? Timmy Elter going to the air, being slapped at the bottom of that wave.
Well,
judges considering that blue ride.
First job that he had to do was ask a question to the judges. He's done that,
100%.
right? Now the answer's with them.
Be great to see that start again. We kind of felt like we came in a little later on that ride. Be interesting to see what the judges think. Exciting heat.
Yeah, different ways to bring the entertainment at the World Surfing Games. Timmy Elter, there's a reason he's an Olympian. A very high quality surfer. Team Deutschland, they're stoked. Elter with the win will keep the action rolling here at Surf City right after the break.
Welcome to the ISA World Surfing Games opening ceremony.
Welcome everybody to Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games. It's my happiness to welcome all the 61 teams, 297 athletes, 450 participants. I wish all of you guys the best in the competition. A few of you are going home with medals, most not. But all of you are champions because you are here representing your country for the love of surfing, for the love of this competition. You're representing your countries, take that with you for the rest of your life. It's the highest honor in these World Surfing Games because we together are the United Nations of Surfing. Lovely moment in my life. Open officially the Surf City El Salvador ISA 2025 World Surfing Games! Yeah!
Great scenes from the opening ceremony. Good energy to kick things off. Looking to carry that energy out of a strong, strong Spanish team. Out of Zarautz in the Basque Country. Ruben Vitoria has got a crazy backhand turn. This guy, I've seen him just do absolute hammers on left-handers. He gets so late to the lip when his timing's on. He'll go really, really hard. Another surfer's been doing a bit of coaching as well, and that's only added to what he's able to bring out in the water with him. Kai Galegrani, Panama. Here he's in replay, Barton.
Beautiful big float there. Snaps it back. What a great opening ride. Carves back, little catch of the rail. Nothing too shameful in that. And then last turn, stuck, but great energy. And this guy came out firing as well. Big, tall, powerful, shorter wave. 2 hits already, or 2 rides already in these opening minutes. Went massive there, but unfortunately incomplete. So a couple of incomplete starters for Spain. Panama looking like they might get the best of that opening exchange. Kiam Phillips from Jamaica. Also ridden a wave. And judges considering all of these scores right now. Set the scale for this heat.
Numbers to come in shortly for everybody. Victoria, Granny, Phillips. Jamaican team. We've seen them participation already earlier in this round. And amazing energy and sort of style to a lot of their performers. I think a lot of that new latest generation out of Jamaica doing quite a lot with the sort of skateboarding and surf crossover. That does seem to be a big part of their story, and it works well with their approach as well. But the kind of waves that they get to surf when they are at home. It's really interesting to see that. It's like a different approach, making it unique, making it their own. But out here, in pretty powerful conditions, you think surfers with experience in competition like Ruben Vittoria, but really backing himself in terms of what his strategy is going to be, how he's going to compete. Put himself in a strong position early on. Be interested to see how this one unfolds. The top of that tide, as you mentioned, Barton, will that slow things up? It means opportunities you do get are even more valuable. Is Granny. Quick tag from him. Little cooperative, fluffy section. So he'll just belt that, and then he'll get a thicker lip, and he'll tag that nice and hard.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Beautiful surfing. Love the first turn, and then came with the mid-face bottom turn. Didn't go too far, like we've talked about, out onto the flats. Mid-face bottom turn, kept the speed, pumped along through the flats into that beautiful last turn. And that was solid. Solid surfing.
Granny staying in motion here. It's identifying a good-looking opportunity. You see this section, he's eyeing it up from the get-go.
Straight down, straight up. There's that mid-face turn that kept the speed through that dead flat part of the wave, enabled him to build momentum into the closeout turn. Coming from behind the whitewater, climbing that foam. And there's the speed. Look at the speed he carried through there. It really enabled that last turn to have a lot of flair in it through the spray. Could not have done more, really, with that wave.
Yeah, absolute hammer to finish as well. And it always looks good when he put that big exclamation point on. The kind of biggest thing that happened on the whole wave was that final turn into that closeout. Nice drama to finish as well. Give the judges something to think about, to sway their score, to get some points advantage heading your way.
Because you imagine you're watching it as a judge, and the first turn happens. If it meets expectation, you're riding with them. You're like, whoa, we're on. We're going to a score. You manage that middle with good performance surfing, but no risk that's going to blow whatever or lose whatever you've done already. Finish strong, and it's just, you start strong, you finish strong, and it's, manage that middle, finish strong. And that's where the scores come from. You get the judges riding with you early.
As ever, running 2 podiums here at Surf City. This is our second podium at El Sunzao. Just checking some highlights from the day right now. You can follow along live, ISAsurf. On the website, you'll find the button. We have a feed from over there. It's not the full broadcast, all the bells and whistles that we're bringing you from La Bacana. But we do have a camera on the action that's going down over there. Follow along, ISAsurf. And how rippable does Sunzao look?
Sunzao looks like it's cooking right now. Tail slides out of the top. A beautiful right-hand point. It's like sometimes it can get a little big and move out off the reef. Looks like it's the perfect size. Hitting the reef and running beautifully.
Speaking of unique things about this event, how often is it that you surf 2 heats in a day at completely different venues as well? I mean, it's not just a secondary peak at the same beach break, it's a completely different venue.
Would you never do that? I don't know that there is, I can't think of a situation or an event where that could happen or would happen.
Here we go, 12.5 on the clock. Bit of energy swinging in for Ruben Vittoria. Here he goes. Loading up the speed. First turn, just squeezes one in the pocket. Hits it again. And gets into his rhythm here, going through the gears.
Yeah, it felt good.
And you could just see as he kicked out there, it's nice for him just to open up, be able to express himself, to put a bit of body into those turns.
Look at the scores for the Panamanian. Granny, a 5.33 and a 4.67, so a great start for him.
Under 12 minutes to go in here. Let's go and have a chat with Timmy Elter of Germany. He's with True Starling.
Yeah, thank you so much, Paul. Tim, we were having a little debrief just before, and you said that heat was a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, the waves are firing, as you can see right now, and I had a first wave where I did 2 good turns, and then I made a little mistake, and then I did a little back up, and then I fell on a really good turn, but happy to get through and stoked to surf again tomorrow.
You made an appearance in the 2024 Olympics as well for Germany, which is, you know, an incredible honour. You're back here. It's kind of the start or the beginning of the full marathon to get back to that Olympic qualification. Just talk me through your moments that you had there over in Tahiti.
In the games? Well, it was intense. It's something that I dreamt of for a long time. Leon Glatzer sort of opened the way 3 years before. And I was a kid still, not even in the German team, and that was my dream, you know. And now it's all happened, it's done, I left it behind. I'm grateful for it, and it's back to square one. So here we go again. It's a non-qualifying year, so pressure's not really on, and we're just trying to get as far as we can.
Yeah, just feeling out the momentum, getting your heads back into the game, I guess, for those moments. Talk me through Team Germany and, you know, what you guys have got going on here and, you know, who's supporting you and in your corner for this event.
Yeah, it's always great to be with the team. We're all pushing each other. We're a big family. We've known each other for a long time, and also we had a few training camps here already. So we're just finding the groove in the first rounds to then go full send mode in the later rounds.
So preparation is on point.
Yes, I'd say so.
And it's prime time in Germany right now. It seems like everyone is watching. I'm sure you'd like to say hi to some people back home.
Ja, liebe Grüße an alle zu Hause, die gucken. Mir ist ordentlich heiß. Ich trinke mir jetzt wahrscheinlich erstmal ein Wasser und eine Cola und morgen surfe ich hoffentlich ein bisschen besser. Ciao.
We'll send it back to you guys, Paul and Barton.
Yeah, thanks, True. I think he said he's going to try and do better in the morning.
Yeah, it's... oh, here we go, action.
Oh.
Jamaica. Ooh.
Committed turn on a high line, but it'll go down there. I'm also interested from that. Timmy, the Olympics done, mate. That's gone. That's behind him. He's like, no, this is like, that was cool, but he's part of that.
Yeah, we're moving ahead.
No, I'm looking to the next one, starting again.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd still be milking that. That was me. Walking around chest out.
You know, I know he's carrying some injuries. He got hit the rocks several times, got a bunch of cuts on him that he's managing at the moment. And here we go, our current heat leader, showing you why he's leading the heat.
He's looked really good value in this, hasn't he, so far? Carving really hard, just at the right time as well with these sections. Good rhythm. Made it look easy to find these meteor sections.
Pumps to get out in front, wraps that first turn, drives into the lip, hits it late in a controlled fashion. He's already thrown away a 4. This is dangerous right here. You watch. Oh, no, it's not that one. He made that one. That was completed. The one we saw after that, he falls in that lip and looked like the board was coming straight back at him.
Yeah, did well there, Keem Phillips, on the backhand after getting that wipeout straight back up there and then getting that completion as well. Just getting in the rotation, keeping his scoreboard ticking over as well, to use a cricket analogy. Let's see where it puts him. Let's see where this number goes for Grani. We got a decent one in for Victoria, 6.33. But that last wave that just kept providing sections. I think he had 4 hits towards the end of the wave, down on the inside. Paying dividends in terms of points. We're waiting for this number to come in for Granny, but he's been really, really impressive, actually. And he's known when to push, when to take speed and use it. Having that feel to a wave. Oh, that's absolutely key to go in all the way for big points. I don't think throughout the day, certainly from the heats that we've done on our rotation partner, I'm not sure anyone's had a better read on this a better approach to surfing it than Cal Robson. I mean, he was unbelievable.
Yeah, that was really hard to beat. And then Dane Henry followed up for Australia, so that was to Sebastian Williams, also looked strong. So there's some serious talent, but such early days, and there's so many ebbs and twists and turns that things are going to take over the next week. At early form is a really hard thing to carry for 9 days of competition. So it's a real challenge for everybody. 6.03, the last for Panama, taking them into the lead, consolidating, keeping the lead. 6.33 for Spain behind it, meaning that Jamaica's falling behind quite fast and needs to get a score of consequence with 6.5 to be able to get 2 of them in the time remaining.
Yeah, Akeem Phillips, his numbers are heading in the right direction. Got the improvement for his last one. He's going to need to keep that going at the moment. 6.17 is not a crazy number, is it? It's not like an intimidating, nothing up there in the excellent range, but he's going to really need to lock into something. He's up against a couple of quality surfers who can get those 6s on mediocre waves. This is a good-looking wave thus far out the back from Ruben Vittoria, and he'll hit that.
He's going to need more than that 6 right now, because Ruben was looking to improve on a 2.43. Certainly did that. That might take the ask up towards the 8s and 9s. Vittoria
finding a bigger wave out the back, and so a total opposite to his high score, the 6.33, and all the work coming on the ends. And guess what? He gets a wave, a score of similar magnitude. This comes at the beginning. This was a 6.43, Barton.
Good size set and just powerful. One turn after another. Committed in the lip. It was simple stuff, but beautifully done. Seen that recipe pay off all day, essentially. 2 big backhand turns. You're going to get a 6 or above. Needs to be a wave with that height in it, doesn't it, to make it exciting.
Five minutes to go here. As we see Ruben Vittoria with that little seesaw. Kind of ding-dong battle for first with Kai Gallegrani. It is the Spaniard back in that first place position at the moment. Decent total for him, 12.76. Pretty solid. Just ridden the full waves. We haven't had that consistency. Top of the tide, no real surprise there, but there are certainly enough waves out in the water, particularly just the 3 of them as well. Giving some more opportunities. Need to get away for Akeem Phillips right now. And this requirement, it has jumped up, and exactly, well, we were just sort of speculating what he didn't want, but he will need to go excellent if he's just going to do it with 1 wave, and it's probably still round about enough time to get those couple of 6s, couple of high 5s at the moment to threaten that 11-point total of Granny, but that'll change as the clock ticks away.
Yeah, the door's still open, but it's not going to be open for too much longer. You know, you call it 2 minutes a wave, say, you know, with a good paddle out, an easy paddle out. So it's possible, but he hasn't had the best heat. Couple of falls on those backhand re-entries.
Inside the 4-minute mark now, 3:45 remaining here. As we'll go into that sort of mid-afternoon. Still so light in terms of the wind coming out of the sea. You see as we fly above how smooth it is out there. And even maybe offering a little bit of, just a slight bit of texture and crumble to the lips to make him a little bit more accommodating.
You know what's interesting here is when you look at second and third, second has first priority, third has second priority, but third was paddling towards blue rather than away from him to create the space to not be controlled. There's a mistake. 3 minutes on the clock. When you're behind and the surfers in front of you have got priority over you, your job's to get away from them and create some space and the opportunity for luck to go your way. 2:45. Jamaica needs something to happen. They need to happen soon. But for the old repechage round, it's a good thing.
Ruben Vittoria from Spain will still lead this one. He'll have second priority in a lineup. He's had pretty good read of throughout this encounter thus far, 17.5 minutes or so, and he's been over good opportunities. He's kind of built up his familiarity with the spot during the heat, and he sent his scores very much in the right direction as he'll get improvements and built himself a pretty solid lead at the moment in this. Advancing with him right now, the Panamanian, not a long way behind him really in terms of numbers.
Just outside, big set.
Oof, hello. So, inside 2 minutes. That's Granny down on the insides. Akeem Phillips with first priority. Let's see if we can find him a wave. Needs to go excellent. It will be just one wave, you would think, right now with 90 seconds on the clock. Would love to just see him have a crack at it as well. And just give himself, if he is going to rep a charge, as it looks, just give himself a little momentum to go into that round with.
Absolutely. Just something to take out of it. And then again, if you've had a heat that you're not happy with, he's only ridden 3 waves, hasn't managed to score, to get up to 3 yet, you feel like you can do way better. And you can go, okay, that one's behind me now, and I know I can do better, and you look forward and forget the past and try and find the positives, and the positives are that things didn't go your way. And maybe in the next one they will.
Inside the final minute here. Akeem Phillips will continue to have to be patient and just see if he does get another opportunity. He's only been able to ride 3 waves so far in this one.
Yeah, we want him to surf another wave. He's paddling, he's having a look. Opportunity here, Red sees it as well.
Red will put him under pressure, Ruben Vittoria, but Akeem Phillips will paddle hard and he'll be quite deep on it. And from way wider, Granny will flare up, rotate above the lip. He'll put that down.
Worth a try.
And our scoreboard will remain as we'll count down the heat here. You see Ruben Vittoria covering all sorts of ground, just being relentless, which is what it's going to take here. Right on cue, you see the next quartet just kind of swarm into the lineup. They're waiting patiently, sort of side stage, weren't they? You just see them.
Keep had a paddle there.
All right, so Ruben Vittoria, we talked about the push from Spain and the success they've been able to achieve the last couple of years. Kapla. That team's efforts and their energy will be buoyed by the fine work of Ruben Vittoria here. Super sharp on the backhand, a couple of 6s for him. He'll stay alive in the main part of the draw. Time for a quick commercial break right now. When we come back from break, we'll bring in the Dream Team in for commentary. It'll be Chris Cote alongside Rachel Tilley. Stay tuned for more.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025 edition. I'm Chris Cote. Excited to be calling this one with my friend Rachel Tilley. Rachel, you see a little bit of texture on the water, but when I say a little bit, I'm emphasizing the little because it's still pretty much sheet glass out here. One thing about El Salvador, there's always waves. Sometimes you deal with wind conditions. So far this week, I mean, it's like the perfect sheet on the bed. It is just flat, smooth, and these surfers have been reveling in these conditions. And look at this international field we have paddling out here in this round 1, heat 46. Starting off with your surfer in blue, Alex Suarez from Ecuador.
Yeah, getting up nice and early. That first one comes in as a 6.0, so he will be really happy with that one. A quick in and out, looking for a second one. Gosh, he is on fire. You can tell he has been eager to get his campaign started, having to wait 2 full days in order to just surf his first heat. So already turning around on another one. He just wants to get his feet in the wax.
You can tell Suarez is fired up, goes upside down. Almost the inverted front 3. Unable to pull that one back in, but Alex Suarez has been on a tear. Pan American champion for 2025, national champion, Latin Alice champion, the Galapagos champion. I mean, he's already done it all. 26 years old. Suarez has entered the chat in a big way. 7-point total already, and still 16 minutes, 55 seconds to go. Wow. Alex got the note. Get out there and get involved early.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've seen a few slower heats as well, so it's just about getting busy and making sure within those first few minutes. 20 minutes also, mind you, goes by really fast, especially when you're out in the water and you're trying to strategize how your heat's going to play out. You know, you kind of, for me, when I'm in a 20-minute heat, I'm breaking it down into blocks. Your first 12 minutes, you need to have at least one good wave on the board. Your next 6 minutes are for improving upon that, getting your second good wave on the board, and then you have 6 minutes to go that, you know, or then some to improve upon that and really put that stamp on.
Well, 16 minutes left. Suarez, the only waves ridden so far in this heat while the surfers reset themselves in the lineup. Let's go down to the boardwalk.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. Ruben, congratulations on that heat win. It's your first time here in El Salvador. How's it going?
Thank you so much. I love it. I love El Salvador, my first time. I saw a lot of videos and before coming here, and looks pretty fun in El Salvador. So I really like it, but it's so hot here. It's hard to manage the weather here, but I love the wave, the vibes, the people are amazing. So I'm pretty happy to be here.
And we were just saying before, your last ISA event was over in Huntington's for the World Surfing Game. You know, how was the different kind of preparation leading into this event? Did you try and find waves that were similar to here and also El Sunzal? Or were you just, you know, trusting your instincts and your surfing?
Oh, they are way different in this contest. Here, Huntington is more similar than the wave that I used to surf at home, like beach breaks, shitty waves. And here we have some really good point breaks and powerful waves. So it was like a different board, different. I prepared different this contest, but I really like it, this kind of waves, like powerful and good waves. So I can show my surfing, so I'm happy to get this opportunity.
Yeah, it's amazing to see here and representing Team Spain. You guys have a really strong team as well. So, you know, who are the coaches in your corner that are kind of supporting you guys leading up into your heats?
Oh, we have a good team. Like everyone is supporting everyone, and I think we're doing a really good team. So I think that's an important thing in this kind of contest. Like it's a team contest, so I think we have a strong team, and everyone is super friendly, supporting everyone and enjoying the time. So let's see what happens.
Loving the team environment. Thank you so much, Ruben. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next heat tomorrow.
Solid heat total there, Ruben. Thank you, True. Back to the action in the water. We heard some whistles and hoots and hollers coming up. Shows us that some waves are ridden.
Gosh, Alex is on a heater an absolutely cracker of a, well, you know, I was going to say second wave as in that's going to be going into a scoreline as a second wave, but it's actually his 5th wave ridden within 14 minutes. You can tell immediately what his strategy was between him and his coach before paddling out.
Attack.
Attack.
Ride everything. Rip everything. And so far he's done just that with a 6 and a 4.73 in his last wave. Matteo Calatri, Team Italy, comes through with a 3.17. Get to see Curtis Light from Fiji. Robertini Barros presenting Cabo Verde. He's got a really cool story. Super friendly guy. I went over there and talked to him for a little bit. He's actually, he has some matching tattoos to Italo Ferreira. And we're kind of looking at him. He's like, well, and he told me the story. So Italo came and visited him, surfed with him and the crew over in Cabo Verde. And I just love this kind of human story. He was messaging with Italo to ask him about, you know, getting into contests and stuff like that. Italo said, let me take care of it. And then he said, well, how am I going to pay? What do I Venmo you? How do I do this? And Italo says, I got it. Not only did he help enter him into these events, but he also paid his way. So an angel investor in this young surfer, a rising star out of Cabo Verde, ripping his way down the line on that last wave. And you can obviously see the Italo influence in how he surfs.
I was just going to say that the goofy foot star coming out in Robertini's surfing there. What an incredible story. I love hearing that impact that would just make in, or not just would, but has, because we're now here seeing Robertini perform on the world stage. I saw in his Instagram bio that he said inspiration, Italo Ferreira, and I didn't know it went that deep, so I love that you shared that with us.
Yeah, pretty cool. Hopefully we get to hear more about that story. As we see now, Calatri blasting that wave, finishing section done proper. That's going to keep him most likely elevated in that second place position. Suarez running away with it for now. Still have 11 minutes, 20 seconds left, so plenty of time to go. Light's first wave comes through, 0.57. Still waiting for the second scores to come through for red and the first score to come through for white. Fiji has obviously been in the spotlight lately. That was the host nation for the WSL finals. See now the surfer representing Italy.
I think this wave could vie for that highest single wave score of the heat so far. A little check turn to prepare for this whack. Almost goes vertical, releases so much spray, is nice and in front of it that whole time. Just shows his control. You can see that power stance at the end, just demonstrating that he was in control that entire time.
So Italy has been a much improved team over the past few years. Leonardo Fioravanti, of course, a stalwart in ISA competition. He's been doing these events since he was a wee lad. Now a global superstar on the WSL Championship Tour, an Olympian, and definitely a forza behind the rise of Italian surfing. So with 10 minutes left, Suarez comfortably in the lead, and he's sitting with that top priority spot, so he's really just controlling the lineup in this four-surfer heat. Curtis Light, 0.57 to start. Teo Calatri is in that second priority spot. Got a paddle here, yep. Again, Suarez leaving nothing to chance. Deep bottom turn.
Oh.
Searing. Top turn slash and goes head over heels.
Almost a little too excited. He was in front of himself a little bit too much on that. His mind, you could tell, was about half a step forward.
Over-amping happens.
Over-amping.
And it's fine when you already have a 6 and a 4.7. Then you have the luxury to really go out there and just throw everything you got at the wall and see what sticks.
Well, exactly. That's what I was, I guess, trying to talk towards earlier, is if you have your decent 2 waves in your score line by the time you're in the final 8 minutes of the heat, you have so much control and opportunity to now the freedom to choose whichever wave you want out there, really relax into the fact that you're only surfing out there with 2 or 3 other people, and enjoy and have fun. And then that's usually once the surfers click into that relaxed and fun mindset, that's when we really start seeing phenomenal, fantastic things happen. And I think it's maneuvers like that, although he fell, you know, you could see the excitement coming out. Had he landed that, we would have been so wowed as well.
Yeah, you can feel the energy right now coming off of Alex. So 4 surfers in the water. One of them is representing Fiji. That's Curtis Light, 25 years old, from Nadi. It's the main island. His favorite wave. This makes sense. It's cloud break. What doesn't make sense, but I actually love, his hobbies. Skating. Okay, that's yes. I didn't know the Fijian skate scene was popping, but I could imagine. Snowboarding and ice skating. What is the snowboarding scene like in Fiji? The ice skating scene.
The ice skating, that actually surprised me even more.
I like it.
I love
there's
that.
Some indoor ice rinks. I'm sure he gets around and travels to go snowboarding. You can read his quote. This is one of the better quotes that we've seen.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were.
What does Curtis say?
I'm forgetting that I'm in this. I'm just such a fan of everything that's happening right now. His quote says, "I love to surf and don't like to work." So that sounds about right.
Big tail blaster there for Kalatri. That'd be a good T-shirt. I like to surf and I don't like to work.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, if you don't like to work, these may not be the waves you want, because this place is always pumping and you definitely have to work for it. I think this is the type of work that Curtis likes.
I think this is the surf, the work that he loves.
Working for the waves.
Absolutely. Well, he says he likes to surf, and that's what he's doing.
Okay. And he's working at it, so.
But I think you're right. I would love to see that on a T-shirt.
A guy from Fiji that loves ice skating. So, Matteo Calatri, currently in second place, 23 years old, from Cagliari. His favorite surf break is Poeto. Sponsors are the Marina Militare. He is an Italian champion. He's an Italian surfer born and raised in Sardinia, Sardinia. He really loves the athletic lifestyle and he loves to compete.
I just went to Italy for my first time last
week.
week.
The best, isn't it?
The absolute best. It was so amazing. I got to have one session in the Mediterranean, which I wasn't there for surfing, and so I wasn't traveling with my boards or anything. And I was up in a town on the west coast called Forte dei Marmi, and a swell kind of came as a surprise while I was there, a wind swell, of course, and I was just begging someone on the beach to let me use their board, and this really, really sweet girl named Celine, I think she's like 12 years old, let me borrow her pink foam board.
Were you wearing your ISA medal?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, next time you go and ask for
I should just travel around with that.
Your world championship trophies. I saw you were signing autographs on the beach. So.
I did sign the board. She was very stoked. And I was very stoked. I was thankful because without her, I wouldn't have been able to experience something that was so unique. So I now feel connected to our surfer from Italy for that reason.
Here goes Robertney, our new connection to Cabo Verde. This is Cabo Verde's Italo Ferreira. Super fast down the line, nice and powerful. That's a completion right there. And there's some mystery about the waves in Cabo Verde, but that wave right there and the way Barros surfed it answered a few questions for me. It tells me that there are good waves in Cabo Verde. I think that's all I'm going to say. But just by them entering this event, they want to spread the word. So I'm going to leave it up to them. That was a great wave.
That was a great wave.
Beautifully surfed, nice and powerful, high speed, hit it in all the right places. That's going to be a solid score.
Well, the wave selection as well. He's been super patient. He only has one score on the board so far, only that 3.67. So he's looking for a 4.11 with only 4 minutes to go. It's crunch time. He absolutely needed that in order to bump himself into that advancing position. I dare to say we will see that boost him into advancing position, but the judges will be the judge of that. Blue on another one. A little bit mistimed for that second one, but still just rode out it with so much speed and control. And Red now answering back, trying to hold on to that second place position.
That was Radical surfing. Vertical snap on his backhand, and then just kind of tapped the board on the lip for a little added bonus floater. Air dropped into the flats, rode out clean, letting the judges know he was in complete control, and then jumped off his board before the rocks popped up for basically an extended closeout. He couldn't have ridden that wave any better. That was solid surfing.
Yeah, you know, there's quite a few scores to drop at the moment. All three from our surfer in blue, red, and white. And they're really in this conversation of trying to advance here. Our surfer in green sitting with first priority, needing a 7.2. So that requirement would have to be the best single wave ridden that we would see in the heat. Not impossible. They're absolutely out there. He's just being very patient for it. Hopefully we'll see an opportunity from him. But with these three scores to drop, I'm interested to see if we're going to see a shakeup or if Alex and Mateo have done enough to hold themselves in that spot and leaving Robertny to fight for more. It's a bit of a paddle battle conversation. Looks like Robertny stopped hoping to get that first priority, but it looks like they haven't rewarded it.
That's going to be Curtis 1, Mateo 2, Alex 3, Robertny 4.
Sometimes that can be a bit of a strategy, you know, when all three of you are pretty neck and neck and you're paddling out and you're trying to claim, hey, I'm sitting where I want to, judges. I'm not needing to go farther out. And here we go. He sat exactly where he wanted to. He's up on another one.
See a big ol' Italo-inspired air right here. You can tell he wants it.
Yeah.
Comes around another big section. So just a little late all the way down the line on that wave, but when you're coming from behind the whitewater like that, getting up and involved in the lip, that adds a critical nature to the turns you're doing. It's probably not going to be anything much bigger than that 3.67, but he just dropped a 5.53, so he's now in second place. But Suarez is not going to take his foot off the gas pedal. Big slashing layback right there. That's a full modern approach to a classic layback snap. The judges have been loving that turn throughout this contest so far. Here goes Curtis Light on his backhand. Just can't quite execute on the second turn. Will get some credit for the opening snap.
Wow, we have a score to drop now for our surfer in red, needing it to go to a 5.04 because Robertny did enough to switch it into second. But that score from, that wave from Alex, I think that might be the best wave we've seen, or it was my favorite wave so far. We'll see where the judges go with it, but he's sitting pretty comfortably in the lead.
Yeah, he's shown us great surfing so far, and just unbelievable. There's only 35 seconds left. This heat has flown by. Getting into the afternoon here, it is 2:38 p.m. here in El Salvador. And the scores are come through for Mateo Calatri. 4.17 and a 4.03. Now he needs a 5.04. Is this the 5.04? 11 seconds left. First snap. Looks good. Second one, kind of a setup. Things starting to escalate here on the inside.
Whoa!
Oh, gosh.
Wow. He knew he had to go big on that one.
Yeah.
Had he avoided that end section, it wouldn't have been the score.
Yeah.
So he had to go for that. And that was a mean end section that approached him anyways. And he gave it his all.
He went down swinging.
He went down swinging.
You got to respect that. So at the moment, you got Suarez representing Ecuador getting the win there. Robertny, Barros, Cabo Verde coming through in second place, a near miss. Mateo Calatri. So one more look at Alex Suarez representing Ecuador in a huge way. Convincing victory there. That turn was the one that got us out of our seats. We loved it. The beach went wild. Judges liked it as well, giving him a proper number. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. Don't go anywhere. Welcome, surf fans. We are back in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. This is the 2025 ISA World Surfing Games. And as you can see, as usual, it is pumping.
Highest single wave score in our men's main round goes to Keiji Onishi from Japan with an 8.67. Team Australia's Morgan Sibilik with a 7.67.
I just love surfing, man. I love to represent Argentina. Whenever there's a chance and there's a phone call, I'm in.
Even on the screen, this looks like an absolute bomb, and that's a hammer. Yeah, Marvin. Wow, look at this section.
The highest single wave score in our women's main round goes to Yanire Echevarri for Team Spain with an 8.0.
It feels pretty good. I mean, I feel like I still left a little bit out there. It's always the first heat nerves, I think.
Team Japan's Amuro Suzuki with a 7.43. That wraps up day one of competition for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Tune in tomorrow for a 7 a.m. start for more action.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025 edition. Got a couple more heats for you today. You're not going to want to miss these two because they're stacked with international talent. This one we have representatives from the British Virgin Islands, Great Britain, Indonesia, and the Philippines. Our last one went down to the wire. It was Alex Suarez from Team Ecuador getting the win with Robertni Barros from Cabo Verde. Coming to do business here to El Salvador. I'm Chris Cote. I'm with world champion multiple times on many different levels, Rachel Tilley. So you look at some of the names we have in this one. Halia Anwar will be representing Indonesia. Eduardo Alciso Jr. from the Philippines. And there he is, Alciso Jr. And the Philippines has really started to become a very popular place in the world of surfing. We've always known, for many, many years about Cloud9. There's multiple events that have happened over there. But I'm going to give the longboarders the credit for really putting Philippines on the surfing map. J.R. Esquivel is one of the world's most popular surfers. Go to any event, and you'll see that firsthand. So a lot of waves happening right now. This is Langdon Dark representing Great Britain. Big snap there to finish. The GB fans go wild. That was a beautiful finishing maneuver there.
Wow.
Anwar now from Indonesia getting involved as well. The judges have a lot to chew on.
My goodness.
3 minutes in, a lot of waves ridden.
Every single surfer just got a wave. That's incredible. That will make for an exciting heat for us, Chris, because that means there's going to be plenty of dynamics that we're going to be working with over the next 16 minutes of the athletes trying to improve upon scores, hearing each other's scores, trying to better that. I love that. This is why we sit here, and I'm excited to see it. Taking a look at some of these replays, our surfer in red, Patrick from Great Britain, on his backhand. Smaller wave. The waves have been decreasing in size a bit as we've been seeing that tide change, but making the most of this slopey opening section. Taking his time, being super patient off the bottom until he can meet the lip perfectly at that time. Look at that spray coming off, and he comes down with control. Disappears in the whitewash from this angle. I love that so much. He made a really small wave there look very critical. Let's take a look at Ani's wave. Wow, so much spray, so much power. 2 turns, that's all he needed though on that one. He maximized that wave to its full potential, I dare to say.
Blasted it. Who's up now? These guys are making the judges work for it. This is Anwar, Team Indonesia. Nice. Vertical snap floater combo. A 2 for 1 in that opening turn. Doesn't like what the rest of that wave is looking like, so he's out. I like his board. It kind of looks a little bit longer, a little narrower than some of the other surfs we're seeing, but a nice, good, clean style. Makes a good long board like that look special. And you can tell that board kind of does anything he wants. So 15 minutes, 11 seconds go. We got on our scoreboard a lot of red wheels spinning. That means we're waiting for scores to come through, so we'll see how this one's starting off. The first number to come in 317 for Alciso Jr., representing the Philippines. Got Broderick from the British Virgin Islands with a 2.50 to start. He just backed that up. Another 2.3. Things are going to change, I believe, with Patrick Langdon Darks Wave. Patrick Langdon, he is from the city of Swansea on the south coast of Wales. And they have a very cool looking flag with a red dragon on it. It's awesome. 14:27 to go. While we wait for the surfers to get back to the takeoff zone, let's go down to the boardwalk with True Starling.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. Alex, congratulations on your heat win. You just won the Pan American Games as well. Be feeling really confident coming into this event.
Thank you. I'm feeling good. Now, it's very fine for the champions in Pan American Games in Guatemala. Yes, sure.
And talk to me about representing Ecuador as well and the team that you have here. It seems like a family.
I'm happy for the represent my country. Thank you for my family for the support. Voy a mandar un saludo, no sé qué decir en inglés, voy a mandar un saludo ahí a mi familia ahí en Ecuador, a todos mis auspiciantes, a toda la gente que está pendiente de mí. Pasamos un hit y estamos listos para la siguiente.
Awesome, thank you so much. Do you want to say anything else quickly before we go, or are you all good?
Thank you everyone, thank you. No, but... No.
We'll send it back to you guys. Thank you, Alex.
Yes, I love it.
Alex, we're waving back to you from here in the booth. That was great.
What a showing in and out of the water. Ecuador has to be stoked from what they just saw from Alex. Let's get back into the lineup here. Now we've got some scores to talk about. Anwar blasting it again on his backhand. Can he ride out? He cannot, but he's already locked in at least one good number, a 4.33. Backs that up with a 2.90. Patrick Langdon Dark with a 4.83. It's the highest single wave score so far of this heat. Broderick, BVI, comes through the 2.50. And Alciso Jr., 3.17 total, room to grow and plenty of time to do it.
You know, out of the ISA games, there's, as we've been talking about, Chris, a lot of awesome people stories, which I'll get back to as we have live action happening. Oh! He bobbles a little bit on that opening bottom turn. Nice second turn. There we go. Now he's starting to get his feet going and finishes it off strong. So unfortunately having that wobble at the beginning, but I think that will go into his score line as it's his second wave to drop. And Anwar's, I thought he looked so solid there. Unfortunately getting knocked off at the end, but he wrapped that thing so far around. So impressive. He has a lot of electricity in his surfing at the moment. And now it is our surfer from the Philippines making his answer back.
Bam. Oh, no.
Oh.
He left the buns in the oven just a little too long. Overcooked that backside snap. Looked nice halfway through, but you could just tell his forward momentum got the better of him, which happens a lot. That's just, I'd chalk that up to excitement.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd absolutely agree. These surfers, we've been talking about it for a bit, Chris, but these surfers have been waiting for 2 days to have this heat right now. And you can tell that they are excited and hungry to finally just get in the water. Also, these afternoon heats are really tough. It feels like 100 degrees outside, feels like 90 degrees in the ocean. Fahrenheit, of course, but, you know, Celsius 100 degrees. It's boiling out there, so it all makes sense. So these surfers have been waiting to jump in the water and get their campaign started.
But there's a reason why the most crowded times of the day here in El Salvador are early morning and late afternoon.
Which is why then the middle of the day sessions tend to be my favorite.
Yes. It's a challenge to surf for a long time, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. Lots of sunscreen.
What a problem to have. It's too warm.
It's too hard to
There's
surf
too
in the
many
middle of the
waves.
day. Dang it, too many waves.
It's too consistent. Like, I've already caught 25 waves. I'm working hard out here.
If you're trying to decide whether to book your trip to El Salvador, know that these will be your problems. They're great problems to have.
Yeah. What filling are you going to get in your pupusa? That's one of the, you know.
I'm
make
always
decisions.
a frijoles con queso type of person.
Yeah.
Beans and cheese.
Yeah, that's the classic.
Or cheese and chicken. Delicious.
Same.
Yeah.
Sometimes I get wild and get shrimp in there, you know? If I'm feeling frisky on a Friday night at the pupusa stand.
Shrimp. I'm not a shrimp person.
Camarons.
Yeah, I steer clear.
More for me.
Taking a look at this last wave of our surfer from Indonesia. Super patient, running down the line. Gets that one turn. Unfortunately, that kind of doesn't turn into much, so that won't go into a score line. Comes in as a 2.83. He's trying to throw away a 2.9 and is looking for a 4.9 to get himself into the lead. As our surfer in red in the lead from Great Britain has a couple of 4s in his score line. That last wave that we saw came in as a 4.4, that one that had the bobble on the initial bottom turn, but the judges still giving it reward because it was one of the bigger waves that we've seen of the heat so far, and he finished it off nice and strong.
So at the moment, Ariel Anwar, 32 years old, born and raised at Lakey Peak in Sumbawa, an incredible wave. Sort of similar to this, but that wave is real gnarly when it gets a couple feet overhead. It breaks over a shallow reef. There's a right and a left, which sort of makes it like La Bocana. There's good air sections on both ways. Anwar achieved greatness at the Curry Pro. He's sponsored by Bali Belly. His hobbies include surfing, and I like his quote, "Stoked and love the ocean."
Pretty simple.
Say no more.
Pretty simple. We know what he loves.
Indo has a great team. Anwar, who's in the water now. Natasya Novatasari. Tainal Izquierdo. Kailani Johnson. Mare Paja Ariana. Dani Budianto, who we saw perform yesterday. So proper team for Indo. Not the biggest names that you've heard from that region, but these are names that you can expect to see more of in the future. I'm pretty sure that the Anwar we're seeing in the water is related to One Anwar, one of the superstars of Balinese surfing. Correct me if I'm wrong. But with 7 minutes left at the moment, we've got our surfer representing Great Britain, Patrick Langdon Dark, in the lead. But here goes Anwar, looking to better a 2.90. Looking for a ramp. Boom! Oh, play it back. That was a sick finisher. Broderick now with the answer back from the British Virgin Islands. He regains control and then loses it. So a 50-50 wave right there, but nice opening snap nonetheless. Here's Alciso Jr. from the Philippines. Good carve to start there. Pushing things down the line. Another surfer with a little bit, looks like a little bit longer of a board, making it look nice. So a solid combo from beginning to end there for Eduardo Alciso Jr. Have you surfed in the Philippines?
I've never been to the Philippines.
Well, you would get red carpet treatment as a longboarding world champion. I've heard the longboard scene over there is absolutely thriving. They've got long sand bottom point breaks and, of course, a vibe that's unmatched in terms of beach atmosphere.
Gosh, it's my dream to go to La Union, absolutely. As we see our surfer from the Philippines, his ride as a replay, getting lots of spray, carving, gouging that tail in, cuts that one short so he can be timed for this one, completes his wave. He's throwing away a 0.93, so safe to say that will be going into his score line. And another replay from our surfer in blue. Loved that. Nice and clean. Really crisp surfing.
End sections, he just made mincemeat of it. Made the wave disappear. That much power went into that finishing turn. Now we have 4 scores being mulled over by our panel of experts. Elite level judges, both here at Podium 1 as well as at Podium 2. And there's judges in training, shadowing what's happening. Above us, here's your surfer in red. This is that backhand snap we loved. Second carve looked good, finishes strong. That middle snap was bookended by 2 absolute power hooks.
Yeah, you can see, I love the positioning of his upper body. He's nice and low, already putting that weight on that back foot. Getting close to vertical there, opening up strong, lots of spray, showering his competitors.
Is he trying to spray us?
I think
We're
so.
2 stories up, about 150 feet away from him, and he almost got us.
I just love the look of this wave. Such a beautiful canvas. I love the little style components there, digging his hand into the water as he wraps around that. Those are all little details that the judges are looking for and rewarding, and you can tell he was feeling good with that one. Trying to replace that 4.40.
Now White's involved. We're literally taking a trip around the world and back with this heat. Philippines, Great Britain, British Virgin Islands in the Caribbean, and Indonesia. 3 warm water destinations, 1 pretty chilly water spot. Surfing in Swansea, in Wales. We're most likely going to have a lot of wetsuit on most given days.
And you know, for surfers who are actually used to surfing in wetsuits, sometimes it can be a bit of a challenge adjusting to not having anything. I've been in an event before, not as warm as this. We were in Hainan, China, but still very warm water spot. No wetsuits needed whatsoever, bathing suits for sure. And there was a surfer from Canada competing that year. This was in an ISA event, and he wore a really thin full suit just because it made him feel more comfortable, even though he was baking.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. And our surfer from England here is doing whatever it takes, as we see a nice, beautiful drone replay of his last wave. Goes into his top 2, Chris, as a 6.5.
And I liked the claim. Not sure if it was like a cowboy style, like gun battle, or a dad dance move. You know how you see dads dance like that with their fingers out? We'll have to ask him.
I would think that he is hoping we're seeing the little like cowboy gunshots, but yeah. I'm kind of enjoying. I'm enjoying the dad dance vibe.
Yeah.
Dad dance claim by Patrick Langdon Dark.
2 minutes left. Anwar wedged into that second place position, but Alciso is trying to fight his way in. Same with Broderick. British Virgin Islands, nice layback carve there. Fully engaging his reel, coming around this section. Strong finish there for Broderick. Nicely done. He's looking for a 7-point ride. Opening turn was really cool looking. Got a good clean finish. But the judges have been really making the 7s and above. You really got to stand out on those waves. But I like the way he surfed this one.
Yeah, nice and clean. Maintained speed throughout this. Finished all his maneuvers precisely. I think the thing that will hold it back from going into the 7-point range is the size of the wave. And he didn't really get that opportunity to do anything that was really powerful on a sizey wave. You know, he surfed that wave really beautifully for what it was. It comes in as a 2.67. So it does reduce his requirement down to a 6.83 with 45 seconds remaining. We'll see if Eduardo or Broderick will have one more opportunity to make a go. Otherwise, they're not out of the event, Chris. They are into the repecharge round, where they'll have the opportunity to surf more heats and make their way back up to the medal round.
25 seconds left. One last push for Broderick. Did improve on his previous scores. Now needing a 6.83. Nicely done on his backhand there. Just trying to wring everything he could out of that little wave on the inside. Meanwhile, out the back, we got a nice set pumping through. We're gonna have a split peak. We're going to follow Anwar. His backhand has been lethal so far and blowing the tail out there.
I think that was one of those classics. He knew he needed to go big in order to get that score he needed. And unfortunately came unstuck going big.
Well, give it up to Langdon Dark, representing Great Britain by way of Swansea, Wales. Nicely surfed there. I haven't seen much Patrick in the past, but I'm excited to see what he's got for us in the future because he absolutely ripped that last heat. Let's take one more look at that nice and tight power combo. First turn was incredible. Final turn, bam! Great drone angle. Thank you to our drone pilots for making this look so cool from above. We're going to take a quick break. We've got one more heat left today, but don't miss it. It's going to be awesome. Trust me. Every heat so far has had something special for our viewers. We'll be right back. Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. One more heat left today, and it's a big one. We're live from La Bocana. Check it out. Got Luca Messinas, Agustin Zanota, and David Petter. So the check. We got a check here. We got a surfer from Uruguay and a surfer from Peru.
A great combo there for our final heat of the day. Heat 48. I can't believe it has taken us 2 days to get to the end here. We're still in round one, Chris, and we are going to see finalize the surfers that advance into our round two, but it's not surprising at all. We have 297 athletes in this event, 61 countries represented from all over the world. A really great field. And we can see 22 Olympians competing in this draw here this week, and 2 new nations, Angola and Vanuatu. Blue kicking it off.
Got your surfer from Uruguay. Nicely done through that tricky inside section. Great series of maneuvers there for Agustin Zanota. La Maquina, Luca Messinas will be out there in red. Here's a look at David Petter. Czechia surfer.
David Petter is has a really interesting story. Looking at his bio, Chris, he was born and raised in Prague, which is a place that's landlocked, and started to surf at the age of 22. He's 35 now, so he's only been surfing for 13 years. Luca Messinas, up and riding.
I mean, this guy's a household name. Definitely has a stacked resume himself. He's had championship tour experiences on the Challenger Series currently. He's had incredible results here in ISA competition. I mean, he's really done it all. And I don't know who gave him the nickname, La Maquina, but it's fitting because he is a machine. He goes out there, rarely makes mistakes, He's always going to make you earn it when you surf against him. His backhand prowess is incredible, just on display here. One of the smaller waves ridden, but look what he does with it.
Yeah, so much finesse in his surfing, just showing why he is a household name. You know, there's surfers that have the opportunity when they're on these smaller waves, like you said, that they can surf the wave up into another score echelons than you would normally deem it as, and that's, I think, what he has demonstrated here. Total class and composure. Surfing through a frothy section, which isn't easy, but look at that. This angle really showing how high he got and under that lip. Front angle, you can now seeing it in this fast, you can see how much speed he has, how much power and how much finesse, thinking so quickly. You know, he had to read that wave so quickly, and that was all instinct. He didn't have time, he didn't slow down, he didn't do extra bottom turns to give himself an extra moment. He went from rail to rail really smoothly, and I think the judges will like that.
Yeah, look at Messinas, 29 years old, from Mancora, Peru, a small town in the north. His favorite wave is Cabo Blanco. He's on a Timmy Patterson surfboard, representing Quicksilver Toyota Diners Club. Pretty cool sponsors there. Pan American champ, gold medalist. So he's done a lot, and he's got a lot more to do here with 14 minutes, 25 seconds left. First score is a 5-3-3. Surfers resetting. Let's go down the boardwalk. We've got True Starling standing by.
Yeah, Patrick, that was, I mean, you waited all day for that heat. It was a big moment there for you, and to get that for Team Great Britain would be feeling really nice.
Yeah, it was, yeah, it's hard that first heat, and then they make you wait. Like, some of my teammates, Aaron, he's in round 3 already, and I'm like, we were laughing in the room saying, I haven't even surfed yet. So, yeah, I don't know, it's hard, that whole, like, switching on and switching off, but, yeah, it was, I was glad to get out there. The waves are cooking, so that kind of calms you down a bit anyway.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit easier when you know that there's waves coming through and that there's, you know, plenty of opportunity. Touching on that as well, you've had all of your other teammates surf. You're the last one to surf out of the team, is that right?
Yeah.
That's like, that would be a lot to take on, I guess. You know, you've seen everyone either progress through heats or continue to keep going through. How do you try and keep that fire ignited?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know. I'm still getting used to it, but I think I just enjoy this whole experience at the ISA. You sort of like, you almost distract yourself because like if you're getting nervous, then you're gonna watch your friends heat, and you sort of forget about your task, and then you lock in when it's 40 minutes before your heat or whatever. So you've kind of got distractions all around to take your mind off it. But it was definitely heavy, like watching all the pumping waves and not getting to surf. But yeah, to get that one out of the way, I'm pretty stoked.
And it's a little bit different over here in El Salvador compared to back home where you are.
Yeah.
How did you prepare coming into this event? Is there any waves that are similar to this back home?
I was actually at a QS in Galicia in Spain, and I did terrible, but it was like 10 foot the whole time and we could barely get out the back. So it was almost like I was on my bigger boards like I will be here. So it was actually perfect, but the heat, yeah, I'm not used to the heat, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty taxing as well. You know, let's just touch back on the team and everyone that you've got in your corner. You know, what are some words of advice that you've really taken into account coming into this event?
My coach Luke, he's like recently retired, so he's I've done this comp with him, and we've done a lot of work the last 2-3 years, and he just sort of told me like if I want to go to the right, just back myself, like don't hesitate, don't like question whether to stay on the left with everyone else. Like I know my strengths, so if I want to go over there, just go over there, and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, well, just trusting your instincts and going with it out there. Congratulations on that heat win. Yeah, we'll send it back to you guys.
Pride of Swansea. Great job there. Team Great Britain has to be feeling good about the competitors they've fielded here at the 2025 ISA World Surfing Games. We got 11 minutes, 33 seconds left in this final heat of the day. And don't worry, all the highlights will be repackaged and served up to you. It's like a buffet of shredding. And if you want to know what's been happening up at El Sunzal or Podium 2, you can click the alternate link, and I believe you'll be hearing beach commentary, technical announcing. So you'll be getting the basics from up there. You'll be hearing exactly what the surfers in the water are hearing, which is pretty cool. And you'll see all the results from what's transpired just up the road to the north of your screen. You see those buoys? Yeah, there's a wave way out there, and it offers up opportunity for these surfers to do about 10 turns. You're going to earn it, though, by paddling back out about 350 yards. It's a whole different story. Meanwhile, Zanoda, representing Uruguay, up and over, two-stager floater there. Really liked the control on that wave. High speed, power surfing. Nicely done for Augustin.
I loved that two-stage floater. The floater is one of the more underrated
I didn't
maneuvers.
know you were such a fan of floaters.
I
am too.
I love it. There we go.
I stopped doing floaters early in the morning, though. I just need to be a little bit loosened up. But I love doing them. I love watching them. And I'm so happy that you're on Team Floater, Rick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what was fresh for us there, Chris, we haven't seen anyone have their final maneuver look like that. So it's something fresh, something different, and I think that just brings excitement to the surfing, and it's not something that we see much of. Huge fan.
And the judges do reward intense floaters. We should start a podcast, Floater Talk. It's just all floaters.
Yeah, because in my opinion, they could be rewarded more.
Yeah.
In my opinion,
underrated.
they could be rewarded more. They are underrated, I think, from the surfers doing them and then being rewarded too. But this is just my personal opinion.
Look, they can be dangerous too. You can break your board, tweak your ankles. A lot of bad things can happen on a gnarly floater.
How was that floater that Jordy Smith did in Fiji?
Oh, it's my favorite
Insane,
maneuver
right?
of the entire event.
It was, right? It was
almost,
the takeaway
it almost got him the win.
Insane.
Don't
Floater Talk.
Discount. Yeah, Floater Talk.
Join
podcast.
Chris and I. Join Chris and I after this event for Floater Talk.
We got 9 minutes left here. Luca Messinas, Team Peru, in the lead with a 7 and a 5.33. Peru is a perennial performer here in ISA competition. And they've got a stacked team. Daniela Rosas, Alonso Correa, Lucas Perez del Solar, Luca Messinas, Arena Rodriguez, and Sol Aguirre. Come on. Who's going to beat that team?
Yeah, they're a hard one to beat. I know they'd be excited as well with the announcement of the World Junior Championships coming up with the ISA in December. Oh, and there we go. You have junior medalists that are competing here in the ISA. Obviously, this is an opens division, but more names will be added to that junior gold medalist list in Peru later this year.
Quick look there for Luca Messinas. Yeah, so big announcements over the past couple of days. As you just mentioned, the juniors heading to Peru. Also, Oceanside will be the host for the Para World Championships. As you see, speaking of champions, here are our past medalists. Medina, Cleland Jr. Medina did it in Puerto Rico. Al Cleland Jr. did it here in dramatic fashion and pumping waves.
And obviously, every ISA is that main pathway to the Olympics. And, the surfers here, we're not qualifying yet, but this event does determine the seeding for our athletes next year as that whole Olympic qualification process starts for LA 2028.
Well, we want to know how you're watching. Where are you watching from? Do you get your news in the proper source at ISA Surfing? Hope so. We don't even miss anything like these amazing moments we're showing you on screen right here. There's Sally Fitzgibbons and Gabriel Medina. Champions, gold medalists here in ISA competition. So this year, 2025, will set things up for the seeding in 2026, which then will start, having Olympic ramifications. The Olympics are coming up in 2028, Los Angeles, California. Surfing will be held at Lower Trestles.
My hometown.
It's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah.
And it's funny to think, oh, 2028, that's so far away, but we know it's not. We know how fast it's going to come up. And it's going to be a mad dash for qualification. Of course, that'll be a huge story moving forward in the next couple years. But this year, 2025, the glory of being an ISA gold medalist reigns supreme. We have individual golds for men and women, and then we have the team gold medal, which you will be a national hero if you help your team win a gold or if you win that individual gold. If you do both, forget about it. You're a star. You're going to be on the front page of every newspaper in your country.
Well, gosh, forget national hero. We're talking about world champions
global
here.
hero.
Global hero. World champions, team world champions. It's a huge honor to win that. And I know every surfer that is here, you know, has that on their goal list. Only one can win, though. And there's lots of participants here. But lots of surfing to be had over the next few days, next several days.
Yeah, you put yourself on a pretty illustrious list there as a gold medalist here at the ISA. Guys like Gabriel Medina, Cy Fitzgibbons has 4, Leandro Asuna has 2. And Leandro Asuna, I believe the numbers are correct. Leandro Asuna and Mimi Barona are tied right now.
Yep.
16 times they've competed in the ISA World Surfing Games.
16, and you know what? When we were talking to Lele yesterday, he thought it was only 15.
Yeah.
So I don't know if anyone's given him the news that we've actually gone back and realized it's his 16th.
I saw him last night. I go, well, I guess you got to come back next year too. We got 4 minutes, 14 seconds left. Luca Messinas with a 7 and a 5.33. Extending his lead. Strength of 2 solid scores. Agustin Zanota representing Uruguay, 4.33 and a 3.50. David Petter's not out of this one yet. He needs a 6.53. And I've said it at least once or twice a day, and I say it at every ISA event. Any one of our 297 competitors would be a great person to do a documentary on. They come through here with the best stories.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're talking about, we get to see so many different stories from developing nations as well. Nations that their goal is to just create a surf program within their country so they can show up. Of course, we have our powerhouses, previous gold medalists, countries like Peru, like Brazil, like Australia, but we also have the stories like Angola, like Vanuatu, who have just created teams so they can participate in an ISA World Surfing Games. Really incredible stories there, and you know, to see the back end and what that is doing within each nation and how surfing is touching, especially the youth as well, and the progress and money that is being seen as a positive for the development of young kids and surfers up to adults is it's really fun to hear, and my favorite aspect of these games.
Absolutely. Storylines are endless. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left. So this is the last heat of the day, but we want you to stick around after this one. The highlight reel is going to be amazing, and of course we're going to talk to the winner of this heat. So when this one wraps up, don't go anywhere. More show to come. Here we go, David Pitter. Czech surfer. Nice backside snap there. Good clean surfing there all the way up to the end. Yes, he rides out. Completed ride there. For David, started with a 1.30. He's going to add to that score line.
He currently spends half his time in Portugal surfing. Great place to spend time. Lots of amazing surf and swell over there. But I also had a look at his Instagram, and he has some insane rock climbing photos as well. So, you know, it's fun to see the stories of these athletes, and of course we have surfers competing here on the world stage, but getting to see so much of what they're about outside of that as well is so fun.
1:18 left. I think La Maquina's basically wrapped this one up, but he is in second priority right now. Augustin, is he right there in the proper takeoff zone. The last roll for Zanoda. Nice turn to start this wave. Cool looking style. He goes beyond vertical, but gets chucked over the falls by that wave. And hey, you know, don't take it personal. That wave does that to nearly everybody at least once or twice in this event. That inside section is pretty gnarly. 40 seconds left. Luca Messinas out the back. Could be a victory lap, but he also could use this wave to improve on that 5.33. Nice foam climb to start. Deep bottom turn. Beautiful, whippy vertical backside snap, and then I don't think he was trying to kickflip right there. I think he's just trying to save what's left of that board. But this is a nicely surfed wave to finish off Luca's heat.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at it from that front angle now, the speed that he was able to maintain through that foam climb there and the power that he had in that final section. Doing just that victory lap.
All right, Zanoda was up before the buzzards, so this wave will count. Cool inside section to work with, but uh-oh. Hope he didn't get credit carded by his board right there. That was pretty sketch. Here's Luca Messinas. Job well done. There's surfer in blue.
High tide now, you can see how much that water is coming up the beach. Or before we have our surfers jumping off the rocks, or jumping off quick before the rocks.
Yeah.
Now they're surfing all the way to the shore.
That's got to earn it just a little bit more to get all the way to the boardwalk. So that's going to be it for the last heat of the day. Luca Messinas gets the win. Team Uruguay comes through in second place for Agustin Zanoda. David Petter from Czechia will head to the repechage round, where he'll have another chance to surf his way through. So we're going to show you some highlights right now, but don't go anywhere. We're going to have a good talking to Luca Messinas to see what he did towards success. So take a look at these highlights, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the interview with the winner of that last heat. Welcome back. We got one more winner to talk to today. He is standing by with True Starling. I'm talking about La Máquina, Luca Messinas.
Yeah, Luca, congratulations. Last heat of the day, and you took it out. The conditions changed a fair bit throughout the day. So how did you prepare for this heat?
Yeah, the conditions were pretty good. It was higher tide. I feel like La Bocana is a little better when it's higher tide. So yeah, I was stoked to have that heat. It was a little slow in the beginning too. I feel like I didn't get that many opportunities, but stoked to make it to round 2 for tomorrow. It's been a long wait because I was the last hit of the day and last hit of the round 2. So I was a little like a little upset about that because I was like waiting and waiting and waiting. My teammates are already in round 3 and I haven't even served round 1, you know. So I was like a little mad about that, but stoked to make it and stoked to have another chance tomorrow.
Yeah, one heat at a time, right?
Yeah.
And it's hard to watch the rest of your team keep progressing through and surfing good waves. Let's talk about that as well. You got some really good ones throughout that heat. I think we'll be able to watch a couple of your waves as well. It'll come up on screen. So talk me through these waves and what was going through your mind.
I'm pretty sure that was my first wave. Just trying to feel my board. Yeah, felt good. My board was feeling good. The wave was clean too. And yeah, everything was right over there. It was just a small wave, but I feel like my surfing was good in that wave.
Yeah, and then you got this next one as well, and you just went a little bit more to town. Had some pretty good sections.
Yeah, I got a little late to that one, but yeah, first turn was good. It was a little bigger, like the set. It was the only set I feel like it gave me my hit, but yeah, I was stoked to make that one. I got a 7, so it was a good score.
Yeah, and let's as well talk about how you were in the Tokyo Olympics as well as the Paris Olympics. This is the start. This is a non-Olympic qualifying year, but next year, it sets you up as well. So how's that journey looking for you, and are you eyeing another Olympic appearance?
Yeah, for sure. That's the goal. First, I want to focus on the Pan American Games that we have in Peru. We're going to have in Peru, in Lima, in 2027, and then focus on the Olympics. But yeah, for sure, that's always the goal. For me, it's like I always want to represent my country in the best I can. So I'm stoked that I was on the Tokyo Olympics and also in Tahiti, surfing the second Olympics. So I wanna go for it for sure.
And let's touch on that as well. We have the ISA World Juniors coming to Peru this year.
Yeah.
So how exciting is it for you to have some of the best juniors in the world come to Peru?
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I think it's gonna be in Punta Rocas, which is a really good wave. It's going to be in December, which is usually have like cleaner conditions too. So that wave is super consistent. So the waves I feel like are going to be super good. Stoked to have all the Peruvian generations coming up and have that big of a contest at home. It's important for them. I feel like I had that opportunity when I was 16. I had my first ISA junior in Peru, in Punta Hermosa. So it's going to be good for them too. So they can get better and have that level with the ISA Worlds.
Yeah, well, it'll be really cool for them, and I'm sure you're inspiring a lot of the young juniors in Peru as well to make it there to that world stage. Thank you so much for having a chat. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'll let you have a little bit of a rest and reset for tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, guys.
Thank you, True. Yeah, congrats to Luca Macinas. Great representative for Peruvian surfing and just surfing in general. Just an all-around awesome guy and a great surfer. Well, I've got some news pertaining to the schedule for the rest of the week. Starting off with tomorrow, we're going to give La Volcana over to the women. So women's round 2 will be right here on Podium 1, bright and early tomorrow morning. We're going to send the men's main event round 2 up to El Cinzal, which you'll also be able to watch. We've been telling you that throughout the day. There are 2 places to view what's happening in the water. So that was an amazing day of surfing. You saw those highlights. If those waves and that action didn't get you fired up to surf, you got to do something. You got to fix something, because that got us extremely excited. How was that day for you?
Fantastic. I mean, at this point, if you don't have your flights booked to El Salvador to come for a surf session, I mean, I don't know what else will convince you. Such incredible surfing. Kept it exciting all day. And, it excites me that it's only the end of round 1, which means we have a whole week still ahead of us of incredible surfing.
That's right. And we will see repechage round start tomorrow as well. So 7 o'clock a.m. El Salvador time. I'll see you, and I'll see all of you here tomorrow, bright and early. ISAsurf.org is the spot to be. We'll see you here tomorrow.